Dating the Prince, Linzee's Royal Secrets Book 2. Written by Lindzee Armstrong. Narrated by Addison Barnes. Chapter 1. Prince Alexander of Durham had grown up with the best of the best, and that included his education. But all of his highly skilled and extremely well-paid teachers, tutors, and professors had failed to tell him what a train wreck falling in love created. Right now, he was definitely cursing the day he had met the harpy Isla Martin.
So, there's been no improvement in public opinion?
The king's voice boomed around the council room, bouncing off the 15-foot ceilings. The crystals on the chandelier hanging directly above the 200-year-old mahogany table shook. His icy blue eyes pierced each advisor in turn, and Alex watched as they visibly shrank in their crushed velvet chairs. 6 months ago, Alex had thought that one day he'd command a room in a similar way. Now he'd be lucky to command an ant, let alone a country. Approval ratings continue to drop, Your Majesty. Maggie adjusted her red glasses, pushing the frames up the bridge of her nose. She was perhaps 10 years older than Alex, with frizzy red hair and a typically happy demeanor. But her smiles had been noticeably absent since Isla began telling every media outlet who would listen what a cheating scumbag the Crown Prince of Durham was. The dull ache behind Alex's eyes grew more piercing. Isla flashed into his mind, with her tousled bottle-blonde hair and ruby-red lips pursed together in a pout. She was half American, so he'd tried to ignore her advances. But eventually he'd fallen prey to her charms. He'd been toying with the idea of proposing when he found Isla with another man. She'd wasted no time spreading lies about the breakup, proving just how talented an actress she was. How much lower can the approval ratings get? His mother's mouth pulled down in a deep frown and her eyes narrowed. Queen Nicolette was used to things going her way. Maggie adjusted her glasses again. Isla appeared on another talk show this morning. A small one, but the clip is circulating on social media. Surely she's spoken with every reporter in Durham, the United States, and most of Europe by now. A hint of a Gallian accent slipped through the Queen's words, a sure sign that she was upset. Apparently there are still a few left, Maggie said. Frustration made Alex's chest tighten, but he refused to let his emotions show.
I'm avoiding the press as much as possible. I could go on talk shows and tell the truth, but we've agreed that trying to change the narrative is too risky. What else is there to do?
Nicolette sniffed.
We keep our heads held high and hope this storm passes. Royalty do not engage the media. I refuse to let Isla drag you into the mud with her.
Alex gave a mirthless laugh.
From where I stand, it's looking pretty muddy. The only thing that will make Isla back off is ruining me for good, or wearing the crown herself.
Initially, Alex had wondered if Isla went to the press in hopes of hush money. But their only discussion after the breakup had made it clear she was after something money couldn't buy. Fame. And being dumped by the Crown Prince of Durham had put her on the radar of every producer and director in Durham and the United States. Nicolette laughed, scorn making each note a sharp barb.
I will die before I allow a gold-digging American to become a member of this family.
At least they were in agreement on that.
Then I don't know what you want from me. What about a new girlfriend?
One of the advisors suggested.
Someone to take the attention off Isla.
Alex leveled him with a glare.
You can't be serious.
The man's face paled and he looked down at the tabletop.
Only a suggestion, Your Highness. I apologize.
A ridiculous suggestion. I'd be lying if I said it hadn't crossed my mind, Maggie said. What we need is a bigger news story to steal the spotlight. A blossoming relationship might accomplish that.
You can't be serious.
Alex's shoulders ached from the tension lodged there.
I'd never subject some poor girl to Isla's wrath.
Maggie held up a placating hand. It was just an idea that crossed my mind.
Well, get it off your mind because it's not happening. I want everyone to take the day to think up possible solutions to our PR problem.
King Geoffrey said.
We'll revisit the issue at tomorrow's briefing. Now, where are we with the president's upcoming visit?
The moment the meeting ended, Alex strode from the room. What he wouldn't give to escape the palace and sit on a bench in Castlebridge Park, an anonymous citizen of Durham enjoying the late summer breeze, as he spent a relaxing afternoon people watching. But anonymity wasn't in the cards for royalty. So instead he headed toward the administrative wing of the palace, where a room full of monitors was constantly watched by an entire team. It was as close to his fantasy as he got in the palace. He pushed open the door without knocking, his shoulders instantly relaxing. At least 50 monitors filled the space, and 5 uniformed men sat in chairs watching them. Alex's personal bodyguard, Finn, glanced over at the sound of the door opening, then instantly rose. The other men jumped to their feet as well.
Your Highness,
Finn said with a short bow. He was a mountain of a man, with a barreled chest, dark skin, and a face that rarely smiled.
please sit,
Alex said.
Don't let me distract you.
The guards all nodded and returned to their tasks, used to Alex's frequent visits.
Is there something I can assist you with?
Finn asked.
No, thank you. I just needed a few minutes to breathe.
Alex dropped into the chair with a sigh and motioned to the monitors.
Anything interesting today? A few things.
Finn pointed to the throne room.
These parents have their hands full. They've got 5 children who couldn't obey a command if their lives depended on it.
Alex chuckled as a small boy of perhaps 3 tried to slip under the velvet rope that kept tourists from sitting on the thrones. The mother grabbed his arm and yanked him back.
He's a curious one,
Alex said. Finn nodded and pointed to the music room.
The new tour guide has mixed up the facts for each room. Right now, he's giving the script for the Hall of Victory.
The guide's navy jacket hung loose on his frame, giving the appearance of a boy wearing his father's suit, and his hand shook as he pointed out the features of the room. Alex shook his head in sympathy.
Poor guy. I think he'll be all right in a month or 2,
Finn said.
He seems determined to do well.
Alex slowly let his eyes travel over the dozen monitors that comprised the tourist section of the palace. He never bothered watching the other feeds, which covered the governmental wing and the royal family's private quarters. That felt like an invasion of privacy. But he'd always loved watching the tourists. The look of wonderment on their faces reminded him how blessed he was to be Crown Prince of Durham, although these days it felt more like a curse. His eyes lingered on the group Stan led. He was definitely the palace's crankiest tour guide, and Alex always felt bad for the visitors in his group. His eyes skimmed over the elderly couples wearing fanny packs, passed by the young backpackers wearing baseball caps, and landed on a woman with a baby strapped to her chest. He leaned forward, examining the woman. She didn't fit the typical tourist profile, but didn't seem like a local either. Like many of the tourists, she carried a backpack, but this one was small and had the fancy look of a purse. A diaper bag, perhaps? She took a step forward, and he noticed she was wearing sandals, not tennis shoes. Another indication she might be a local. Her sleeveless dress flowed to the floor while her hair hung down her back in loose curls. Something caught her attention on the wall, and her face turned upward toward the camera, making his heart lurch. Even on the grainy black and white security screen, her beauty was evident. She had a pixie nose, wide eyes, and high cheekbones. The look of wonderment on her face was definitely not one locals usually wore. The woman disappeared off the screen, and Alex quickly found the monitor for the throne room, the next stop on the tour. But the woman didn't immediately appear on the screen.
Where did she go?
He muttered.
I'm sorry, Your Highness,
Finn asked.
the woman from Hall of Victory, she was there just… Oh, there she is.
He pointed to the woman. Finn leaned forward and raised an eyebrow.
She's pretty.
That was like saying the palace was merely nice. Alex watched as the woman stayed near the back of the group. She seemed entranced by the thrones. The others wandered around the room, admiring the artwork and statues, but she stayed put, even when the rest of the group moved toward the crown jewel exhibit. There was a relaxed ease in her posture that Alex craved. She seemed so at peace with her surroundings. What would it be like to feel that kind of calm? Finn squinted at the screen.
What is she doing? I don't know,
Alex said. The woman reached into her pocket, then leaned over the velvet rope and placed something between the two thrones. A light immediately lit up on the wall, indicating a silent alarm had been tripped in the throne room. Finn grabbed his radio.
We've got a code yellow in your sector,
he said.
A woman, mid-20s, with a baby and a carrier. She placed something between the thrones and is headed toward you. Wait.
Alex leaned forward, squinting at the object.
It looks like a coin. Copy that,
came the crackled response from the radio.
Moving to intercept.
Zoom in, Alex demanded. Finn complied, and Alex shook his head in disbelief at what the woman had placed.
It's an American penny. It's an unknown object. That penny could be laced with anthrax or explosives or any number of dangerous things.
Finn pushed the button on the side of the radio.
Waiting for your report, Colin. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Alex pushed back from his chair, exasperation making his movements jerky. Whether tourist or local, she hardly seemed like a political extremist bent on the royal family's destruction.
Where are you going?
Finn demanded.
To stop this woman from being arrested, Alex said. She's no more a terrorist than I am. Your Highness,
Finn began. But Alex walked out without waiting for his response. Maybe he couldn't stop Isla from spreading lies or make Durham trust him again, but he could at least stop Colin from shattering that woman's outward peace and calm. Chapter 2. Libby shifted from foot to foot, trying to ease the aching in her back as Stan droned on about the history of Durham, in an accent that somehow managed to be both incredibly thick and annoyingly proper. Kinsey let out a mewling sigh and burrowed deeper against Libby's chest. The padded nylon carrier felt suffocating against Libby's skin, and the thin cotton of her dress grew damp. How could an 8-pound baby be so heavy? She definitely would have worn tennis shoes instead of sandals today. But the July heat was nearly as oppressive as the thought of shoving her feet into socks. Connie had clearly not spent her maternity leave touring palaces with a baby strapped to her chest, or she wouldn't have suggested Libby take Kinsey in the wrap instead of the stroller. Pram, Libby reminded herself. She hadn't thought she'd need to learn a whole new vocabulary when moving across the pond.
Construction on the palace began in 1722,
Stan wheezed on as he led them down the elaborate hallway. Oil paintings of famous battles and former monarchs lined the walls, their heavy gilded frames contrasting with the red-patterned wallpaper behind them.
Before that, the royal family lived across the river in Brighton Castle. Brighton Castle, of course, has its roots firmly in medieval times.
Ugh. The palace was beautiful and all, but Libby grew less interested in a history lesson by the second. She'd thought playing tourist would take her mind off the most recent phone conversation with her mom, who had spent 30 minutes haranguing Libby's dad for his shortcomings, without pausing for breath. But all it had accomplished was making her long for Connie's air-conditioned flat and the small bedroom with soft yellow walls that was Libby's for the next 6 months to a year. However long it took to stop feeling nauseous at the thought of returning to Oregon. Libby tuned out the tour guide as he led them into the music room. She stuck a hand in her pocket, running a thumb along the ridge of one of the copper pennies jangling there. But no, leaving a penny in the music room didn't feel right. She'd been leaving lucky pennies in places that felt special or significant, for as long as she could remember, something that Cedric had teased her about. At the time, she'd thought it was good-natured ribbing, but had his annoyance with that one quirk ultimately thrown him into the arms of his leggy yoga instructor? Kinsey squirmed in her sleep, and Libby patted the newborn's back through the carrier and bounced on the balls of her feet. Kinsey let out a grunt, then relaxed once more in sleep. What was Libby doing here? She should be home in Oregon tending to the gardens in Ocean Meadow, while convincing her parents not to divorce. Not touring a palace in Durham while hoping to earn enough money as a nanny to ease her family's financial burden. And hopefully, by extension, erase the tension that had had her parents deciding to call it quits after 30 years of marriage.
If you'll follow me down this hallway, we'll next visit the throne room,
Stan said, his vowels overly soft and voice obnoxiously nasal. Libby tossed her long caramel brown hair over one shoulder. At least the increased humidity was doing wonders for her natural curls. She'd never spent much time on her appearance, a leftover of being raised by hippies who didn't follow fashion trends. But since moving to Durham a week ago, she'd spent even less. Yet another reason to be glad she was thousands of miles from Oregon. The stream of eager tourists with fanny packs and knee-high socks made their way toward the throne room, snapping pictures as they went. Libby stayed near the back of the pack, preferring to enjoy the moment. What good was documenting something if it got in the way of actually experiencing it? Besides, sometimes it was better not to have photographic reminders of happy memories that turned sour. Divorce. She hadn't known it was even a word in her parents' vocabulary. They'd seemed blissfully happy until her father fell through the roof of their small 2-bedroom house and broke his femur and tibia. Without insurance, the mounting medical bills had rapidly placed an unmanageable financial burden on her parents. That's when the fighting started. When Connie, a friend from high school, had offered Libby the job as Kinsey's nanny, she'd said yes without a second thought. The compensation had been more than fair. Free room and board and a decent wage to boot. Libby couldn't deal for one more minute with the constant tension at home. Escaping to Durham seemed perfect. Her sandals slapped loudly against the marble floor of the palace hallway, and her sundress swished around her legs. Doorways were decorated with gold leafing, and crystal chandeliers hung from the 15-foot coffered ceilings. A single lighting sconce could probably pay off all her dad's medical bills and leave money to spare. It must be nice to be royal. The tour guide paused outside the door to the throne room, hands clasped behind his back, and eyed the group with a disapproving frown. Thick, bushy eyebrows turned down over beady eyes.
I must ask you all to now put your cameras away, as photography is strictly prohibited for the rest of the tour.
Rustling filled the hallway as tourists stowed their cell phones in pockets and cameras in fanny packs. Kinsey let out a squeak and the guide's disapproving stare zeroed in on Libby. She patted Kinsey's bottom and refused to meet Stan's eyes. Hopefully, Kinsey didn't wake up and demand to be fed until the tour was over. Stan threw open the double doors with a flourish.
And now I invite you to enter the royal throne room of the House of Somerset.
The tourists oohed and ahed as they entered the room. Libby watched as a woman near the doorway leaned into a man. He wrapped his arms around her and the woman smiled up at him, her face radiant. Libby swallowed hard and looked away, She never imagined experiencing the wonders of the world could feel so lonely. Kinsey wiggled in her sleep, and Libby dropped a kiss on the baby's head. The silky soft hair tickled Libby's lips, and she forced herself not to let the sorrow well up inside. Maybe she wasn't in Durham with a boyfriend, or fiancé, or husband, but she wasn't alone either. She and Kinsey would have the time of their lives exploring the country. Libby would make sure of that. She wasn't about to squander this opportunity of a lifetime on feeling blue. Libby stayed near the back of the tour group, letting the others enter the throne room first. Anticipation welled within her as she slowly moved toward the room. She didn't keep up with politics or current events. Ocean Meadow didn't have television or internet, unless you counted the ancient computer still running on dial-up in the community center. And Libby didn't pay attention to newspapers or magazines on her weekly trips to town. But she loved history and had spent her childhood reading about the European royals, many of whom had walked in that very room. When she finally passed through the double doors, her breath escaped in a surprised whoosh. The photographs she'd seen in textbooks hadn't done the room justice. White marble floors, flecked with silver, gleamed beneath the elegant chandeliers. 2 thrones sat on a raised dais. Delicate roses intertwined around powerful lions were carved into the wood. The crushed red velvet of the seats and back showed no signs of wear. Were these thrones even used anymore? Probably not. But that didn't lessen their awe. Libby ran her thumb over the ridge of the penny in her pocket. She had to leave a penny here. There was a magic in the room that seemed to whisper that anything was possible. The other tourists milled around the room, admiring the statues and various paintings. Libby pulled the small handful of pennies from her dress pocket and picked out the shiniest one. She stared at the gleaming penny, the profile of Abraham Lincoln seeming to wink at her. If she wasn't careful, she'd run out of pennies and have to start using euros instead. Hopefully, their 1 cent held the same lucky properties as their American counterpart.
If you'll follow me through here, we'll visit the crown jewels before concluding our tour,
Stan said. Libby brought the penny to her lips and kissed it, then reached over the thick rope divider and set the penny between the 2 throne chairs. Careful not to touch anything but the smooth copper of the coin. Maybe leaving the penny behind would give the royal family good luck, and by extension, all of Durham. Her own life was sadly lacking in luck lately. The least she could do was try to bring it to others. The last member of the tour group disappeared through the doorway, leaving Libby all alone. She quickened her pace, supporting Kinsey's back with both hands so she wouldn't jostle her. Grouchy Stan would never stop glaring if he realized Libby had lagged behind. She was nearly to the door leading to the Crown Jewels exhibit when a guard in a ceremonial red suit, with a large white plumed hat, stepped in front of her.
Excuse me, miss,
He said.
but you need to come with me.
Chapter 3. Libby wrapped her arms around Kinsey while her heart skipped erratically in her chest. The guard towered over her, his severe glare making her uneasy. She was suddenly very aware of her short stature and the baby she was trusted to protect. Excuse me? He grasped her upper arm, his grip tight and almost painful.
This way, miss.
A wave of panic flowed through Libby. She yanked her arm free and took a step back, tightening her hold on Kinsey. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on. The guard clenched his jaw, giving the chin strap enough slack that his plumed white hat dipped backward on his forehead. He was muscled, with a broad chest and wide-set shoulders. The fabric of his uniform strained against his beefy frame. Hopefully, all the extra weight would slow him down. Libby was quick on her feet. She could probably outrun him if necessary. Surely he wouldn't hurt a woman with a baby. Did palace guards carry guns? Kinsey wiggled in the carrier, letting out another sigh. Crap. Running was definitely out of the question. It might give Kinsey shaken baby syndrome or something.
This will be more unpleasant if you resist,
The guard said, his words clipped. Resist? That sounded like she was in major trouble. Am I under arrest? Libby demanded. That would be so bad. Babies weren't meant for jail cells. The guard reached for her arm again.
Miss, I must insist.
Don't touch me, Libby said, purposefully raising her voice. Maybe someone from the tour would hear her shouts and come to intervene. Right now, she'd even be happy to see Stan's dour face. A man strode into the throne room, distracting the guard. But he didn't enter from the crown jewel exhibit. Instead, he walked confidently across the marble floor from the direction of the Hall of Victory. Libby eyed the newcomer, her heart now pounding for a different reason. Wow. The man walking toward her was attractive enough to almost make her forget about her impending arrest. Durham sure knew how to make him. He had to be at least 6 feet tall. The blue button-up shirt hugged his trim figure in all the right places, hinting at muscles hidden underneath. His physique wasn't bulky like the guards, but she had a feeling he wouldn't look half bad in a swimsuit. A well-trimmed beard defined his jawline, and his chocolate brown hair was longer on top. It looked softer than a cloud, and she had the sudden urge to dash across the room and run her fingers through it. As he grew closer, his green eyes pierced her.
What seems to be the problem?
He asked, looking back and forth between Libby and the guard. The guard! Right, she was about to be arrested. Libby pointed an accusing finger in the guard's direction. He keeps grabbing my arm. I think he's trying to arrest me.
You're high.
The newcomer clapped a strong hand on the guard's shoulder.
The facts, please, Colin.
Had the guard, Colin, seriously been about to accuse Libby of being high? Sure, she'd grown up in a commune, but not that kind. Colin cut a glare in Libby's direction.
She's been deemed a security threat.
A security threat? Libby said. Was he insane? Maybe he was the one on drugs.
On the monitors, she was clearly seen leaving something between the thrones,
Colin continued. Oh my gosh. Libby put a hand to her forehead. Connie had always teased that one day the lucky pennies would get Libby in trouble. It was just a coin. I've seen like 3 dropped on the floor during the tour. None of them heads up, so she'd left them alone.
I was just about to call for backup,
Colin continued. All of his attention was focused on the insanely hot man, completely ignoring Libby. You need backup to handle a 5-foot-tall woman with a baby? Libby let out a disbelieving snort. What a disaster. Maybe pennies were only lucky in the United States because this was a seriously rotten turn of events. She must have triggered some sort of silent alarm when she dropped the coin. She was such an idiot.
You were proving difficult,
Colin said. You're trying to arrest me over a penny, Libby shot back. She focused on the handsome man, ignoring Colin. Okay, so leaving it wasn't my most brilliant idea. If I'd known.
Tourists,
Colin spat, his tone furious.
You Americans are the absolute worst. I don't know why I'm surprised. Didn't you stop to think how leaving an unknown object in a government building would look? That penny could have been covered in explosives for all we know.
The handsome man dropped his hand from Colin's shoulder and chuckled. The sound was deep, sending shivers up and down Libby's arms.
Really, mate, I don't think this woman is a political terrorist. She's got a baby with her. That will be all, Colin.
The man folded his arms across his chest, and it took a lot of effort for Libby not to stare. Yes, there was definitely muscle underneath. And that voice. Every time he opened his mouth, her brain seemed to go blank, and it took a lot of effort not to drool. The guard clenched his jaw, making his hat tip back even more, then snapped off a salute and left the throne room. Libby exhaled with a whoosh. Whoever the newcomer was, he obviously had a lot of influence. Maybe the penny hadn't completely failed her. "Thank you so much. I really thought he was going to arrest me for a minute. Connie would send me right back to Oregon if that happened."
Connie.
"My employer, Kinsey's mom." She placed a hand on the baby's back. The newborn had settled into a restless sleep and kept squirming. "I'm her nanny." Was it her imagination, or did his mouth turn up again in a pleased smile?
Ah, of course. So you've recently moved to Durham then?
"Yeah, I guess so. I promised Connie I'd stay for at least 6 months. If things go well, I'll stay on longer." Durham had certainly upped its appeal with this man. But no, she wasn't here to date. Cedric had turned her off relationships for a good long while. Maybe forever. If her parents couldn't make it work, what chance did anyone else have?
I'm glad I could save you from being sacked,
The handsome man said.
I'd hate for you to leave Durham with a sour taste in your mouth. Not all of us hate American tourists.
She laughed, the twinkle in his eye making her stomach twist. She held out a hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't even introduce myself. I'm Libby." He hesitated a moment, then grasped her hand. Warmth sizzled up her arm. His hands were smooth and his grip strong.
Alex, it's a pleasure to meet you.
"I'm pretty sure the pleasure is mine. You probably saved me from a night in jail."
Colin's a bit intense,
Alex said. He walked over to the throne and picked up the lucky penny.
I believe this belongs to you.
"No, you keep it." Libby tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "Consider it payment for saving me." He laughed and stuck the penny in his breast pocket, then patted it.
I consider it money well earned.
"Seriously, thanks again." She motioned to where Colin had disappeared. "Are you his boss or something?" Alex inclined his head to the side.
Or something.
Were all Durham men this cryptic? She blinked, breaking the spell his voice seemed to weave over her. "Well, I really appreciate it." The silence stretched between them, an awkward pause that she wasn't quite sure how to fill. She felt drawn to Alex in a way that made her both exhilarated and uncomfortable, all at once. "If you'll point me in the direction of the exit, I'll go before I end up breaking a priceless treasure or something. That'd be the perfect end to my day." He motioned toward the crown jewel exhibit.
Don't you want to finish the tour?
"I think it's probably safest if I don't."
You deserve your 30 euros worth just as much as the next person. I promise that no one will bother you if you're with me. I'd hate for you to leave without seeing everything.
Dang. She really, really, really wanted to take him up on his offer. But Cedric flashed into her mind, tangled together with the yoga instructor. "It's okay, really. Honestly, it's a relief not to listen to Stan anymore." Alex stuck his hands in his pockets and chuckled.
He is rather dry, isn't he?
She laughed, making Kinsey let out a little whine. That's the understatement of the century.
So your 30 euros has been doubly wasted then.
He motioned to the hallway.
Please, let me show you around. I promise not to bore you to death or try to arrest you.
She should definitely say no. This guy's 100-watt smile was dangerous, and she was still vulnerable after Cedric.
I'll show you parts of the palace no other tourist gets to see.
He enticed.
We might even find somewhere to leave your lucky penny that's not dangerous.
She took a step closer, almost against her will. "And you won't get fired or anything?" He chuckled.
No, my job's safe, I assure you.
She eyed his suit, her mind going all cloudy again at his accent. "So you're what, a manager or something?"
Or something.
He agreed.
What do you say?
The offer was too good to turn down. Okay then, I accept. Chapter 4. What was he thinking? Something that felt a lot like panic raced through Alex as he led Libby out of the throne room and quickly through a door leading to the private areas of the palace. Finn must be having a conniption right about now. Alex had invited a stranger, one who'd tripped an alarm, into the secure parts of the palace, where tourists were never allowed to venture. Not even private guests were allowed in without a lot of security screening and checks. But watching Libby argue with Colin had been beyond adorable. She couldn't be much taller than 5 foot, and the top of her head barely reached Alex's chest. But the fire in her eyes could rival that of a man twice her size. And Alex had found himself inexplicably drawn to her. She seemed so real. Her attitude and spunk were a breath of fresh air after Isla's chameleon personality. When they were dating, she'd been so eager to please. Since the breakup, she'd been so determined to destroy. Libby was just Libby. He was pretty sure she didn't know he was the crown prince, even before asking if he was some kind of manager. No spark of recognition had lit her eyes at any point during their conversation. She certainly hadn't treated him like royalty. There'd been no careful language, no downcast eyes or flirtatious smiles. Now he was in the awkward position of casually mentioning he was royalty, like some pretentious snob, or keeping his true identity a secret. They wandered down the silent hallway filled with portraits of ancestors and battles. A guard caught Alex's eye, then quickly looked away in apparent embarrassment. "This is beautiful," Libby said. Her voice had a reverent quality that Alex couldn't help but admire.
I've always thought so.
As a child, he'd loved running up and down this hallway with his sister, brothers, and 2 cousins racing behind him.
How do you like Durham so far?
It's beautiful, warmer than I expected. Kinsey gave a little grunt, and Libby looked down at her tiny charge with a soft smile, patting her gently on the back. Alex noticed she did that a lot. It seemed that Libby was a natural nurturer. Caramel-colored curls fell over one shoulder, and she brushed them back with slender fingers. Her hair looked so soft, totally free of the crunchy products that Isla used to achieve a similar look. His fingers curled reflexively in his palms, and Alex shook his head, trying to focus.
Give it another month or so and it'll start to cool down.
Are winters here really as awful as everyone claims? He thought of Durham covered in snow, the Christmas trees that bedecked the palace, the shop windows trimmed with tinsel and filled with holiday displays.
Not awful at all. It does get cold, but the snow is beautiful. No one celebrates Christmas like Durham.
I have that to look forward to then. Libby smiled, one hand still placed gently on the back of the baby. And for a second, Alex's breath caught. He cleared his throat and looked away.
It'll be a Christmas to remember, I'm positive.
We always kept Christmas really simple when I was growing up. Not a lot of decorations or presents. She lifted a shoulder in a shrug. I know it's silly, but I always wanted an over-the-top Christmas like in the movies. A horse-drawn sleigh, intricately decorated sugar cookies, elaborate gingerbread houses, the whole shebang.
Your parents weren't fans of the holiday?
No, it wasn't that. Her cheeks pinked, and it was like a punch to his heart. She brushed her hair behind one ear, looking away. So, where are you taking me? He didn't push the subject and instead mulled over where he should take her. They couldn't wander the hallways all night, and he couldn't take her to the family's private quarters. Finn would definitely freak out if Alex tried that. Besides, if Libby didn't know he was the prince, and he was 99% sure she didn't, that would be a dead giveaway. He wasn't ready for her to know who he really was. He liked being Alex, the man who'd saved her from arrest. Libby seemed to like Alex, and since no one liked His Royal Highness, Prince Alexander, he preferred not to be him for a while.
What have you always wanted to see in a palace?
Alex asked, deciding that might be the easiest way to decide where to take her. Everyone always talks about the palace gardens like they're amazing, Libby said, her voice enthusiastic. In books and stuff, I mean. Taking a stroll around the gardens feels very Jane Austen. The gardens. That was actually a perfect place to take her, because the only staff he'd run into were the groundskeepers, and they were good at making themselves scarce when the royal family went outside.
Let's go to the gardens then,
He said. It's not too hot? She motioned to Kinsey. I don't want her to get too much sun.
No, it's really shady this time of day.
Perfect. I can't wait to see them. She had a bounce in her step that hadn't been there before, and a surge of pride swelled through Alex. He put that lilt in her voice and lightness in her step. Maybe he couldn't make Durham stop hating him, but he could show Libby the palace gardens and give her a tour to remember. They turned down a hallway, and a maid looked up in surprise, then scurried into a room with her bucket of cleaning supplies in hand. Alex glanced at Libby, but she hadn't seemed to notice, and instead was admiring a painting on the wall as they passed by. So, what's Christmas like in your family? She asked. The question caught him off guard, but luckily it was something he could easily answer without giving anything away.
We do a lot of charity work around the holidays. On Christmas Eve, we all attend midnight church services, then have a big feast and open presents.
You must have a close family. He thought of the way Emma and Charlotte had immediately wrapped him in a tight hug after finding out what Isla had done. How Stephen, Henry, and Oliver had promised to help him through this, whatever it took. The phone call his mother had placed to his Aunt Gallia, asking if Alex could come for a visit, the way his father had gruffly told Alex to take some time for himself.
Very close,
He agreed.
they're the best.
Do you have a big family? Libby asked.
I guess you could say that.
A rustling sounded up ahead, then the soft click of a door closing. Speaking of the devil, Alex barely held back a curse. Charlotte was headed toward them, her head bent low as she read a book.
This way.
Alex threw open a door and tugged Libby into the kitchen. The likelihood of Charlotte looking up from her book was slim, but if she did, he'd face a game of 20 questions that he wasn't ready to play. Holy cow! Libby looked around the kitchen, her eyes wide. This kitchen is amazing. I think it's bigger than my parents' entire house. Alex glanced at the room, with its restaurant-grade appliances and ample countertops.
Only the best for the royal family,
He quipped. Libby laughed as he led her from the kitchen and down another hallway. You were telling me about your family.
Right, there are 8 of us.
Wow, that is big. He nodded, holding open the door that led to the gardens.
I'm the oldest. I've got 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, plus my parents.
That's only 6.
My 2 cousins came to live with us after my uncle and aunt died in a car accident. I consider them siblings, too.
That's so sad. About your aunt and uncle, I mean. The door swung shut behind her, and Libby let out a gasp. Whoa. Alex grinned, holding out an arm to his family's private gardens. Archways covered in greenery shaded the gravel walkways, which were dotted with shaped topiaries, and the air smelled decidedly floral.
The palace gardens, milady.
She set a careful foot on the gravel path, her sundress swishing around her ankles. I've seen pictures of geometric gardens like this, but never in person. It's incredible, like a piece of art.
Functional, too.
He motioned to the west side of the garden.
The Queen's Garden. Everything over there is edible.
Libby picked a path heading toward the Queen's Garden, and Alex was content to follow. What's she like?
Who?
He asked cautiously. The Queen. Well, the entire royal family. She peered up at him from underneath dark lashes. Have you met them? Met them. Lived with them.
They're people just like anyone else. So tell me about your family. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
No, it's always just been me and my parents. She pointed to the plant. Fresh lemon thyme. I bet that's delicious. Alex didn't pay much attention to that sort of thing. Eating was usually crammed in between meetings and appointments.
I don't cook very much.
It's something I enjoy. Kinsey let out a grunt and Libby grinned. At home, we grow most of our own food, so our meals are always fresh and delicious.
You must have a lot of land for that big a garden.
We do community farming at the commune. Everyone helps plant and harvest, and we all share the food. Did she say commune? Alex flicked his gaze to where Finn was hiding, wondering if the bodyguard was preparing to call in backup. Communes were where cults lived, right? It's not as weird as it sounds, Libby said with a laugh. Just a huge tract of land owned by this heiress who's a bit of a hippie. People who want a simple life apply to live at Ocean Meadow. The heiress vets applicants, and then people are invited to live at the commune on a trial basis for 6 months. Everyone in the community votes at the end on whether or not that family can stay. It's all very democratic.
Sounds like it,
Alex said, using his best neutral tone, the one he reserved for foreign officials and dicey political discussions. She nudged his shoulder with her own. I swear it's not weird. Most of the adults at Ocean Meadow have a college degree. We've got a few PhDs living there right now. It was kind of a perfect childhood, honestly.
Did you go to public school then?
In high school, yeah. My parents gave me the choice, and I really wanted to try a more traditional educational experience.
And what did you think?
She shrugged. There were pluses and minuses, just like with homeschooling. I decided to move back to Ocean Meadow after college.
And what did you study there?
Everything and nothing, she laughed, and Kinsey started fussing again. It all looked so interesting, I never could settle on a major. I dropped out after only 3 semesters, much to the horror of my dad. He's an adjunct environmental professor. Alex nodded, walking slowly beside Libby. She leaned close to a plant and smelled the blossoms. Happy, free, beautiful, Libby was all that and more. Enough about me, she said. How did you end up working at the palace? He cleared his throat and looked away. Now they were definitely towing that awkward line where omitting the truth turned into outright lying.
My family's worked at the palace for a while now. I had some connections that helped me get the job.
Ah, nepotism. My dad keeps telling me I have a job at the college whenever I'm ready. Sunlight filtered through the archways overhead, dotting the path with tiny pinpricks of light. They fell over Libby's hair, making the brown curls fairly glow. Kinsey let out another squeak, and Libby fished a pacifier from the carrier and stuck it in the baby's mouth.
Why did you come to Durham instead of taking a job in Oregon?
Alex asked. She seemed like the type of girl who'd just do it for adventure. Her shoulders sagged, and for the first time a hint of sadness creeped over her. My parents are going through a rough patch right now and talking about divorce. I just needed to get away for a while. Kinsey spit out the pacifier with a wail. Libby bounced on the balls of her feet, patting the baby's back rhythmically.
I'm so sorry about the divorce,
Alex said quietly. That wasn't a word in the vocabulary of the royal family. Not to say there weren't unhappy marriages, but Somersets shoved their feelings under the surface and put a smile on for the citizens. Yet another reason why his public breakup had been so humiliating. I'm hoping the money will help. Kinsey's cries intensified and Libby swayed back and forth. Are you getting hungry, sweetheart? Kinsey let out another howl in response.
She's got a hefty set of lungs, Alex joked.
Libby laughed, pulling off her backpack and rifling through it. And she will only get louder. I thought I had one more bottle, but looks like I'm out. I guess that means we'd better go home. Was it his imagination or was that regret he heard in her voice? This was the first conversation he'd had in recent memory that felt comfortable and easy. He didn't want to let Libby go, but Kinsey's cries were growing more insistent.
I'll walk you out, he said. Is Connie's flat far? I can have a driver take you there so Kinsey isn't hungry for too long.
Thank you for the offer, but it's only 10 minutes away. I think it'd take longer to drive than to walk in this traffic. So much for stealing a few more moments with her in the back of a sedan as they drove through the streets of Castlebridge.
Well then, I'll let you go.
He led her toward the back of the garden, where a secret gate led out into an alleyway that led to the main road. She'd have to pass by 3 guard shacks, but he'd have Finn let them know not to give her any trouble. Thanks so much for the tour, Alex, and for saving me. Libby paused at the gate and shuffled one foot in the gravel. Kinsey sucked in another lungful of air and let out her loudest cry yet.
The pleasure was all mine.
Alex didn't glance over his shoulder, but could feel Finn watching him. I feel like all we did was talk about me. Maybe, she cleared her throat, maybe we can get together again sometime? I'd love to buy you a coffee as a thanks. Or do all Durhams prefer tea? She ran a hand through her long wavy hair. I didn't expect to experience this much culture shock when I moved.
A coffee sounds nice.
The words were out of Alex's mouth before he consciously realized what he was saying. Was he seriously considering going out with this woman again? And in public, no less? She smiled, her eyes alight with relief. Okay, coffee then.
There's a great little place not far from here, the Queen's Cafe.
What was he doing? He should tell her that in Durham, yes actually meant no, and he wouldn't be seeing her again ever. Yeah, I know the place. We passed it on our way here.
Is tomorrow at 3 o'clock okay?
He might not even be available at that time tomorrow. He received his schedule each morning with breakfast, but already knew he'd rearrange his day to make the date. Libby smiled again as Kinsey's howls filled the air. Perfect. Thanks again for everything. Today was perfect.
The pleasure was mine,
He said, opening the gate.
See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, she agreed. She gave a little wave, then stepped through the gate. He watched as Libby disappeared down the road, Kinsey's cries going fainter with each step. Alex felt more than heard Finn come up behind him.
I don't mean to speak out of turn, Your Highness, but are you sure that was wise?
Finn asked. Alex brought a hand to his eyes and sighed.
I'm not sure of anything anymore. Did you let the guards know she's leaving? I don't want her detained again. Yes, they won't give her any trouble. Thanks, Finn.
He nodded, his expression still severe.
I'll have to pull a complete dossier on her before tomorrow. I'm sure that nothing concerning will come up. Of course, Your Highness. I'll make sure the security detail is ready by 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Will that give you sufficient time to make the appointment? Yes, thank you.
Finn nodded again and Alex headed inside. There were a million ways that meeting Libby again was stupid. The likelihood of walking into the Queen's Cafe without being noticed was beyond minuscule, which meant he'd have to find a way to tell Libby who he really was. She'd probably be furious he hadn't told her sooner and storm out of the cafe, in a huff, which would just result in more bad publicity. Not that anything could come close to matching the storm Isla had rained down on him. He should tell Finn to go get Libby's number and break off their date now, before things went any further. But something about Libby made Alex eager to take the risk. Chapter 5. Libby quickened her pace, practically jogging the last few yards to Connie's flat. She didn't wait for the elevator and instead took the stairs to the third floor, two at a time, as Kinsey's cries grew more and more insistent. Next time they went on a long outing, Libby would pack more bottles. Of course, she hadn't planned on a private tour of the off-limits gardens with a way too attractive man. "Holy cow," she whispered to the baby. Kinsey let out a howl in response. "I know. Can you believe what just happened? Your mama will think we're making stories up." Connie would freak out. She'd never been a big fan of Cedric and had been pushing Libby to find a rebound guy ever since she arrived in Durham. Libby fumbled for the keys as Kinsey struggled against the carrier and quickly let them into Connie's flat. The baby had given up all pretense and was positively wailing, her little face red and screwed up in displeasure. "I'm hurrying," Libby said. She dropped her keys on the kitchen counter and flipped on the faucet, letting the water warm as she grabbed a bottle from the cupboard. "I'm sorry, sweetie, but you would have lost track of the time too if Alex kept giving you knee-melting smiles." Every time he looked at her, Libby had fought the urge to run a hand along that neatly trimmed beard, then pull his lips down to hers. Ridiculous. It was that delicious accent that turned her into such an idiot. Maybe she should start wearing earplugs every time she went out in public. Did you become immune to the Durham accent after a while? She'd have to ask Connie. As though summoned by Libby's thoughts, okay, probably Kinsey's cries, a click echoed near the back of the flat. Libby stifled a sigh. Connie had struggled to relinquish her mom duties since Libby arrived, and frequently checked in on Kinsey and Libby when she should be working in her home office. "We're fine," Libby called. "Kinsey's just hungry. I didn't bring enough bottles." Connie arrived in the kitchen, her smile bright but eyes tired. She was a children's book illustrator for a big publishing house, which meant she mostly set her own hours and worked from home. But it also meant she insisted on doing all the nighttime feedings while Libby slept. Poor baby. "Go back to work." Libby filled the bottle with water and set it in the warmer, patting Kinsey's back soothingly as she did so. She'd always loved helping out with the new babies at Ocean Meadow, and thought that being Kinsey's nanny would be an easy adjustment. And it had been. Mostly. There was just a lot more multitasking involved than she'd anticipated. "I just finished up for the day." Connie ran a hand through her dark bob, then held out her arms for Kinsey. "Connie," Libby said warningly. "Hey, I put in 7 hours. I'll illustrate for a few more after she gets to sleep. I needed a break anyway. Here, let me take her." Libby sighed but unbuckled the side strap and lifted Kinsey into her mom's waiting arms. Her back instantly let out a sigh of relief and Libby arched it, trying to work out the kinks. "Hello, sweetheart," Connie said in a high-pitched sing-song voice. She kissed the baby's head and nuzzled her close. "Shh, dinner's almost ready. Libby's taking care of it." "You're paying me to take care of these things during work hours, you know," Libby said in a tone of mock severity. There was no father in the picture, and Libby was supposed to help bridge the gap that created. She unbuckled the side straps and pulled off the carrier. Cool air rushed over her sweaty dress, and Libby let out a happy groan. "Man, it's hot out there." "The heat surprised me when I first moved to Durham, too." Connie sighed, kissing Kinsey again. "I know I should be working, but I didn't realize how hard it would be to leave her, even for a few hours." "We're doing just fine. I've got everything under control." The words felt like a lie, and Libby inclined her head to the side. Well, thanks to a knight in shining armor. "Something happened today?" Connie bounced Kinsey up and down as she tried to convince her to take her pacifier. But the baby wasn't having it. "Your princess almost had to take a drive downtown with me." The warmer beeped. Libby grabbed the bottle and dumped in 2 scoops of formula.
Are you trying to tell me you almost got arrested? Connie asked over Kinsey's howls. Libby nodded as she quickly shook the bottle and tested the temperature on her arm. She handed the bottle to Connie, and the kitchen was soon filled with the baby's hungry gulps. You're exaggerating, right? Connie's voice sounded too loud in the suddenly quiet kitchen, but there was a hint of amusement underneath, just as Libby had known there would be. Honestly, I'm not sure. He certainly acted like he was going to arrest me. Detain us at the very least. At the palace, you mean? There's gotta be a story there. Libby inclined her head to the side and grinned. A pretty good one. I think you're going to approve. Connie headed into the living room and Libby followed. I'm listening, Connie said over her shoulder. Libby followed Connie into the room and sat down on one of the comfortable gray couches. Libby told her about the lucky penny and the stern and angry guard who most definitely didn't approve, as Kinsey gulped down dinner. By the end, Connie was laughing. I always knew those lucky pennies would get you in trouble, Connie said. You can't just leave things at the palace and not get in hot water. Libby rolled her eyes and began stacking the board books strewn about the coffee table. Well, I know that now, but at the time it didn't seem like a bad idea. There were dropped brochures and coins and who knows what else all over that palace. It didn't seem like a big deal. Connie laughed again, the baby clutched close. Oh, Libby, you always were impulsive. I was totally panicking for a minute there, Libby admitted. She ran her bare feet along the plush white rug, feeling warm at the memories. But then Alex saved me. Alex? Just the name sent butterflies through Libby's stomach. Pathetic. Sure, he was amazingly attractive and had really gone above and beyond when saving her today. But he was still just a guy, and she was done with them. Yeah, he works at the palace and made the guard back off and leave me alone. We talked for a while. He even showed me the Queen's gardens. Connie's eyes widened, and she leaned forward, popping the bottle out of Kinsey's mouth. The baby let out a wail of displeasure that Connie quickly silenced with the formula. The Queen's gardens, as in Queen Nicolette's private gardens? The ones that most definitely are not on the tour? Libby nodded, the wonder of the moment seizing her again. They were absolutely beautiful, Connie. There's an entire section of edible plants, and the whole thing is laid out in these beautiful geometric designs. The photos seriously don't do it justice. I wish you could have seen it. I'm so mad I forgot an extra bottle for Kinsey because I would have loved to stay longer. She relaxed into the couch, watching as Connie gently swayed her daughter. Kinsey's hunger appeared to have been satisfied, finally. She was sucking much slower now, at least, and her eyes were drooping closed. Alex, Connie repeated. A palace employee who just happened to have access to the royal family's private gardens. Well, I don't know if they're private exactly. I mean, I know they're called the Queen's Gardens, but how often does she actually walk through them? They hadn't run into anyone else while they were there, and the gravel pathways had been pristine, with no rocks kicked out of place. That garden isn't on the tour. Yeah, but it's probably just used by staff during their breaks. I doubt the royal family hangs out there. Libby frowned, staring at her friend. What are you saying? Connie shifted, holding Kinsey's bottle with her neck as she fished her phone from her pocket. A few moments later, she held it out to Libby, a photo on the screen. Is this the Alex you're talking about? Libby took the phone and her eyes widened. The man in the photo was most definitely Alex. Same strong jawline, defined by a trim beard. Same bewitching green eyes. Same muscled physique and soft dark hair. Yeah, that's him. Her voice trailed off as she glanced down at the headline. Prince Alexander seen in public for the first time since his breakup with Isla Martin. Libby gasped, fumbling and nearly dropping the phone. Prince Alexander?
Connie's eyes were wide and she nodded vigorously. As in one day he'll be king? Connie nodded again. You didn't recognize him? No. Libby closed her eyes, suddenly feeling faint. He'd dodged her questions about his job and about the royal family, but she'd thought he was just a good listener. And the guard, Colin. He hadn't been saying Libby was high. He'd been trying to say, Your Highness, and Alex had cut him off. No, not Alex. Prince Alexander. I can't believe this. I'm such an idiot. Connie shoved Libby's shoulder. I can't believe you just had a date with the prince. Libby shook her head furiously, heart pounding in her chest. It wasn't a date. It was barely even an introduction. He took you to the Queen's private gardens. Oh my gosh. Libby ran a hand through her hair. And we're supposed to have coffee tomorrow. Connie pointed an accusing finger. Another date? No way. Definitely not. Libby shook her head back and forth furiously. Her hour spent with Alex had almost convinced her that all men weren't unfaithful dirtbags like Cedric. But Alex was just like every other man on the planet. A lying jerk. Did he think it was funny to trick American tourists? I can't. No, I'm not dating a prince. I think it's too late for that. Unbelievable. It was like some twisted fairy tale, and Libby didn't like it one bit. Why didn't he tell me who he was? This is so dirty. Ew. He lied to me. I asked him about his family and about his job, and he didn't say a thing. I can't believe you didn't recognize him. He's been in every gossip magazine for months. Libby pointed to herself. No internet or television at Ocean Meadow, remember? And it's not like I pay attention to the magazines when I go into town. Well, he's been everywhere, and I do mean everywhere. He cheated on this really amazing actress. You do know who Isla Martin is, right? Libby shook her head. Connie sighed. Well, she's fantastic, was just nominated for an Oscar, and he cheated on her and broke her heart. She's been a mess ever since. Libby shook her head, feeling angry tears prick at the back of her eyes. Cedric wasn't the exception. He was the rule. And once again, Libby had been fooled. Well, His Royal Highness lies to random strangers. Of course he cheats on his girlfriend. And she was supposed to have coffee with him tomorrow. So, what are you going to do? Connie asked. Kinsey was asleep in her arms now, the bottle half out of her mouth and little bubbles of milk on her lips. You can't stand up a prince. Why not? He lied to me. Libby. Connie gave her a stern glare. You know you won't do that. She folded her arms, anger at Alex still flowing through her. Dang it, you're right. Besides, if you stand him up as Alex, he won't know it's because you don't like Prince Alexander. A twinkle appeared in the corner of Connie's eyes. You should at least let him know his gig is up and you're on to him. Do it for all the other girls he's played. Connie was right. If Libby didn't show up tomorrow, he'd never know why. She hadn't gotten a chance to tell off Cedric for his bad behavior. The months of lies while he saw someone else behind Libby's back had ended with her heart broken and Cedric blissfully happy in a new relationship. And Libby had never told him how much that hurt. She hadn't been strong enough. But she didn't love Alex, and she was strong enough to let him know he'd been in the wrong. Just because he was a prince didn't mean he could treat other people this way. He had no idea what was coming tomorrow. Okay, I'll go, but she's coming with me. Libby pointed to Kinsey. Oh no, I can watch her for an hour while you're gone. I'll make up the time after she's asleep. No way. Libby plucked the sleeping baby from Connie's arms, bouncing her up and down until she had settled back into sleep. Libby motioned her head toward Connie's office. Now get back to work. I don't want to see you again until dinner time. But, no buts, Libby said. She's asleep now anyway. I'll just change her diaper and put her in her room. Now, where's your computer? I want to do some research on Prince Alexander before I see him again tomorrow. I need to know exactly what kind of royal snob I'm dealing with. Chapter 6. Alex stared at himself in his full length bathroom mirror and nervously adjusted his tie. He'd completely lost his mind. Meeting Libby for their coffee date was most definitely a bad idea. He knew what his cousin Nicholas would say if Alex told him about Libby, that Alex had lost his ever-loving mind. Crown princes don't get to have casual coffee dates with everyday girls, especially if that girl was a foreigner. It wasn't what was in the best interest of the crown. Except as of last week, Nicholas was now engaged to an everyday girl, one who was raising her 1-year-old niece. Strange to think how much had changed in such a short amount of time. It had been mere days after Isla's betrayal, and Nicholas had tried to help Alex feel better with a night on the town. It had ended with both of them drunk and accidentally breaking into Kara's ballet studio. Alex had watched as Nicholas and Kara's relationship blossomed and knew his cousin was a goner. What he hadn't expected was for Nicholas to propose, not quite 3 months after meeting Kara. But Gallia had loved it and were welcoming their future queen with open arms.
Yeah, their galleon queen.
Alex muttered to his reflection. Libby wasn't Durham, she was American, which hadn't worked out so well for Alex last time. That alone was reason enough to never date her. Marrying a noble or aristocrat from another country was acceptable. Marrying a commoner from Durham was towing the line. But dating an American with no connection was so far over the line that the line was a dot in the distance. And yet, here he was, getting ready for coffee with Liberty Claiborne. That was her full name, according to the information that Finn had dug up. Nothing in her background check had raised any concerns, and by all accounts, she seemed to have led a completely average life. She'd attended college for 3 semesters and indeed studied a little bit of everything, just like she'd told him. Her parents were drowning in medical debt due to a recent accident her father had experienced. He was an adjunct professor at a local college, again, just like Libby had told Alex. And her mother was an artist who was pretty well known in those circles. So Libby was honest, at least, unlike Isla. At least she was honest about things that were easily looked into, not that she'd known he'd be checking. Alex gave his tie one last tug, then glanced at his watch. If he didn't leave now, he'd be late for his… whatever it was. Did it count as a date if they had a newborn as a chaperone?
It's just coffee,
He told himself. He'd buy her a drink, spend a few minutes in pleasant conversation, then excuse himself from her life. With any luck, he'd accomplish the whole thing without anyone recognizing him, and wouldn't have to tell Libby he was a prince. Finn waited outside Alex's bedroom door, wearing his typical black suit and stern expression.
Your Highness. Good afternoon, Finn.
Alex headed down the hallway and Finn fell in step beside him. Alex stifled a sigh. For someone so quiet, Finn sure managed to pack a lot of guilt and judgment into his silence.
I know you think I'm being an idiot.
Finn grunted, but didn't reply.
I made a rash decision in the heat of the moment,
Alex continued. For reasons he didn't care to examine, he desperately wanted Finn to understand.
It was so nice to talk to someone normal. She didn't treat me like a prince, you know? She's had a sheltered life. I doubt she recognized you, Your Highness. I know. That's what was so nice about spending time with her.
Another grunt from Finn.
It'd be rude to stand her up,
Alex continued. He followed Finn out the side door where the other members of the security detail waited. They were all dressed in plain clothes and would blend into the crowd outside the cafe, ready to defend the prince if Finn put out the call. Alex was used to security, but that had been increased since Isla, too.
I'm here to protect you, Your Highness, not pass judgment on your choices.
Alex snorted, turning down the street toward the cafe.
Yeah, you're always so good about keeping your opinions to yourself.
The smallest of grins turned up one corner of Finn's mouth, the closest to a smile Alex ever got. They walked in silence for a few minutes, and Alex took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air. The barest hint of humidity tinged it, making him wish he hadn't worn a sports coat. The streets of Castlebridge were lined with honking cars and pedestrians hurrying to their destinations. Libby might be one of them. What direction was her flat? He knew she didn't live far from here, but hadn't asked Finn for the exact address. It had seemed like too much of an invasion of privacy. They waited at a crosswalk for the walk signal with a small cluster of pedestrians. One of the women gave Alex a dirty look, then quickly whispered to her friend. Alex clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stare straight ahead and pretend he hadn't noticed. Beside him, Finn shifted his weight from foot to foot. The walk signal chirped on, and Alex crossed the street with the others. At the corner, he turned right, heading toward the cafe. "Isla's better off without you," the woman yelled, then quickly disappeared in the opposite direction with her friend. Alex's back stiffened, but he didn't acknowledge the woman's words.
And that is why it was so nice to spend time with Libby,
He muttered to Finn.
if I may be so bold, your highness. I would expect nothing less than honesty from you.
Finn had been his personal guard for more than a decade, ever since Alex came of age. But the man was still stiffer than a board.
You lucked out this time, your highness. Miss Claiborne had a clean background, but she easily could have been someone dangerous.
Alex grunted but didn't respond. He was less concerned about a security risk than another media disaster. Yet another reason to quickly say goodbye to Libby. If she found out he was a prince, there was no telling how she'd react. When would he learn to start thinking with his head and not his heart? Crown princes had no room in their lives for ridiculous emotions. The knowing gazes of passers-by burned Alex, but they reached the restaurant without further incident. The Queen's Cafe was a frilly place, with menus written on chalkboards in loopy handwriting, and an eclectic mix of tables and chairs. It was nearly empty this time of day, with only a handful of patrons. A group of college-age girls sat at a table near the middle of the shop, and a few businessmen stood in line. There was also an older couple, perhaps his parents' age, who were clearly tourists as evidenced by their fanny packs and I Heart Durham hats. No local would wear those. Alex picked a square table painted a cheery yellow and tucked into the quietest corner of the cafe. 5 minutes until 3 o'clock. He hadn't wanted to arrive too early because that would give the fellow patrons more time to notice who he was.
I guess she's not here yet,
Alex said. Finn grunted.
Why don't you grab a coffee and sit over there?
Alex pointed to a table 2 away from his. No sense complicating his date with Libby by introducing her to his bodyguard.
Of course, your highness.
Finn walked stiffly to the back of the line and stood, legs shoulder-width apart and hands clasped in front of him. Alex rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the door. If they hadn't drawn attention before, Finn's bodyguard stance certainly was now. Finn placed his order and handed over a credit card to pay. A very pregnant mother with an energetic toddler walked through the front door. 3 o'clock came and went, but Libby was nowhere to be seen. Alex swallowed his disappointment as he watched the mother try to keep her son from climbing on the wooden line dividers. Libby had probably gotten delayed because of something with Kinsey. Maybe the baby dirtied a nappy right as they were headed out the door. He tried not to fidget as he sat in the chair, waiting. Finn sat down with his coffee at the table Alex had indicated and took a slow sip. The group of twittering girls in the center of the room gave Alex some serious side-eye. Crap, had they recognized him? His anxiety grew as the minutes ticked by. He checked the time on his cell phone against the time on his watch. It was definitely after 3. Maybe punctuality wasn't one of Libby's finer traits. Or maybe she wasn't coming. The mother grabbed her order, juggling the tray with one hand while holding onto her sons with the other. The college girls' whispers grew louder, and their glances less discreet. Alex's neck grew warm as the sinking realization that he'd been stood up settled in. Well, this was certainly a new experience. Princes weren't generally ditched for dates. She was 15 minutes late, which probably meant she wasn't coming. Disappointment eclipsed the embarrassment. He thought they had a genuine connection yesterday. She'd seemed as reluctant to leave as he was to have her go. But maybe the thrill of being just Alex had blinded him to her indifference. No, she'd been the one to suggest coffee. A new sense of dread washed over him. Had something happened to her? Maybe he should send someone to check. The bell above the front door jingled, and Alex's attention jerked back to the entrance. His heart leapt as Libby stepped inside. She'd come. Another sundress, this one a soft cream color with a red floral print, emphasized her slender frame, and her hair was once again in soft curls around her shoulders. She pushed a pram with a pink sunshade pulled down low. The door swung shut behind her and she scanned the room, clearly looking for him. Her cheeks were flushed and her face pinched, but otherwise she looked unharmed. Alex rose and lifted his hand in a wave. Dang it. Now the giggling girls were staring right at him. But so was Libby. He tried to ignore the increasingly obvious stares of the cafe patrons as Libby pushed the pram over to his table. The likelihood of getting through this date with his secret identity intact grew slimmer with every passing second. Libby parked the pram next to the table and set the brakes with her foot. She wouldn't meet Alex's gaze, and uneasiness curled up his spine.
I'm so glad you're here,
Alex said, watching her uncertainly.
I was getting worried about you.
Kinsey had a diaper explosion right as we were getting ready to leave. There was an odd flatness to Libby's tone, and the sparkle was absent from her eyes.
I figured it was something like that.
You were right. Okay, something was definitely up with Libby. No way he was imagining the frostiness in her tone. A cold dread pooled in his stomach as a sneaking suspicion formed.
I haven't ordered yet,
he said.
I can get us both something. What would you like?
Oh, thanks. She pushed back the sunshade on the baby pram and made an adorable face at Kinsey. I'll have a small coffee with 2 creams. No sugar. Alex nodded and took his place in line, but kept glancing back at Libby. She sat down at their table and pulled Kinsey out of the pram, then bounced her on one shoulder. The girls from the nearby table had definitely figured out who he was. Their giggles and stares were getting less subtle by the moment. A woman and her husband stepped into line behind him, and Alex felt his muscles tighten. Libby knew, and she was mad. That was the only explanation that made sense. Alex fidgeted as he placed their drink order, trying to keep his face down and not make eye contact with the employee running the counter. He'd have to fess up to his true identity, but he could hopefully still make it back to the palace without a major incident. He set both cups of piping hot coffee on the table and slid one toward Libby.
2 creams, no sugar, as requested.
Thanks. She took a careful sip. I probably shouldn't be drinking anything this late in the afternoon. I'll be up all night, just like Kinsey. The baby let out a giggle, as though she knew she was being talked about. Libby laughed and kissed the baby's head, then snuggled her closer. Man, what a life. Babies had it so easy.
It's nice to see you again,
Alex ventured. I wish I could say the same, Prince Alexander. He froze, the title stinging like a bee. Well, there it was, his suspicions confirmed.
So you know who I am.
She grunted, her eyes blazing fire. I may be an idiot, but I'm not blind. When I told Connie about Alex, the nice palace employee who showed me the Queen's garden, she showed me a picture of you. Seems like you've got quite the reputation. Crap. He ran a hand through his hair.
I'm so sorry, Libby. I
Should have told me who you were? Libby snorted, bouncing Kinsey up and down gently on her knee. No kidding.
You caught me off guard, Alex said, lowering his voice to a hiss. When we met in the throne room, I didn't expect you to not recognize me.
She let out a scornful laugh, making zero effort to keep it quiet. Oh, I'm so sorry. Forgive me for having a life that doesn't include drooling over pictures of you.
You're putting words into my mouth.
Frustration made his voice harsh, and he fought for control. It had felt so nice to be anonymous for once in his life, but he'd been stupid to think it could last. The twittering girls from the middle of the room were scowling now. The couple who'd been behind Alex in line were frowning as well. Even the energetic toddler had stopped trying to stand on the table and was watching them. The woman from the line strode toward their table, her steps purposeful, while her date hung back, looking uncomfortable. Finn was out of his chair and blocking their path in an instant, arms folded menacingly across his chest. The woman glared around Finn at Alex, then slid her gaze to Libby. It's obvious from your accent that you're not Durham, so here's a little free advice, sweetie. Run while you still can. This prince isn't worth the trouble. Libby blinked, pulling Kinsey closer. The baby let out a grunt, shoving one fist in her mouth and sucking loudly. Thanks for the warning. The woman gave a curt nod, then jabbed a finger at Alex.
You should abdicate the throne for breaking Isla's heart like that. You're no longer my prince.
Finn took a step forward, forcing the woman to step back.
I think it's time for you to go.
My pleasure. She cast a disdainful look at Alex, then marched from the cafe, her male companion slinking away with her. The group of college girls immediately put their heads together and started whispering again. The tabloids weren't exaggerating your popularity, Libby said, her tone wry. Kinsey's sucks were getting louder by the moment, and drool dropped down her fist and onto Libby's hand.
Maybe now you understand why it was such a nice change to be unknown for a moment.
Alex's words were clipped.
Everything's been such a disaster the last few months.
I don't do dishonesty.
I never lied to you.
Libby laughed. Yeah, well, you didn't tell me the truth either.
It's not the same.
Kinsey dropped Libby's hand and let out an angry howl. Shoot. Libby pulled the diaper bag from underneath the pram. I was hoping we'd make it home before she got hungry. Alex took full advantage of the delay.
I'm so sorry, Libby. I didn't plan on lying to you. It just felt so nice to be Alex for a while, instead of Prince Alexander. Let me make it up to you.
She unscrewed the bottle lid and dumped in some formula, her movement jerky. Do you know what doesn't feel nice? Having your employer point out that you've been fooled by a prince. I felt like a total idiot. Alex held out his hands in a placating gesture.
I should have told you the truth.
Libby popped the top off the bottle and stuck it in Kinsey's mouth. Her cries were quickly replaced with gulping sucks. I wasn't going to show up today, but Connie convinced me that I shouldn't deprive myself of the satisfaction of chewing you out. That was totally uncool to trick me like that. What I can't figure out is what your end goal was. You had to know that I'd find out eventually. In the face of her anger, Alex did the only thing he could think of. He told the truth.
I didn't have an end goal. I was so smitten by you that I didn't think ahead.
Libby snorted. Right. The bottle fell out of Kinsey's mouth and she started howling again. The college-age girls had their phones out now, and Alex wished he could sink into the tile floor and disappear. Libby dropped her gaze to the fussing infant and tried to stick the bottle back in her mouth.
I would have told you soon.
Well, either that or said his goodbyes forever. Oh, how thoughtful! I can hardly contain my gratitude. The baby's howls grew louder. Between Kinsey and the woman who'd yelled at him, they now had the attention of every person in the cafe. And yup, there were the cell phones. The gossipy girls were definitely taking pictures. Probably filming it, too. She must have a bubble, Libby muttered, placing Kinsey on her shoulder. The baby arched her neck and wailed even louder. Libby patted the small back and stood, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Shh, Kinsey, it's okay. Let's get that bubble out.
You know what?
Alex stood as well, placing his hands on his hips.
I've apologized for my behavior. I don't know what else you expect me to do to make it right. We just met, Libby. I don't usually drop my title 5 seconds after I say hello.
Libby's hand paused on the baby's back, and she let out a disbelieving growl. Oh, I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. Actually, the proper way to address him was His Royal Highness, Prince Alexander, but he wasn't about to correct her. She definitely had a sharp tongue. He wasn't surprised after hearing her argue with the guard yesterday. Kinsey flailed, arching her back even further. Libby supported her head, her annoyed expression morphing into one of sympathy. Shh, sweetie, it's okay. You'll feel better after you burp.
Is she well?
Alex asked, motioning to the infant. Libby rolled her eyes as though it was the stupidest question she'd ever heard. Of course not, Prince Charming. Here, make yourself useful. She thrust the baby at him. Kinsey's face was pinched and red as she screamed. He did not want to hold that baby. He'd never held a baby. Any baby. But Alex instinctively reached out his arms, and Libby had nestled the bundle of fury against his shoulder before he could protest. He clutched the baby heart in his throat. He'd never held something so fragile before. He was afraid of clutching her too tightly, but afraid she'd slip right through his grip if he didn't.
I don't know what to do with her.
Libby's voice was muffled as she pawed through the backpack. Just support her head, she can't do that on her own yet. And bounce her up and down. I'm looking for the gas drops. Poor thing. I'm hurrying, Kinsey. Alex kept his hand on the back of Kinsey's head and stiffly swayed back and forth.
There.
Loud giggles filled the cafe. The gossipy sorority sisters were definitely filming him. Excellent. He could see the headlines now. Prince Alexander is Durham's biggest baby. Okay, perhaps the reporters would come up with something a bit more clever, and probably less flattering. Pat her back, Libby said, her voice nearly drowned out by the wails.
How am I supposed to pat her back if I'm supporting her head?
Libby muttered something that sounded a lot like, helpless man.
I'm doing my best,
he said, lowering his voice so the cell phones wouldn't pick it up. He leaned backward, hoping gravity would help support Kinsey's head, and patted her back. The angle was awkward, and he definitely looked like a fool. The college girls would probably have a very nice fall break, with the money they made from selling the photos. Finn had apparently noticed the same thing because he took a few steps closer to Alex and lowered his voice.
Shall I confiscate the cameras, Your Highness?
No, Alex said, resigned to his fate. Poor Maggie. He'd already given her so much to deal with. Don't be afraid to give her a hard pat, Libby said. She's not going to break. Where did those stupid drops go? I know I put them in here. Alex gave the baby a slightly harder tap. Found them. Libby straightened triumphantly, a small bottle in her hand. Okay, let me just get this measured out. Keep patting her back. Feeling more confident, Alex gave Kinsey's back one last hard pat. Kinsey let out a belch, one a grown man would be proud of. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Libby's eyes opened wide and Alex felt something wet soak through his shirt. Kinsey let out a happy sigh and relaxed against his shoulder. Her cries gone. The cafe exploded in laughter. Alex closed his eyes, a sour smell hitting his nostrils. He took a deep breath, then looked down at his shirt. It was covered in curdled milk. How could so much vomit come from such a little frame? Libby put a hand over her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Was she laughing? I'm so sorry. Prince Puke, one of the college girls said, and the group of women collapsed in a fit of giggles. Libby's mouth twitched upward, but she quickly schooled her expression at Alex's glare. He peeled the baby off his shoulder and held her out toward Libby. She quickly accepted the infant, who now cooed contently. Libby grabbed a rag from the pram and wiped off Kinsey's lips.
Guess she doesn't need those drops now,
Alex said. Libby did laugh then. Her entire body shook as she gasped for breath. I'm sorry, it's not funny, but you kind of deserved it.
I deserved this?
He pointed to his soaked shoulder.
I'm covered in vomit.
Oh, it's just a little spit up. Stop being such a baby. That's Kinsey's job. Libby tucked the newborn in the crook of her arm and began wiping vomit off his shoulder with her free hand. The rag dabbed gently at the fabric, and Alex stared into Libby's eyes. They were a wonderful shade of green he hadn't noticed before. Warm, full of energy and life. Her hand dropped and the connection broke like a frayed rope. I'm sure your team of laundresses can get it clean for you in a jiffy. In the meantime, you can wear one of the other million expensive shirts in your giant closet.
You know, for someone who's so mad about me lying, you're awfully quick to pass judgment.
I called it like I see it. She strapped Libby into the pram and rose. I think we're done here. Thanks for your help, your Royal Highness. He smirked, the fire in her eyes making his blood run hot.
I believe I told you to call me Alex.
What, you don't want a prince preceding your name?
Americans don't use titles.
She laughed again, the sound rich and full, but he was all too aware of the cameras that had just filmed his humiliation.
I'd better get going,
he said, trailing Libby to the door. Finn followed, clearly approving of this choice. The sunlight seemed painfully bright as the cafe door swung shut behind them. Alex paused, staring at Libby as she tucked a light blanket around Kinsey. This was the last time he'd ever see Libby, and despite the humiliation he'd just suffered, despite her obvious dislike of him and his job, he found himself feeling a little, well, sad. Enjoy your castle, Libby said, flipping her hair over one shoulder.
It's a palace,
he called at her retreating back. She raised one hand, not bothering to turn around. Whatever. As she disappeared around the corner, Alex felt like he'd just lost out on something spectacular. Despite the cafe of nosy spectators, partially digested milk covering his shoulder, and the sarcastic and caustic conversation, this had been the best afternoon he'd spent in a very long time. Chapter 7.
Good morning, Your Highness.
Alex rolled over with a groan and fought the urge to cover his face with a pillow. One of the benefits of being a prince was there was no need for alarm clocks. One of the drawbacks was that he never got to sleep in.
What time am I up today, Dennis?
Alex asked. His personal secretary had been his daily wake-up call for more than a decade.
6 o'clock, it appears. You've once again made headlines. Care to see?
Alex didn't need to read the article to know what it was about. Libby. It had been too much to hope that the cafe patrons with cameras would keep the pictures to themselves. But Alex sat up in bed and took the tablet from Dennis anyway. Sure enough, there it was, a spectacular shot of Kinsey vomiting all over his shoulder. One of the giggling girls must be the type with a photo-sharing obsession, because the picture was much better than your average cell phone image. Who knew such a tiny baby could hold so much in her stomach? No wonder she'd been mad and uncomfortable.
Lovely,
Alex said, scanning the article. Baby expresses displeasure all over Prince Alexander.
Not a particularly clever headline, is it?
Dennis sighed.
Your Highness, I am here to assist you, but I can't do my job if you don't tell me about these incidents. We were caught entirely unaware. Again.
Alex swung his legs over the edge of the bed, already regretting whatever brain damage had made him think coffee with Libby was a good idea. He knew Dennis was right. Finn had said pretty much the same thing, in his passive-aggressive way. But Alex figured putting off the conversation for 12 hours wouldn't hurt anyone, and he desperately wanted just one peaceful night's sleep.
I assume Maggie's seen this already. Yes.
Alex sighed, already heading toward the bathroom.
What time is the meeting scheduled for?
At this point, they should probably just schedule a standing daily appointment to discuss Alex's shortcomings and failures. Add going out with Libby to the long and exhaustive list.
Not until 2 o'clock, Dennis said. You have the photo opportunity with the Aragonian ambassador this morning, and a lunch meeting with Stefan to discuss his upcoming business trip to the United States.
Alex nodded.
How long do I have to get ready this morning? 32 minutes, Your Highness. Guess I'd better get in the shower then.
It hadn't taken the cafe girls long to sell their photos. No doubt by the time Alex met with the Aragonian ambassador, the article would have been picked up by every major gossip site and made its way around the internet. He stood in the warm spray of the shower for longer than he should have, willing the hot water to soothe away the tension in his shoulders. Had Libby seen the articles yet? She didn't strike him as the type who woke up and immediately checked social media, but he knew nothing about her employer. Maybe Kenzie's mom was that kind of person and had already shown Libby the article, like she'd shown her a photo of Alex. He pictured Libby's face in his mind, her eyes narrowed in displeasure and lips pursed in a frown. No, that was an Isla expression. Maybe a spark of amusement would light Libby's eyes while a sarcastic barb fell from her lips. Not that he'd ever find out. Yesterday was the last he'd ever see of Liberty Claiborne. Alex's musings meant he barely arrived on time to the photo opportunity with the Aragonian ambassador. Luckily, it was a laid-back affair. Stefan was good friends with Carlos, one of the Aragonian princes, and the two countries were on excellent terms. After the reporters left, Alex shared a cup of tea and some casual conversation with the ambassador. But it was a struggle to keep his mind from wandering. His parents were not going to be happy about the cafe photo. The article had suggested that Libby might be Alex's new plaything. Just thinking about the casual way they'd insulted her made his blood boil. And that was sure to put his parents on edge. He could practically hear his mother's Gallian accent growing thicker with agitation. By the time Alex met Stefan for lunch, the knot of worry in his stomach had made him lose any appetite. Stefan was already in the dining room, his dark head of wavy hair bent over a laptop as he typed away furiously. His face was clean-shaven and eyes laser-focused on the computer screen.
Sorry I'm late.
Alex sank into the cushioned chair across from Stefan. His mother had redecorated the space recently, replacing the dark red and gold wallpaper with gray and silver in geometric designs, and replaced the heavy mahogany wood table with some modern piece, painted white. Alex was still trying to get used to the changes.
You know how chatty the ambassador can be.
Stefan pressed one last key, then looked up.
I was just making some notes on the proposal. How did the photo op go? Fine, I guess. Nothing horrible happened that will humiliate me in the press tomorrow, so that's a plus.
A muscle twitched in Stefan's jaw.
I saw what happened yesterday. I'm sorry, Alex. You've had seriously rotten luck lately. That's an understatement. Ready to be king? Because Mom and Dad are going to kill me. Everything will blow over in a few months.
Alex grunted, staring at the oil painting of Castlebridge Park on the opposite wall.
They only get upset because they care. Yeah, well, I could do with a little less of their love these days then.
A kitchen employee arrived then and set a plate of fish and chips in front of both of them. The delicious scent managed to revitalize some of Alex's appetite, and he picked up the fish and took a bite.
So, who is she?
Stefan asked. Alex took his time chewing, not sure if he wanted to have this conversation twice in one day. No doubt he'd be forced to recount the entire event, minute by minute, to his parents and Maggie.
A woman I met at the palace.
Stefan nodded and swirled his fish in the tartar sauce.
I didn't realize you were seeing someone. I'm not.
At least, not anymore.
We only met 2 days ago. She's pretty, has a kind smile.
Calling Libby pretty was the understatement of the century. She was gorgeous, exquisite, 1,000 times more beautiful than Isla Martin could ever hope to be.
It doesn't matter. I don't plan on ever seeing her again. Now, how can I help you prepare for your trip?
Stefan let the subject drop, and they spent the rest of lunch discussing how to convince the scientist Stefan would meet with in the States to share his research. By the time they'd finished, it was time for Alex to meet with his parents and Maggie. Maggie's office was large and spacious, but still somehow managed to feel cramped and chaotic. Papers were strewn about her desk and filing cabinets were crammed full. The drawers half open and papers spilling out. Alex had no idea how she kept on top of everything, but she was extremely good at her job. Kind of unfortunate for Alex, really. Not a single blog post or mention on social media got past her. Maggie rose as soon as Alex entered her office. Her frizzy red hair seemed more unmanageable than usual, and framed her head in a halo. She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose and cleared her throat. "Your Highness."
Maggie.
3 chairs were already positioned in front of her desk. He picked the one closest to the door and sank into it.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the incident yesterday. I thought you deserved at least one night of sleep.
They both did. "I'm not here to judge your personal life, Your Highness, but I can't do my job if I'm not kept informed." He hated this. Hated the public backlash, the constant meetings, the worry lines around everyone's eyes. Hated feeling like a child. He was 30 years old, for heaven's sake. The door opened again and Alex rose as his parents entered.
Good you're here,
Jeffrey said gruffly. Alex dropped a kiss to his mother's cheek.
Where else would I be?
Jeffrey grunted, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair.
Well, let's get down to business. I've got a lot on my plate today.
They all took their seats and turned their focus to Maggie. "How bad is it?" Nicolette said. The Galilean accent was definitely present today. Maggie leaned forward and Alex saw a sparkle in her eyes. "For once, something might actually be going our way." "Wait, what?" Alex ran a hand through his hair, mimicking his father's action of a moment before.
I'm sorry, I think I heard you wrong. Did you say something is going right?
"Well, so far it's not going wrong." Maggie pulled up something on her computer, then turned the screen so they could see. Alex leaned forward, and his parents did the same. It was the article Dennis had showed him this morning. The image of Kinsey mid-vomit was front and center. Alex looked away. Talk about embarrassing. The article was published at 1:23 this morning. By around 4 a.m., it had been picked up by every major online gossip magazine. Local news stations ran the story during the 6 o'clock time slot, and again at 9. You were mentioned on 3 morning talk shows in Durham.
Fantastic,
Alex muttered. Maggie ignored this and continued. The article was pretty unflattering, as you can imagine. They really went overboard with the vomit-themed analogies. Naturally, Nicolette said, her voice clipped. Maggie nodded. By 11 o'clock, the story had officially gone viral. That's when things got interesting. She scrolled to the comments section of the article. Not long after the story aired on morning talk shows, moms started jumping to your defense. They're pretty upset with some of the Snyder lines in the article. Jeffrey leaned forward, peering closer at the screen.
They aren't mocking Alex in the comments.
Oh, there's plenty of that, but look at the replies. Maggie clicked on a particularly mean comment, which had nearly 100 replies. These moms have all been thrown up on by their babies, and really resent the inference that being vomited on by an infant somehow makes you a bad person. In fact, they apparently find the whole thing quite adorable.
Adorable.
Alex rubbed a hand over his jaw, feeling the bristle of his beard beneath his hand.
So they like that Kinsey threw up all over me?
I'm as surprised as you are. Maggie clicked to another comment. Comments like this are all over the place on multiple sites. The moms love your face in this photo. For the first time, Alex really looked at himself. His mouth was open in an O, his eyebrows raised and eyes wide. He looks surprised, Nicolette said. Exactly. Maggie leaned back in her chair and folded her arms, a self-satisfied smile on her face. Surprised but not disgusted. He's not trying to pull the baby away. He's just dealing with it. He dealt with it by handing the baby back to Libby approximately 2 seconds later. But either the girls hadn't gotten a picture of that, or the magazine editor hadn't thought it was worth using. Well, crisis averted then. Nicolette let out a sigh of relief. Good. If you lay low for a while, Alex, perhaps the public will move on to more interesting scandals. It's not just Alex they're talking about. Maggie zoomed in on the photo, focusing on Libby. She was in the background of the image, a little out of focus, but it was still easy to see that her eyes danced with amusement. She held a hand over her mouth as though trying to suppress a laugh. Alex's mind flashed back to that moment. She definitely found the whole thing amusing. The mystery woman, Nicolette scoffed. The papers love to jump to conclusions, but Alexander isn't dating anyone, are you?
No,
He said honestly. He thought about dating Libby for half a second, maybe, but that would have been insane. Well, everyone is enchanted by her, Maggie said. She comes up over and over again in these discussions. The knot in Alex's stomach tightened again. Sure, Libby had chewed him out yesterday, but he deserved it for lying about his identity. Okay, not lying, withholding the truth. Whatever Libby said, there was a difference. Still, he didn't want to cause trouble for her.
what's everyone saying about her?
That the whole situation is adorable. People are speculating that she's your new amour. A single mother. Nicolette groaned, putting a hand to her forehead. What a disaster that would be! Alexander knows better than that.
And what's wrong with a single mom?
Alex demanded. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like he had to jump to Libby's defense.
Too many complications. Nicholas is engaged to a single mother, Alex shot back. And Kara's a wonderful woman. She'll make a great queen.
Yes, well, Nicholas got lucky. Nicolette turned to face her son. Who is this woman? It's time you tell us everything. Alex glared at his parents, but finally relented. If he didn't tell them, they'd just get the story from Finn.
Her name is Libby. She's a nanny, not a single mom. A really good one, from what I can tell. What do we know about her?
Jeffrey asked. Security is tracking down everything on her as we speak, Maggie said. They already have a basic background check, but now they're digging deeper.
Where are we going with this?
Alex demanded.
I helped her out of a tight spot while she was on a tour of the palace, then we met for coffee yesterday. Trust me, she never wants to see me again.
That's going to be a problem, Maggie said. Because right now everyone loves her, and they love the idea that you two might be dating. Public opinion is finally starting to change. Nicolette dropped her hand. You can't be serious. I'm quite serious, Maggie said.
You mean this is reflecting positively on me?
Alex said. Yes, Your Highness. People love the idea that you might be dating this commoner. They love imagining you helping her take care of the baby. For the first time in months, the chatter about you is more positive than negative." The room grew quiet as Alex mulled over what Maggie had just said. The hum of her computer filled the silence, and a ceiling fan clicked overhead. People liked the idea of him dating Libby. Well, that was great and all, but it wasn't anywhere close to the truth.
I'm not sure what you're saying,
Alex said. Maggie placed her hands flat on the desk and leaned forward. "May I be frank, Your Highness?" Alex nodded. "We need to jump on this horse and ride it into a new image for you. One that reflects more favorably both on you personally and the royal family as a whole."
So I'm supposed to what? Tell everyone I'm dating Libby?
"No, you're supposed to actually date her." Alex snorted, then started laughing. He imagined asking the furious woman from yesterday on a date.
I'm not exactly Libby's favorite person right now. Pretty sure dating her is out of the question.
Jeffrey held up a hand and Alex fell silent.
You're convinced this is the right course of action?
Jeffrey asked. "Yes, Your Majesty." Maggie adjusted her glasses. "We've never seriously discussed a new girlfriend as a solution because we weren't sure how Durham would react. Well, we can't ask for a more perfect candidate than Libby." Alex shook his head, feeling like he'd just had the breath knocked out of him.
I've always respected your opinions, Maggie, but this is ridiculous. Libby doesn't even like me. Money talks, Jeffrey said, waving a hand through the air. I'm sure we can overcome her concerns with the right offer.
Alex's cheeks heated with humiliation.
You want to pay her to date me?
Jeffrey didn't even blink.
If that's what it takes. And what happens when the public finds out she's being paid to pretend to like me?
Alex demanded. "We'd put a stipulation in her contract to discourage that from happening," Maggie said quickly. "It would only be for a few months, until Durham's forget about Isla Martin. You'd go to a few key functions together, let photographers catch you in supposedly private moments. Nothing inappropriate," she hastened to add at the look on Nicolette's face. "Grabbing a coffee at the Queen's Cafe, maybe a walk in the park, that sort of thing. Casual events that will help the relationship look authentic."
It's settled then,
Jeffrey said.
Get a contract to me to review by no later than 5 o'clock. I want us to have this locked down first thing in the morning.
"We'll have to make sure she has access to a proper wardrobe, and someone who can tutor her in palace protocol," Nicolette said. "The last thing we need is this woman embarrassing us at official functions." "Of course," Maggie said. "I'll personally make sure she understands what will be expected of her." Alex's mind was swirling. His entire body tingled as though it had gone numb. He hadn't forgotten the fire in Libby's eyes from yesterday. She'd been furious at his deception. But he also couldn't forget the electricity that had sizzled between them.
And what if she says no?
He asked.
She won't,
Jeffrey said confidently.
We'll make her an offer she can't refuse. This is what we've been hoping for, son. It's too good an opportunity to pass up.
Alex swallowed hard, then finally nodded.
You're right, of course. If Libby agrees to the terms, I'll do whatever you ask.
"Then it's settled," Nicolette said. "Maggie, will you let us know when the contract has been signed, and then we'll schedule your first public appearance. Now, I'd better be on my way. I'm reading to the children at the hospital this afternoon." Alex's mind was swirling as he said his goodbyes and left Maggie's office. What had just happened? And what would Libby say when she heard? Chapter 8. When Libby first moved to Durham, she hoped the 8-hour time difference would mean limited phone calls with her parents. She'd been wrong. Libby made a face at baby Kinsey, who laughed loudly from her place on the floor. Connie had gone downtown for a creative meeting with an author, and so it was just the two of them home right now. Libby's mother paused, and Libby quickly put a finger to her mouth, playfully scolding Kinsey. But Autumn soon resumed her verbal attack of Libby's dad. She'd put the phone on speaker and set it on the floor at least 20 minutes ago, when she'd realized this conversation was going to last much longer than she'd like. It wasn't that she minded speaking to her parents. She was just sick of being placed in the middle of their marriage problems. Why couldn't they hash this stuff out with a counselor like a normal couple? At least Ocean Meadow only had one ancient computer running off a spotty router in the clubhouse, and hardly anyone ever used it. Her parents didn't know that Libby had gone viral, or that everyone thought she was dating a prince. Libby was absolutely certain of this because if they had seen the articles, they certainly would have confronted her. She'd still be blissfully unaware of her sudden popularity if Connie hadn't shown her the articles. Kinsey cooed, kicking her legs against the soft mink blanket in happiness. It must be nice to be a baby, so carefree and happy. Stupid hot Prince with his magnetic eyes and soft smile, causing all kinds of unnecessary stress. Cedric had been charismatic too, when he wanted to be. He'd also been a cheater, just like the prince. So, I told your father he was being ridiculous, and of course he could buy deodorant if he was out. Libby had only been listening with half an ear, but her mother's tone had grown heated again. But then he said I'd bought too many ears of corn at the farmer's market, as if this is all my fault. I was just trying to make a decent dinner. Corn was one of the few things they didn't grow at Ocean Meadow. Libby barely held back a sigh. If money's that tight, Mom, I can send you something. She mentally reviewed her checking account. It'd be another 3 weeks before she received her first paycheck, and she only had $100 to tide her over until then. But her food and board were covered, so it wasn't like she had a ton of expenses. No, her mother said quickly. I'm just stressed because we've received another bill from the hospital. But this is our problem, not yours. We aren't about to place this burden on your shoulders. Then what has been the point of this conversation? Libby wanted to ask, but didn't. She was being petty. Her parents had done everything for her. They were loving, selfless people who'd give you the shirt off their back if asked. Now it was Libby's turn to do something for them. How have things been since I left? Libby asked carefully. Her parents were still living in the same 900-square-foot house she'd been raised in, despite claiming to be separated. Finances were too tight for separate households, and neither wanted to leave Ocean Meadow. It had made things uncomfortable for the entire community. No one wanted to take sides, but her parents wouldn't leave well enough alone. The accident was no one's fault. Her father had been repairing a leak in the roof when he fell through a weak spot, breaking multiple bones. Since adjunct professors didn't qualify for insurance, her parents had none. It had never bothered them before. For the most part, they scoffed at Western medicine and used natural remedies for minor illnesses. But compound fractures required a doctor, and the resulting surgeries and hospital stays had completely wiped out their savings. Her father blamed himself for not being more careful. Libby blamed herself for not warning him off the roof, despite the knot of worry in her stomach. And her mother blamed her father for turning into someone she barely recognized, a man obsessed with money, or the lack thereof. Tense, of course, her mother said, but never you worry about that. I'm always worried about the two of you. Libby jangled her bracelets and Kinsey reached for them. That's sweet, dear, but we'll be fine. Now, tell me about Durham. Once upon a time, Libby had been able to talk to her mom about anything, but that had changed since the accident, too. Her encounter with Prince Alexander wouldn't be a funny anecdote for her mom, but another cause for worry. It's wonderful, Libby said. Kinsey and I visited the palace the other day. You would have loved the throne room. The artistry was amazing.
Did you leave a penny there?
Libby's mouth corked up as she thought about Alex striding across the room, a true knight in shining armor. Of course. A sharp knock sounded at the door, surprising Libby. Kinsey cocked her head to the side, her legs still as she listened.
Your father and I always planned to travel once you were out of the house. Of course, that's impossible now with all the bills. We'll probably be one of those unhappy couples with no money to get divorced until the day we die.
Libby picked up Kinsey and walked to the door, holding the phone in one hand. She rose on tiptoes and peered through the peephole. A woman with curly red hair, a navy pencil skirt, and a cream-colored blouse stood in front of two large men in dark suits. A trickle of unease made its way up Libby's spine. These people definitely weren't door-to-door salesmen. They looked like, well, like government officials. Maybe the palace was mad about the photo. But what was Libby supposed to do? It wasn't like she could control Kinsey's stomach. Hey, Mom, I've got to go, Libby said, cutting her off mid-sentence. Someone's at the door. I'll call you later, okay?
Well, okay, dear. I love you.
Love you too, Libby said. Bye. She clicked off the phone and took a deep breath. I think we might be in trouble, she whispered in Kinsey's ear. Kinsey laughed and waved her tiny arms in the air. Maybe Libby was wrong and they were selling vacuums or something. Only one way to find out. She swung open the door and looked back and forth between the three people framing it. Can I help you? Liberty Claiborne? The woman asked, her words lilting with an accent that suggested she came from the northern part of Durham. Yup, she was definitely in trouble. Random salesmen didn't know the names of flat tenants. Is there a problem? The woman didn't answer, but instead held up the ID badge that hung around her neck on a lanyard. I'm Maggie Stanton, the senior press secretary for the palace. Libby's heart dropped to her toes, and she pulled Kinsey instinctively closer. Listen, I'm really sorry about the penny. Okay, and the puke, but I don't think… Maggie held up a hand. You're not in trouble, Miss Claiborne. May we come in? Libby looked at the two strong men. Bodyguards? Behind Maggie. Their shoulders were as broad as any linebacker's and their expressions 1,000 times more severe. They'd probably forced their way into the flat if Libby said no. She quickly weighed the pros and cons. If she called the police, it wasn't like they'd jump to her aid. These were palace officials. I'm not sure Connie would like that, Libby said slowly. If you know my name, then you probably know this isn't my house. Of course, and I understand. Maggie pushed her red glasses up the bridge of her nose. We can discuss this at the palace if you'd be more comfortable with that. Definitely not. Libby assessed the trio one last time. Her gut told her they wouldn't hurt her or Kinsey. She made a snap decision and held the door open. I guess it'd be okay if we talked here. Thank you. Maggie walked purposefully inside and the two guards followed her. Thank heavens she'd straightened up the living room during Kinsey's morning nap. Libby motioned to the couch where the throw pillows in bright, cheerful colors were artfully arranged. Have a seat. Maggie sank gracefully into the couch, her hands primly in her lap and one ankle tucked neatly behind the other. The guards didn't sit, however, and instead stood behind Maggie, their hands clasped in front of them. Libby claimed the chair, eyeing the guards uncomfortably. Ignore them, Maggie said. The security is probably unnecessary, but it's standard protocol. Easier said than done, Libby muttered under her breath. Kinsey leaned down and began sucking on Libby's thumb. It was almost time to feed the ravenous infant. She must be going through a growth spurt this week. So, what can I help you with? Maggie smiled. Did you know a photograph of you and His Royal Highness at the cafe has been circling the internet? Connie mentioned it to me. Have you read the comments on the internet? Libby raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Maggie just smiled. Kinsey let out a squeal, then went back to gnawing on Libby's thumb. No, Libby said finally. Shockingly, reading gossip about myself on the internet isn't a top priority right now. I'm busy most of the day with this one. Maggie cooed at Kinsey, her eyes crinkling at the corners. This little one has created quite a stir, too. She's probably the most famous baby in Durham right now. Libby wasn't sure what Maggie wanted her to say to that. She wasn't about to apologize. It wasn't like she'd meant for Kinsey to vomit all over his royal sootiness. I'm not sure what this has to do with me. I'm not going to give interviews to tabloids or anything, if that's what you're worried about. The whole thing was an accident. I'm not one of those women interested in 15 minutes of fame. That's not what I'm here about, Maggie said. The two bodyguards still stood like stone statues behind her. Did they ever blink? Maggie held out a printout of the photo of Libby and the prince. Kinsey caught mid-hurl. The feedback on this photo has been incredibly positive. Everyone is talking about you. Me? Yes. I'm not sure how much you've heard about His Royal Highness's recent breakup. I know Ocean Meadow is isolated. Her nose wrinkled almost imperceptibly. Libby immediately felt her defenses rise. But Prince Alexander hasn't been Durham's favorite royal for a while. Unfortunately, his breakup with Isla Martin was quite messy and quite public. She managed to get the press and public on her side in record time, and His Royal Highness has yet to recover. I think this photo could be our ticket to improving his image. Libby glanced down at Kinsey, who still gnawed away on her thumb, drool dripping everywhere. I don't see how a picture of a puking baby can improve his image. Public opinion is a very delicate thing. Maggie leaned forward, her hands clasped in her lap. Initially, the comments were about what we expected. A lot of poking fun at His Highness and making crude analogies. But then, about the time the story hit the morning news talk shows, something interesting happened. Moms started defending Prince Alexander, and it didn't take long for them to start speculating about you. Me? Libby squeaked. Maggie nodded. Durhams are totally obsessed with you. Kinsey let out a loud grunt, as though she seriously doubted this. Libby couldn't blame her for the skepticism. She'd have to ask Connie about it when she got home. The royal family has a proposition for you, Maggie said. Libby choked, pitching forward. Kinsey let out a squawk of displeasure, and Libby placed her in the swing and set it gently rocking. She had a feeling this conversation would require her full attention. A proposition. Libby wasn't sure she liked the sound of that. I'm listening. Maggie smiled, and her eyes were bright and eager. Prince Alexander needs a relationship that will make citizens fall in love with him all over again. Something that will convince everyone he's not the bad guy Isla Martin has made him out to be. Libby raised an eyebrow. How did a breakup create so many problems for him? People break up all the time. Take her parents. 30 years together, a little financial trouble, and bam, all the good times were brushed to the side. Isla is very clever, but we can be more clever. You can help us solve the prince's problems. Maggie snapped her fingers, and a thin folder was thrust into her hand by one of the bodyguards. We would like you to be the prince's official companion for the next 4 months, with an option to extend for another 4 months if things are going well in the press. Once the people are again on His Royal Highness's side, we'll craft a carefully staged breakup that will leave both of your reputations intact. Libby's mouth fell open. In the swing, Kinsey let out another grunt. Her fist wouldn't satisfy her growing hunger for much longer. How was she supposed to date a prince while taking care of a baby? "I'm sorry," Libby said. "I must be going either deaf or insane, because I swear I just heard you ask me to date a prince." "It would be purely professional, I assure you. We have a contract here outlining your duties as well as your compensation." Maggie flipped open the folder and pointed to a line on the first page. Libby took the folder, her eyes landing on where Maggie pointed. Holy freaking cow. That was a lot of zeros. Like a way lot. She did some quick calculations in her head, converting euros to dollars, and sucked in a breath. If she did this, if she dated Alex, she'd earn enough to pay off her father's medical bills, and maybe, without the constant debt adding stress to their marriage, her parents would be able to work things out. "We will provide you with an instructor to teach you all about palace protocol," Maggie continued. "But we don't want to change who you are. Some of what the public loves is that you're just like them." Libby held up a hand, cutting Maggie off. "I'm sorry, this is all insane. Can't Prince Alexander find his own girlfriend without paying her?" "Don't think of it as being his girlfriend. Think of it as a job." "I already have a job." She pointed to Kinsey, who was squirming quite a bit and growing red in the face. Maggie smiled at the baby. "Yes, we are aware. The entire royal family owes this adorable little girl a debt of gratitude. We'll do our best not to interfere with your duties as Kinsey's nanny. Most of the events will be off the clock, and when the two do conflict, we can hire a temporary replacement for you." It seemed that to the royal family, everyone was replaceable. Employees, girlfriends. "I'm not sure Connie will be okay with that. She hired me to watch Kinsey." "We would only hire the best caretaker for Kinsey and use her very rarely. I can speak to Connie and answer any of her questions. Of course, we'd offer her compensation as well for the inconvenience." Libby dropped the folder into her lap and shook her head. The cozy living room suddenly felt 10 degrees too warm. "Don't get me wrong, the money would be amazing. But this is nuts. I don't think Alex, or his highness, even likes me. I don't know if he told you about the coffee shop, but things didn't go great. None of that matters right now." Maggie caught one of Libby's hands in hers. "We need you, Libby. Prince Alexander needs you. The royal family needs you. Durham needs you." It was definitely too hot in here. Libby tugged her hand free and lifted her hair off her neck, desperate for a cool breeze. "Wow, that's a lot of pressure." Kinsey let out a cry. Libby rose, grateful for an excuse to do something. Would Connie be okay with this? She grabbed a bottle and started filling it with water, her eyes drawn to the newly installed hardwood floor in the kitchen. Connie had bought the flat while pregnant with Kinsey and was slowly working on remodels. She'd probably take the cash with a grin and tease Libby about her new job. "I don't know about all this." Maggie stood as well and walked to the kitchen, placing her hands on the granite counters. "We'll double the compensation." Libby's hand jerked, and she spilled half a scoop of formula onto the floor. Double the offer? That was more money than she'd seen in her entire life. More than enough to pay off all her father's medical bills, and still have a lot left over to spare. It might even be enough to save her parents' marriage. Hadn't she come to Durham so she could help out financially? "I'll have to look over the contract," Libby hedged. Maggie smiled as though she'd won. "I'm happy to go over it with you. Sometimes the legalese gets a little overwhelming." "And I want to talk to Alex," Libby decided. Because seriously, what on the earth was he thinking? She'd made her feelings pretty clear in the coffee shop. "Done," Maggie said. We can head to the palace for a chat as soon as you finish feeding Kenzie. Libby took a deep breath, then nodded. Okay, let's go talk to Alex. Chapter 9. Sometimes being the crown prince was excruciatingly dull. Alex leaned back in his office chair and rubbed his eyes, which stung from too long spent staring at a computer screen. Even though it was barely 11 o'clock in the morning, he was exhausted. But as tedious as answering correspondence and reading over proposals was, at least for a few hours, he didn't have to worry about the media frenzy that happened every time he stepped outside the palace gates. A knock echoed through the room, bouncing off the high coffered ceilings.
Enter.
He said without bothering to look up from his computer. He'd made it nearly 2 hours without any interruptions, which had to be some kind of record. Dennis pushed open the door, his receding hair slicked back and suit impeccable as usual.
Your Highness, we've had a change of schedule.
Of course they had. It wouldn't be a typical day at the palace without at least one unexpected appointment that required some shuffling. Alex sent his computer screen to lock without another glance at the document. It would have to wait.
Will I be leaving the palace? No, Your Highness. She's meeting you here in the family room.
Surely he'd heard wrong.
In the private quarters?
Dennis nodded. Alex instantly felt his palms grow damp. There was only one person who would unexpectedly be received in the family room: Libby. He knew Maggie was speaking to her today, but hadn't thought he'd hear anything about it until evening.
It's her, isn't it?
Dennis gave a sharp nod.
She insists on meeting with you before signing anything. Miss Claiborne should arrive with Miss Staten in 15 minutes. They just left her flat on foot.
Alex could suddenly hear his own breathing. It sounded too loud, too labored. Libby would only come here if she planned on agreeing to the arrangement, right? Then again, this was Libby. He hadn't known her long, but their short time together had taught him to expect the unexpected when around her.
Thank you, Dennis,
Alex said.
I'll be there in a moment.
Dennis gave a small bow and left the office. Alex leaned back in his chair and let out a shaky breath. He'd half believed that Libby would scoff at the offer and proclaim that she'd rather die than date him. Maybe that's why she was coming to the palace, to chew him out, again. Not that Maggie would allow it if she knew Libby's intentions. Well, there was one way to find out. Alex strode from his office, not bothering to shut the door behind him. The family room was perhaps the most relaxed room in the entire palace. Two overstuffed gray couches faced each other, with a glass coffee table in the middle. One of Charlotte's ever-present books was askew on an end table. And a family picture, a candid one, not the formal official portraits released to the public, hung over the herringbone-tiled fireplace mantel. His parents were already there, sitting close to each other on one of the couches, while they spoke in hushed tones.
The family room, Mother?
Alex leaned down and placed a kiss on her cheek. I wanted to make her feel comfortable, Nicolette said. I'm sure this is very intimidating for her. Intimidating, life-altering, hopefully in a good way, though, for both of them. Alex didn't know how much his father had offered to pay Libby, but felt confident it was more than a fair amount.
Do you know why she's coming here?
Alex asked. I'm not sure. Nicolette pursed her lips. Maggie only said that Libby wished to speak to you.
Has she signed the contract?
Alex pressed.
Not yet.
Geoffrey fixed Alex with a glare.
Whatever she says, agree with her. Whatever she wants, give it to her. You can't afford to mess this up, because we have run out of options.
Alex clenched his jaw but nodded. More demands. Maybe that was what she was coming here for. because the Libby who berated him in the Queen's Cafe was not a Libby who would ever agree to date him. A soft knock sounded at the door, and Alex tensed, turning to face it. "Enter," Nicolette said. She rose, smoothing down her navy skirt. Maggie slipped inside, her eyes alight with excitement as she dropped into a quick curtsy. "Your Majesties, Your Highness."
Is she here?
Geoffrey asked. "Yes, waiting just outside the door. She's got the baby with her." "Fine," Nicolette said. Maggie checked that the door was closed, then lowered her voice. "I think she's close to signing the contract. She nearly kicked me out of the flat, so I offered her double compensation, just like you instructed, Your Majesties. It seemed to do the trick. That's when she asked to see Your Highness, at least."
I almost would have been disappointed if she hadn't tried to negotiate.
Geoffrey said. Was that a smile? Alex stared at his father in amazement. He was usually so stern, so businesslike. "Should I bring her in?" Maggie asked. "Yes," Nicolette said. Maggie nodded, her hand on the doorknob. Libby stood on the other side of that door, waiting to speak to him. Alex's mouth suddenly felt drier than a desert.
Wait,
Geoffrey said, and Maggie paused.
I'd like you to stay while we finish discussing the terms. You're a familiar face, and it might put Miss Claiborne more at ease. She's not a scared rabbit,
Alex muttered. Geoffrey shot him a reproving glare.
We really know nothing about this woman, Alex. We can't afford to scare her off.
Yeah, well, Geoffrey hadn't been at the coffee shop 2 days ago, getting reamed out by 5 feet and 2 inches of righteous indignation. Libby wasn't a skittish animal. She was fierce and brave, and not afraid to speak her mind. "Bring her in," Nicolette said. Maggie nodded and slipped out of the room. Alex tugged at his tie, feeling like it might strangle him. He'd never planned for Libby to meet his parents. She was outspoken and a free spirit, and so not who royals were supposed to date. And yet here she was, saving Alex from the hole he dug for himself. He hoped his parents liked Libby. Libby stepped into the room, looking much like she had the other 2 times Alex had seen her. Beautiful and unassuming. Her curls hung loose around her shoulders once again, and she wore another sundress, this one in a cheerful spring green. Kinsey was in her arms, eyes drooping as she neared sleep. His heart contracted at the sight of Libby, as though someone had just grabbed it with their fist and squeezed. He loved that she hadn't dressed up for her meeting with royalty. There was something refreshing about a woman who was comfortable being herself. It was so different from how Isla acted. She'd been a chameleon, adapting her personality and style to fit any situation. 4 months of dating Libby suddenly didn't feel like long enough. "Your Majesties?" Libby shifted Kinsey against her shoulder and held out a hand toward his parents. "It's so nice to meet you." The sight of this woman shaking hands with royalty was so adorable that Alex couldn't help but smile. "You as well," Nicolette said. She held out a finger for Kinsey. "Isn't she adorable? How old is she?" "Almost 3 months." When Libby smiled at Kinsey, her whole face lit up. "It's been so much fun taking care of her." An awkward silence filled the room, but Geoffrey soon broke it by motioning to the couch.
Please sit down. Welcome to our home.
"It's beautiful." Libby sat down and dropped the diaper bag next to her feet. She fished a pacifier from the bag and popped it in Kinsey's mouth, then started bouncing her up and down. The baby's eyes drooped even lower, and in less time than it took Alex to blink, she was out. This was bizarre. Libby was making casual conversation with his parents, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Sit, Alex," Nicolette commanded, motioning him to the spot beside Libby. He didn't protest and did as he was told. His mind felt foggy, like he'd entered some sort of twilight zone. Libby sent a sideways glance his way. I was under the impression that I'd be meeting with just Alex. We thought it'd be easiest to discuss everything together. That way we can all be on the same page, Nicolette said smoothly. We so appreciate you agreeing to help us out. I haven't agreed to anything yet, Libby said, and Alex definitely heard a hint of the spunk he'd witnessed at the cafe in her tone. For some reason, it made him smile. Well, why don't you tell us your concerns? Nicolette encouraged. Libby flicked her gaze to Alex once more. I moved to Durham so I could work for Connie as Kinsey's nanny. I know Maggie says that you'll help with childcare, but I want to take care of Kinsey myself as much as possible. I made a commitment to Connie and I'm not going to break that, no matter how many zeros you put at the end of my paycheck. Alex's admiration of Libby went up a notch at this declaration. Maybe his first impression of her had been correct.
Fair enough, Geoffrey said. I don't think it will be an issue.
He glanced at Maggie for confirmation. You should be able to take Kinsey with you for most day events, Maggie said. We'll carefully stage a situation early on that lets everyone know you're the nanny and not the mother. We won't gain any points with Durhams if they think they're being lied to. Huh, Libby said, her tone dry. People don't like being lied to. Imagine that. Alex's admiration quickly turned to annoyance. So, she was still mad about that. Well, she was being totally unreasonable. They'd known each other, what, less than 24 hours when she flipped out on him? If after they'd first met, he'd held out a hand and introduced himself as His Royal Highness, Prince Alexander Geoffrey Richard Edward Charles, she would have called him arrogant and left in a huff, which proved that you just couldn't win when it came to women. Maggie smiled uncertainly, glancing back and forth between them. People will respect that you're committed to your job, Libby. It's relatable, which is why everyone loved you in that photo. Most of the formal events are in the evening, Nicolette broke in. If you give your schedule to Maggie, we'll make sure to work around your job as much as possible. But when we can't accommodate it, we'll have a nanny from the school we hired ours from look after Kinsey. They are all of the absolute highest caliber and have extensive combat training in addition to childcare knowledge. Libby ducked her head, but Alex caught a hint of a grin. I don't think Kinsey will need a nanny trained in combat skills. She's not a ninja or anything. You can never be too careful with such precious cargo, Nicolette said. I guess that would be okay, yeah. Libby glanced down at Kinsey. As long as Connie's okay with it, I mean. You'll talk to her about this?
Of course, Geoffrey said. We wouldn't dream of doing anything that would make her uncomfortable.
Maggie said that Connie would be offered financial compensation for her cooperation. Geoffrey's jaw tightened. The movement was almost imperceptible, but a lifetime of reading his father's body language had made Alex fluent. Geoffrey thought Libby was being forward, asking too much, even. Alex had to agree. Connie was already getting a world-class nanny. Not that Libby wasn't great, but these nannies spent nearly a decade in training. What did Connie have to complain about?
That can be arranged, Geoffrey said. Maggie, make sure Mrs.
He trailed off and looked to Libby. Miss Lewis, Libby supplied, emphasizing the title. Connie Lewis.
Make sure Miss Lewis is on board with everything, Geoffrey finished.
Of course, Your Majesty, Maggie said, typing away on her tablet. I'll see that it's taken care of. Well, that's settled then. Nicolette clasped her hands together. Shall we get the lawyers in here so we can sign the contracts? For the first time, Libby looked directly at Alex. Really looked at him. He felt her gaze down to the marrow of his bones. Every nerve ending seemed to crackle and spark with the intensity of her stare. He held her eyes, refusing to blink. Whatever she thought about him, he would prove her wrong. 4 months, she said. We do this for 4 months and then I'm off the hook?
If things are going well, it might be prudent to extend the agreement, Jeffrey said, for all parties involved.
But I'm not committed, Libby clarified. Jeffrey rubbed his jaw but finally inclined his head.
No, you're not committed past that time frame.
I think that will be plenty of time to turn things around, Maggie piped up. Let's not worry about anything past then for now. Okay. Libby clutched Kinsey a little closer, and the baby stirred in her sleep. She took a deep breath, as though trying to calm her nerves, then nodded. Get the lawyers, I'm ready to sign. 10 minutes later, both Alex and Libby had signed the documents. He watched as the lawyer put his official seal on the paperwork, an odd sense of finality flowing over him. And just like that, Alex had a fake girlfriend. He fought the urge to tug at his tie again. His last foray into the world of relationships hadn't turned out so well. His chest tightened in panic as he imagined Libby spreading vicious lies about him across the world. No, it wouldn't happen, because Libby didn't have $10 million to pay in reparations if she violated the contract.
Well then,
Jeffrey rose and everyone else did the same. He extended his hand toward Libby.
it's a pleasure doing business with you, Miss Claiborne. We look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months.
You as well, Libby said. Thanks for the, job. Nicolette smiled, but no teeth showed and it looked unnatural. We'll leave you two alone to get acquainted and discuss the specifics. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again soon, Miss Claiborne. A girlfriend. They'd have to spend a decent amount of time together to make the relationship believable. Alex nodded farewell to his parents, feeling like he could use a glass of bourbon in a dark room. There's a guard right outside this door, Maggie said to Libby once Jeffrey and Nicolette had left. Tell him to radio me when you're done. We need to get you set up with a secure cell phone before you leave today, so we can communicate. I'll email you the details of your first date soon. Libby hitched the sleeping Kinsey higher on her shoulder, her eyes wide and face a little pale. A boyfriend should probably put his arm around her as a show of support or something, but Alex wasn't sure what a fake boyfriend was supposed to do. I'm not very good with technology, Libby said. I've never used it much. We'll teach you everything you need to know. Maggie set a gentle hand on Libby's arm. Don't worry about a thing, honey. We'll take care of everything. Alex had the ridiculous urge to shout,
That's my line.
He didn't, though, and instead watched as Maggie disappeared, pulling the heavy wooden door shut behind her. And just like that, Alex was alone with Libby. Well, and Kinsey. They hadn't been alone since the Queen's Gardens. Memories of that sunset stroll made his stomach warm. So, Libby's light and friendly tone from before was completely gone. She glared. Alex was sure that if she hadn't been holding Kinsey, she'd have her hands on her hips. Was this your plan all along? Trick the naive American woman into dating you? Alex let out a disbelieving snort, the warm memories of the Queen's Garden gone. This was definitely the Libby he remembered from the cafe.
You've got to be joking.
Well, why else would you agree to meet me for coffee in a public cafe? You had to know I'd find out who you were. Those girls wouldn't stop staring.
Only because you were making a scene.
Because you lied to me. Kinsey stirred in her sleep, letting out a whimper, and Libby lowered her voice. You lied. I felt like such an idiot.
I didn't plan any of that, it just happened.
Alex knew he was letting his emotions get the better of him, but he couldn't help it.
Believe it or not, I have very little experience rescuing damsels in distress.
Libby shook her head. bouncing Kinsey up and down in her arms. Like I'm going to believe that.
And what's that supposed to mean?
It means you're a prince and you didn't tell me.
Have you forgotten that I saved you from arrest?
Alex cocked his head to the side, wishing he could read her mind. He'd never seen someone with such expressive eyes. If he could just learn to read them.
If it weren't for me, you'd be sitting in a jail right now, branded a terrorist.
Oh, please, don't act like you're some hero who swooped in and saved the day.
I am the hero.
He tapped his chest angrily.
I sort of did save the day. What would your employer think about her newborn getting sent to jail?
You are absolutely infuriating. She actually stamped a foot, like a toddler throwing a tantrum. You're a prince of an actual country, and you pretended like you were some random curator at the palace or something. I don't know how you do things in Durham, but in America, we don't lie to get dates. He snorted.
I've seen your movies, and I don't believe that for a second. Besides, you asked me out. Oh.
She yanked the diaper bag off the floor and slung it over one shoulder. I can tell the next 4 months are going to be buckets of fun. As Alex watched her stomp toward the door, sudden fear seized him. Maybe upsetting the woman with the power to make or break his reputation wasn't the smartest idea he'd ever had. He caught her arm just before she exited the door. She glared up at him, and he quickly let go.
You aren't going to make things worse, are you?
The anger flashing in her green eyes instantly made him regret asking such an obviously stupid question. Since I don't have $10 million lying around to pay the royal family if I mess things up, no, I'm not going to make things worse. Your precious reputation is safe with me. She stormed out of the room, leaving a bewildered and confused Alex behind. Chapter 10. Libby wanted to slam the family room door behind her. It felt like an appropriate move, considering the argument she just had with his royal arrogance. But the solid wooden door was so heavy that slamming it was pretty much impossible. Besides, she wouldn't want to damage any of the gorgeous carvings on the door casing. It was probably hand-carved by blind monks in the 1200s or something. And she definitely didn't want to wake up Kinsey. Stupid, arrogant, pretentious? She trailed off, muttering under her breath as she strapped Kinsey into the stroller, parked right outside the living room door in the hallway. Could you call it a living room if it looked like something out of an architectural home magazine? And she had to date that obnoxious prince for the next 4 months. Let's go, she said to Kinsey, undoing the parking brake with her foot. Someone cleared their throat, and Libby looked up at the guard who stood against the hallway wall.
Excuse me, Miss Claiborne. I was told you were meeting with Miss Staten before leaving.
Crap. Her angry storm-off was officially a flop. If this was what being royal was like, she'd thank her lucky stars she'd been born a middle-class American. I forgot about that.
I can radio her for you now,
The guard prodded. Libby stifled a sigh and instead nodded, putting on a pleasant smile. If she was going to date Alex, she'd probably see a lot of the palace staff over the next few weeks. Keeping on their good side seemed like a smart idea. That would be great, thank you. A few minutes later, Libby was in Maggie's cluttered office setting up her new cell phone. It was considerably more complicated than the pay-as-you-go phone she'd bought before leaving Oregon, and Libby was overwhelmed by all the complicated apps, security measures, and features. 2 hours later, her head pounded and Kinsey was hungry again. But Maggie finally declared Libby competent in basic technology skills that most modern adults seem to inherently possess. Libby at least thought she could remember how to get in touch with both Maggie and Alex, which was all she really needed to know. Libby thought she'd be allowed to take Kinsey home then, but apparently being the crown prince's girlfriend required a makeover.
We don't want to change you, Maggie said as the stylist eyed Libby critically. We just want to teach you how to be your best self. So that's what they were calling it these days. All Libby knew was that the stylist expected her to wear clothes that cost more than she made in a year, and enough makeup to paint the Sistine Chapel. But that wasn't the end of it. Libby also met with someone who gave her a crash course in palace protocol. Apparently, shaking the hand of the Queen and King had been a major faux pas. Whoops. By the time Libby was finally escorted home, she'd had to feed Kinsey twice, and it was after 6 o'clock. Her head spun with all the new information. Could she really do this? Could she date a prince? Libby hadn't even been able to keep the attentions of an unemployed deadbeat like Cedric. And yet now, she was supposed to convince an entire country that she and Alex were, well, maybe not in love, but certainly in deeply romantic like. And if she didn't manage it convincingly, she was potentially on the hook for $10 million. Awesome. Libby pulled the pram to a stop outside Connie's flat and rifled in the diaper bag for her keys. But the door swung open before she found them. Connie stood there, a sympathetic smile on her lips. Long day? She asked, pushing the pram inside. You have no idea, Libby muttered, shutting the door behind her. But Kinsey has been a trooper through it all. She was so good today, weren't you, sweetie? Connie pulled Kinsey from the stroller and dropped a kiss on her daughter's silky head. I'm grabbing us both a giant glass of wine, and then I think you have a very long story to tell me. Don't get too excited, Libby warned. Are you kidding? Nothing this cool has happened to me or anyone I know in, well, ever. Let me get Kinsey to bed, then we'll talk. Libby nodded and collapsed on the couch, too tired to protest. What a day. The next thing she knew, Connie was nudging her awake. Wake up, sleepyhead. Connie handed her a glass of wine and sank onto the couch beside her. I had a very interesting visit with a humongous palace guard and overly formal secretary today. I'm dying to hear your side of things. Sorry about that. Libby took a sip of wine, then ran a hand over her tired eyes. I meant to give you a heads up, but there was no time. Did they offer you a lot of money? Yeah, they did. Connie's eyes were wide. My flat's going to look amazing when I'm done remodeling. I was so shocked by the whole thing that I didn't really ask questions. Are you really going to date Prince Alexander? Libby thought of his flashing green eyes and felt her cheeks grow warm. Yeah, I guess so. Apparently he's got a PR problem that only I can fix. This is all so unreal. Connie took a sip of wine, unable to hide her wide grin. It's like a soap opera or something. At first, I thought the whole thing was a prank and I kept laughing and asking who in the office was behind it. Libby laughed, feeling some of her exhaustion vanish. She was glad Connie was here to talk. Libby had a feeling she'd need to be talked off the proverbial cliff a lot in the next few months. You didn't. I did. Finally, the secretary pulled out her cell phone, and the next thing I knew, I was on video chat with the Queen of Durham, like an actual honest to goodness queen. She told me Kinsey was beautiful and that the whole royal family was grateful for my support during this trying time. I was so tongue tied, I didn't even tell her that I think her son is a total jerk. Part of me wishes you'd torn up the contract and thrown it in his face. He's made his bed. It's really unfair that he doesn't have to lie in it like the rest of us would. Libby grabbed Connie's hand, searching her eyes earnestly. But she found no hint of anger there, just amusement. You're not mad, are you? They offered me so much money, Connie. Enough to pay off my dad's medical bills. I keep thinking that if money isn't an issue, maybe my parents can work things out. Of course I'm not mad. Connie squeezed Libby's hand. You'd be insane to turn down that much money. Not all of us are born with a silver spoon in our mouths. Exactly. Libby's shoulders sagged with relief.
I'm so glad you understand. I do, and hey, I'm definitely not complaining about the hush money I'm getting out of this. You have my full support with this whole crazy business. Good, because honestly, Con, he drives me absolutely crazy. I don't know how I'm going to survive the next few months. He had the nerve to call himself a hero for saving me from the guard. Heat licked up her spine at just the memory of their conversation. She curled her toes against the plush rug. It wasn't fair that he could make her lose her train of thought with a simple smile, then make her so angry she wanted to strangle him the second he opened his mouth. Oh, Prince Alexander is the actual worst, Connie said. Too bad you weren't asked to date one of the other princes. Stefan has always seemed really level-headed. He's probably smart enough not to cheat on a famous actress then. Or smart enough to keep it a secret at least, Connie agreed. Libby, you've got to be careful with Prince Alexander. He's bad news. He could be single-handedly responsible for deforestation and I'd probably still date him for the amount of money they're offering me. Connie laughed and shook her head. Okay, he's not that kind of bad. Don't worry about me. I'm doing this for the money. There's absolutely nothing real going on between me and Alex. It's purely business, at least on my end. Alex, huh? Don't you mean Prince Alexander? Libby glared and took a long sip of her wine. Oh, shut up. Connie laughed, but then turned serious again. Seriously, Libby, promise me you'll be careful. I will, promise. Libby had no intention of losing her heart to his royal unfaithfulness. None at all. Chapter 11. Alex stared at himself in the full-length mirror and blew out a breath. His dark wood bed with the navy blue comforter he'd picked out himself was strewn with the shirts he'd tried on and discarded before finally settling on one. This whole thing was so stupid. Today, he and Libby had their first official, unofficial date. Maggie had worked at record speed to set it up. They'd only signed the contract yesterday. Because she insisted they needed to strike while the iron was hot, proverbially speaking. He still had a hard time believing that Libby had agreed to the whole charade. If he hadn't been there to witness the conversation and watch her sign on the dotted line, he would have been convinced that coercion had somehow been involved. But he supposed that money talked. Really, really loud. He reached up as though to straighten his tie, but was met only with an open collar. Maggie had insisted that casual was best for their first photographed outing. Of course, the royal family never engaged the press if they could help it. But Maggie had driven 3 hours from Castlebridge to call in an anonymous tip from a burner phone about today's date. As much as Alex hated reporters, they needed them to make this work. That meant a walk around Castlebridge Park. He was already dreading the whole thing. An hour of smiling and laughing and making polite conversation that also would appear familiar to anyone watching sounded exhausting. He hoped Libby's acting skills were up to snuff, because after the scene at the cafe, he had serious doubts about her abilities. She seemed like the kind of girl who wore her heart on her sleeve and wasn't afraid to show everyone her true self. Of course, what did he know? Maybe she'd staged the whole thing, from almost arrest to the coffee shop scene, in the hopes of 10 minutes of fame. No, that seemed too devious for Libby. She wasn't Isla. He needed to remember that. If he expected her to act the part, he had to treat her in a way that made acting easy. That meant being nice and not letting her natural spunk and fire entice him into arguments, as fun as they were. Convinced he was as ready as he'd ever be, Alex opened his bedroom door. Finn immediately fell into step beside him.
Ready for today?
Alex asked.
Of course, Your Highness.
Finn's face remained expressionless, but Alex knew his bodyguard had his back. He'd never forget the way Finn had helped him through that crazy month spent licking his wounds in Gallia. Charlotte walked toward them down the hallway, her nose in a book as usual. Alex grabbed her by the shoulders so she wouldn't slam into him. She glanced up and smiled. "Oh, sorry, Alex, I didn't see you there."
Maybe if you took your face out of a book occasionally, you would, he joked.
Ha ha, like I haven't heard that before. She closed the book and tucked it under her arm. "Where are you heading?" The anxiety was back in his stomach now.
Castlebridge Park.
"Oh, yeah." She fell into step beside him. "The date with the American, right?" Alex nodded. His siblings and cousins all knew about the situation.
Yeah, let's hope the reporters show up and everything goes as planned. It'd be just my luck that the one time I want a photo in the press, no one shows up to take it.
"There's no way the newsroom will ignore that tip," Charlotte said reassuringly. "Maggie's too good at her job." Alex ran a hand over his jaw and blew out a breath.
You're right. I didn't think I'd be this nervous for today. Libby is such a wild card.
"Henry said he heard Mother and Father talking. Is her full name really Liberty?" Alex nodded.
Ironic, right?
Charlotte laughed, pausing outside the door to the family's private library. "You call it irony. I call it destiny."
What's that supposed to mean?
She shrugged, but there was a twinkle in her eye. "I just haven't seen you this happy in a long time,"
Happy?
Alex sputtered.
You've got it all wrong. Yeah, Libby's gorgeous, but she's driving me crazy. It'll be a miracle if we get through this whole charade without it blowing up in our faces.
"If you say so." Charlotte rose on her tiptoes and kissed Alex on the cheek. "Smile pretty for the cameras." She was gone before he could come up with a snappy retort. But then, Charlotte had always been the romantic in the family. She and Emma had spent hours giggling over some actor in the latest romantic comedy, or sighing over the hero in the latest book they read. Alex mostly shook his head and chalked up their absurdity to odd female behavior he'd never understand. Castlebridge Park was only a mile away from the palace, right in the heart of the city. Alex had argued with Finn that it'd be easier to walk instead of battling the downtown traffic. But in the end, Alex had been overruled. Driving was safer, and so Alex climbed into an SUV parked right outside the family's entrance and spent the 5-minute ride in complete silence. Kinsey would be with Libby today. Hopefully, the reporters wouldn't only take pictures but overhear the carefully staged conversation in which they made it clear that Libby was the nanny. The car parked on the curb and Alex stepped out, taking in a deep breath of the fresh air. He always felt better after a few hours outside the palace walls, like he was whole again. Funny. He felt the same way after even a few minutes spent bantering with Libby. Trees hung over the compacted gravel paths of the gardens, their leaves full and just starting to brown on the edges. In another couple of weeks, they'd start to drop, covering the walkways. Alex could already feel the slight nip of autumn in the air, something in the breeze that hinted at the coming change of seasons. Lush green grass spread out from the paths in every direction, and laughter floated on the air as children played catch with their dogs, and couples walked slowly by holding hands. He scanned the path for a short woman with beautiful soft curls, but didn't see her yet. Maybe chronic lateness was typical for Libby, and the coffee shop hadn't been an unusual occurrence. If that was the case, his mother was in for 4 months of annoyance. He imagined Libby breezing into the political dinner 15 minutes late, a soul-crushing smile on her full lips. Every diplomat, the male ones at least, would instantly forgive her tardiness. Alex would place his hand on her back, a clear sign to everyone that she was taken. Yes, she'd smile at everyone in the room, but there'd be a special smile reserved just for him. Alex shook his head, resisting the urge to wipe his damp palms on his tan slacks. What was he nervous for? He'd been on dozens of dates and never felt like this. And today wasn't even a real date. It was just because he needed this to go well. This had nothing to do with Libby. Yes, she was gorgeous and sassy and intriguing, but it was merely the situation putting him off his game. Isla had shaken his confidence, and having his parents pay a woman to date him hadn't helped.
She's over there, Your Highness,
Finn said quietly from his place beside Alex. His steps were nearly silent despite the noisy gravel path, an impressive feat for a man Finn's size.
I see her,
Alex said. She wore another sundress, this one in a deep plum with white lace accents. It seemed the style was somewhat of a signature look for Libby. Alex's heart positively galloped in his chest, like a deranged horse. He needed to get his emotions under control and fast. Thank heaven she'd brought the pram. It would look odd to not hold her hand if it was free. And right now he wasn't sure he could handle the close contact. He lifted his hand in a wave and Libby smiled and nodded, acknowledging that she'd seen him. The motion caught the attention of a passing jogger who did a double take. Alex had to fight the urge to duck his head and try to hide from the scrutiny. Today, they wanted to be seen and photographed. Sorry we're late, Libby said, pushing the pram to a stop right in front of him. Kinsey spit up right as we were getting ready to leave, and I had to change her.
She has a knack for timing,
Alex said. He summoned his courage and bent down, dropping a kiss on Libby's cheek just as Maggie had instructed him. Libby's arms wrapped around his waist, warm and somehow familiar. He'd never been this close to her before. She smelled like a beach resort, coconut and an ocean breeze mixed with something that drove him absolutely mad. A man in the distance lifted a camera, and Alex felt a surge of adrenaline. It seemed at least one reporter had answered Maggie's call. It's good to see you, too, she murmured, but he heard a sarcastic bite underneath the words. He doubted anyone else would notice, though.
I was worried you were going to stand me up.
Alex said, keeping his tone bland.
I guess I should know by now that you're always running a little late. But the final results are worth it. You look beautiful today.
She clenched her jaw, and the fury he saw in her eyes gave him a thrill of satisfaction. Thank you. She pushed the pram down the walkway toward the reporter. Good. I know how much you love a heavily made-up woman. Now it was his turn to clench his jaw.
Careful, Libby, he murmured.
They were within earshot of the reporter now. His camera was raised toward a tree as he adjusted the telephoto lens, but Alex wasn't fooled. Time to stage the conversation.
Let me push the pram for you,
Alex said, placing his hands on the handle. His arms brushed against hers, sending his nerves tingling.
You must be exhausted.
Thank you. She stepped aside as though she'd been burned. I'm a little tired. Kinsey didn't want to take a nap today and screamed every time I tried to set her down. I guess she just wanted to go outside for a while.
She wanted to see me,
Alex said. The reporter's camera was pointed in their direction now and he heard the click of a shutter. I guess so, Libby said. She's been perfectly happy since I put her in the stroller. We've got about an hour until I need to get her home to her mommy. Alex was reluctantly impressed with the skill at which she'd woven the information into their conversation. He heard another shutter click. No doubt the reporter had overheard. But just in case.
And how is Connie doing?
Good, just really tired. She still won't let me help out at night. The adjustment to working mom hasn't been easy. I think she's wishing she could stay home with this one all day instead of hiring me to do it.
Well, she hired the best, Alex said. You'll make an excellent mother someday.
You think so? Libby said, a flirtatious tone in her voice. Alex pulled the pram to a stop and stared deeply into her eyes.
Yeah, I do.
She blinked, then inhaled sharply and looked away. I brought some birdseed to feed the ducks. I thought it might be fun.
Sounds great,
Alex said, turning the pram down the path leading to the small pond where wildlife often congregated.
Kenzie will love that.
I thought so. They continued toward the pond in silence as Alex scrambled for something to say. Maggie had warned them to avoid unnatural stretches of silence. Couples in new relationships weren't usually quiet for very long when together. A couple already stood near the pond, tearing chunks off a slice of bread and handing it to their toddler, who threw it in the water with a yell that had the birds flapping their wings.
Why birdseed? Alex asked.
Huh? Libby's brow crinkled in confusion.
You said birdseed. Why aren't we feeding the birds bread?
He pulled the pram to a stop and set the brakes, and Libby lifted Kinsey into her arms. Bread is like junk food for ducks. It doesn't really hold much nutritional value, and too much of it can make them sick. The bird seed is in the undercarriage. Can you grab it, please?
Sure.
Alex crouched down and pushed aside the diaper bag, blanket, and a pile of pennies. Those made him smile, before locating the small cloth bag of birdseed.
I didn't know bread was bad for ducks. Now I feel bad about all the times I fed it to them as a child.
Not many people know. Libby held Kenzie in one arm and she kicked wildly, letting out a squeal. Alex untied the bag and held it out to Libby, who took a handful and tossed it in the water. A few of the ducks deserted the bread and swam over with loud quacks, then dived for the seeds. I wonder how deep the water is, Libby asked.
I'm not sure. Fairly deep, I think. Maybe 10 or 12 feet.
He squinted as though he could see through the murky water to the bottom of the pond. Dang, it's so tempting to take off my shoes and wade in the water for a while.
You'd regret it on the walk home.
She inclined her head to the side. Maybe. I was starting to believe you'd lie to me about the weather, but it finally felt pleasantly warm instead of miserably hot on the walk here today. Alex laughed, taking a handful of birdseed and throwing it in the water. A duck with bright green feathers bobbed for seed rapidly, letting out an angry squawk every time another duck got his food.
Look at that one.
Libby laughed, bouncing Kenzie up and down as she pointed. They were right at the water's edge, almost close enough to touch the ducks if they reached out. See it, Kens? He must be starving.
Poor duck,
Alex said. We'll have to come here regularly until it gets cold. I go down to the ocean and feed the seagulls at least once a week in Oregon. Alex could imagine Libby sitting on a jagged rock, her hair blowing in the ocean breeze as she tossed birdseed to a flock of hungry seagulls, who battled for every morsel. She'd smile softly, a serenity to her countenance that he could never hope to replicate on his own.
It must be nice to have such a quiet life, so free of responsibilities and worry.
He knew immediately that he'd said the wrong thing. Libby stiffened beside her, her grip tightening on Kinsey. Oh, sure, I live this perfect life where I just flit around all day singing songs and going wherever the wind blows me. That's how all hippies are, right? Because I live on a commune, I must not know a thing about real life or real problems or real responsibilities.
That's not what I meant,
Alex said, his face heating. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Finn take a step closer while the reporter clicked away. Libby angrily tossed a handful of birdseed into the water. I have real problems too, Alex. I might not be running an entire country, but my parents are about to go bankrupt. They're talking about divorce. Do you have any idea what that's like? I bet you've never had to worry about whether to pay the doctor or pay for electricity.
I didn't mean.
That's the problem with you royals, Libby said, her voice rising. Just when I think we have something in common, you go and say something like that, and ruin everything. Alex gripped her arm, lowering his voice.
Libby,
He said, his tone warning. She yanked her arm free. He hadn't expected the move and it upset his balance, making him stumble on the uneven ground. For one frozen moment, he knew he was in trouble. Libby's eyes widened and she reached forward as his arms pinwheeled wildly.
No,
He yelped.
the baby.
His words were cut off as he lost his fight with gravity and splashed backward into the pond. He took a big gulp of air before water swam over his head. His eyes instinctively closed as he kicked toward the surface, and a moment later, he burst out of the water with a sputtering gasp. Quacks filled his ears, and he let out a yell as feathers batted about his head. He'd come up right in the middle of the ducks, who swam away from him as fast as they could. Peals of laughter filled the air. Libby stood on the banks, clutching Kinsey as she leaned over, her entire body shaking with mirth.
Liberty Claiborne?
Alex hollered. He reached the bank in 3 breaststrokes and pulled himself onto the muddy grass. She took a step back, her laughs growing louder. Alex wiped the muddy water out of his eyes. The parents with the toddler had stopped feeding the ducks and had their camera out, snapping pictures. Finn was at Alex's side in an instant.
Your Highness, are you okay?
Oh, he's fine, Libby said. A little water never hurt a royal. I don't think he'll melt.
I'm fine,
Alex said, shooing Finn off. Why had Liberty done that? The reporter probably had photos of the whole thing. Dating Libby had definitely been a bad idea. Alex took a step toward Libby, and she took another step back, holding Kinsey in front of her. Think of all the germs in that water. You can't get the baby wet.
Then put her in the pram so I can chase you down.
She darted back, giggling. No way. I may have a quick temper, but I'm not dumb. Alex shook his head and started laughing too. His shoulders shook. 6 months of tension released as he laughed like he hadn't since Isla Martin entered his life. No doubt this would be front-page news tomorrow. But at least this time he'd be in the news for something unrelated to his breakup. It wasn't like Durham could hate him any more than they already did. He held out his arms, motioning to his dripping wet figure.
So, am I forgiven for my idiotic comment? I think I've paid my penance.
Libby grinned, setting Kinsey in the pram. Then she surprised him by raising up on her tiptoes and brushing a kiss across his wet, dirty cheek. Yeah, you're forgiven. I guess even princes say stupid things to their girlfriends sometimes. Girlfriend. They had talked about dropping that term in public sometime this week. But he hadn't expected it to sound so nice falling from her lips. He hoped the reporter had overheard. Let's get you back to the palace, Prince Charming, Libby said. I think you need a shower. Chapter 12. Libby was such an idiot. When would she learn to control her temper? She hadn't really meant to push Alex in the pond, but the results were the same. As Libby walked with Alex to his car, she apologized for the fiasco, and he reassured her it was fine. But she saw the worry lines on his forehead, and it made her stomach knot with anxiety. What if her behavior had just cost her $10 million? Yeah, there'd be nothing in their conversation to tip the reporter off to their fake relationship. But she hadn't exactly done her job either, to improve Alex's image in the press. What would Durham think about him being shoved in the pond by his supposed girlfriend? In the end, neither of them needed to worry. The next morning, everyone in Durham knew about the disastrous date, and much to Libby's surprise, they loved it. Words like adorable and humanizing were tossed around. Maggie was thrilled, even if the king and queen probably weren't. Libby had thankfully not had to face them. Over the next 2 weeks, Libby and Alex went on 5 normal dates. At least, that's what Maggie called them. They were photographed coming out of a movie theater. Someone posted a photo of the two of them sharing ice cream at a local parlor. There were 3 more trips to the park, all of which were uneventful. Both Alex and Libby were on their best behavior, and soon rumors flew that the couple was deeply in love. But today they had their first event without Kinsey. It was a small garden party for a children's hospital the royal family often supported, which made it perfect for their first official public appearance. Are you sure watching Kinsey isn't a big deal? Libby asked as Connie brushed her hair. Libby had wanted to do soft curls again, but Connie insisted an updo was more appropriate for a garden party, and Maggie had agreed. Libby knew the media would comment on her sudden change in hairstyle. It shouldn't make her self-conscious, but it did. Of course it's not a big deal, Connie said. She'll probably just sleep until it's time for me to clock out for the day. But if she wakes up early, I'll make up the time during her next nap. Libby sighed, her shoulders sagging. Connie's hand slipped on a hairpin, completely missing its mark, and Libby quickly straightened her shoulders again. Okay, if you're sure. Why did Connie have to be so accommodating? She'd been hoping for a reason to bow out of this event. Surely even the girlfriends of crown princes could claim a fake sick day occasionally. Or maybe the royal family didn't get to claim sick days, even when they were real. That was probably closer to the truth. You know, I am Kenzie's mother, Connie said, pinning back another curl. It's my job to take care of her, not yours. But you hired me to help out, and I'm flitting off on dates. Dates with a prince, Connie said, as though that made everything okay. Maggie offered to get a babysitter, but I told her I would rearrange my schedule. I know those palace nannies are the best at what they do, but I still feel weird about letting one of them take Kenzie, even just for a few hours. If you don't feel comfortable with it, we won't do it, Libby said. We'll find another way to make it work. Agreed. Connie slid in the last bobby pin. All done. What do you think? Libby stared at herself in the mirror, barely recognizing the person staring back. Somehow, Connie had managed to tame Libby's curls into smooth locks pulled back into an elegant twist. She'd also helped Libby with her makeup, applying more than Libby was used to wearing. Wow, are you sure that's me? The palace version of you. Connie pulled Libby in for a side hug. I know Prince Alexander is a total nightmare, but this is a good thing, Lib. The money will help your parents so much. I know. Libby gave a gutsy sigh and brushed the fabric of her dress flat against her stomach. It was a much more fitted cut than the flowing bohemian-style dresses she usually wore, and she wasn't sure it suited her. The dress, the hair, the whole royal life felt so not her. You look perfect, Connie said, as though reading Libby's thoughts. And you're going to have a great time tonight, despite his royal snootiness. Libby smirked. The nickname had stuck, and every time one of them used it, she had to smile. You're right, thanks, Connie. If you need me to come back, just call Maggie and I'll get the message. I won't, Connie said confidently. It's one day. I don't have any projects I'm rushing to finish, so even if she wakes up, it'll be fine. Kenzie's cries filtered in from the nursery, the soft whimpering ones that Libby knew would soon turn into a full-out wail. It was her, I'm waking up and I'm starving cry. So much for sleeping, Libby said. Connie laughed. Babies rarely do what you want them to. Don't leave without saying goodbye. I'm dying to meet Prince Alexander. Libby's stomach curled. She wanted Connie to meet him too. Over the past couple of weeks, she'd seen glimpses of the Alex who'd saved her from arrest, and she really liked that guy. I won't. Connie nodded and disappeared from the bathroom. Libby swiped on some lip gloss, then wandered into her bedroom and checked to make sure the small clutch that matched her dress had the essentials, including a few lucky pennies. She dropped one at Castlebridge Park the last time they were there. It would always hold a special place in her heart. Connie's soft crooning filtered in from the nursery. Kenzie's cries didn't calm down, though, but instead grew louder. She must be getting her diaper changed. Libby picked up the white fascinator. Apparently that's what garden party hats were called, and pinned it carefully into place. She gave herself one last glance in the mirror and decided she was presentable. 10 minutes early, even. Alex would be so proud. Punctuality wasn't highly prized in Ocean Meadow, and something like "see you at 8" meant any time before 9. But Libby had quickly learned that palace time was exact and precise. She might as well get started on tidying the dirty kitchen. Since dating the prince, Libby hadn't been able to help out around the house nearly as much as she wanted to. While the housework hadn't specifically been outlined in her agreement with Connie, she felt bad that she wasn't able to alleviate that burden for her friend as much as she'd like to. Libby carefully tied an apron around her cream-colored lace dress, then loaded the dishwasher and started it running. Good thing her dress had short sleeves. She squirted soap into the sink and grabbed a scrub brush. Maybe this hadn't been such a great idea, even with the apron. Cream wasn't exactly a forgiving color, and the food was crusted on the metal sink more than Libby had thought. She put her muscles into it, trying to scrape off the dried-on spaghetti noodles that caked one side. The noodles abruptly came loose, splashing water and suds everywhere. Libby jumped back, feeling droplets hit her apron. Crap. Had any gotten on her dress? Her foot hit something wet and slid. Libby flung her arms out, flailing wildly as her feet grappled for a solid surface. Both feet slipped and slid beneath her. The stockings, bare legs were apparently against palace protocol, weren't helping matters at all. She yelped as her feet slid again. Her butt hit the floor hard and wet, soapy water seeped into the fabric of her dress. A puddle surrounded her, soaking her stockings. Libby shook her head, stunned by what had just happened. Why was water pouring from the dishwasher and covering the kitchen floor? She sprang to her feet with a yell and yanked the dishwasher open. A tidal wave of water flowed onto the new solid wood floor. What on earth? She pulled the small pile of dirty burp rags and dish towels from the counter and tried to sop up the water. And that's when the doorbell rang. Alex, the garden party. She looked down at her wet dress. Awesome. Water continued to pour from the dishwasher, like someone had turned on a faucet. Where was it all coming from? She sprang across the flat and threw the door open, her chest heaving. Alex stood there looking positively delicious in a tan suit, with a blue silk pocket square peeking out from his left breast pocket.
Are you ready?
He trailed off as he stared at her.
What happened?
She sprinted back to the kitchen, grabbing for more towels. Floor, she spit out. Water everywhere. Alex could be mad at her later. Right now, she had to stop the water. She flung open the cabinet under the sink, her stupid fascinator hitting the top. She found the water valve and jerked it to the off position. Loud crying filled the kitchen. Connie stood in the doorway with a hungry Kinsey, her eyes wide as she took in the flood. What happened? No idea, Libby said. The water had slowed to a trickle now at least, but the kitchen floor was covered in a half-inch of soap and bubbles, all slowly making its way toward the carpet in the living room. The carpet. Libby jumped to her feet, grabbing dish towels from a drawer. Maybe they could make some sort of water break and at least save the carpet. The wood floor was probably a total loss. That and her dress. She felt a panicked laugh bubbling from her throat. They probably cost about the same. Alex crouched down beside her, taking the towels from her shaking hands. She blinked up at him in surprise. He'd taken off his suit jacket and rolled his sleeves up past his elbows.
I've got this, he said. Go get the bathroom towels. This isn't going to be enough.
Libby nodded, not stopping to analyze Alex's behavior. She ran down the hallway and grabbed the stack of towels from the linen closet. The screaming grew louder from a very angry Kinsey. Connie must have set the baby down to help.
Is something wrong with her?
Alex asked, his tone polite and concerned. Oh, she's just hungry. Connie's voice was tight with stress and anxiety. I just had these wood floors installed a couple of months ago, right before I had Kinsey, actually. I can't believe this. I knew the dishwasher was getting old, but never thought it'd flood.
Go feed your daughter, Alex said. The soft tone of his voice washed over Libby like a caress. Libby and I will clean up the water.
Libby paused, her hands on the linen closet door, not quite closed. What about the garden party? Connie asked.
We can arrive a little late, Alex said. We're not leaving you to clean up this mess alone. I'll call the palace and get someone over here to assess for repairs.
That's not necessary, Connie said, and Libby could hear the tears in her voice. I can submit a claim to my insurance.
It most definitely is necessary, Alex said. You're allowing Libby to spend time with me, even when it's inconvenient. I would be a very inconsiderate man if I didn't show my appreciation by helping you now.
Libby shut the closet door, her heart leaping in her chest. She thought Alex would be upset about the delay, furious even. Instead, he was insisting they stay and help. She hurried back into the kitchen with the stack of towels. Go feed Kinsey, Libby said. We've got this. Connie nodded, her eyes filled with tears. I'll hurry. She tiptoed over the flooded floor and quickly fixed Kinsey a bottle, then disappeared into the nursery. The crying stopped as abruptly as it had begun, and the flat grew quiet. Libby reached out to brush away a strand of hair, but her hand hit the fascinator. She glanced again at her dress. The apron had mostly protected the front, but she could feel the back clinging to her rear end and legs. She didn't want to even think about what dishwasher soap had done to hand-knit lace. Libby knelt down beside Alex, adding another layer of towels to help keep the carpet dry. Thank you for not being upset about this. He looked up, startled.
Why would I be? It's not like you purposely flooded the kitchen.
I know, but now we'll be late for the party.
It can't be helped. What happened?
Libby grabbed another towel, using this one to soak up water from the wood floor. I have no idea. I started the dishwasher, and the next thing I knew, I slipped on a puddle of water and was sitting in a mess on the floor. His hand rested on her arm, and she looked up into his green eyes.
Are you okay?
She blinked, forcing herself to look away. She couldn't let herself be caught in his spell. It was nothing. I might be a little sore tomorrow, but I'm fine.
Are you sure?
She nodded.
Well, if you're certain, I'm glad you're okay. I'll call someone to come and look at the dishwasher and see about repairing the floor.
That's very generous. Way above and beyond what she'd expected.
Well, we can't leave Connie to clean everything up herself.
Libby's heart warmed and she blinked rapidly. Why was she fighting the urge to cry? Cedric never would have helped her clean up a flooded flat. But here Alex was, a crown prince with a literal palace of servants at his beck and call. And he still had rolled up his sleeves and got to work. I'm really sorry about this, Libby said. You're being so nice and I've made us late.
It's not a big deal, Libby. We do need to put in an appearance at the garden party, but no one will care if we're late.
She nodded, standing to wring out the wet towel into the sink. I can't leave Connie to clean everything up herself.
Of course not.
Alex smiled and she found herself dazed by the warmth of it.
You wouldn't be the Liberty Claiborne I knew if you weren't willing to rearrange plans to help a friend. We'll make sure repairmen are on their way before we leave. Let me make the calls.
Libby nodded. I'm going to change so I don't ruin the dress any more than I already have. Alex nodded, the phone all ready to his ear. Libby slipped into her bedroom and quickly changed into a pair of leggings and a loose-fitting shirt with a wide neckline that she could easily slip over her hair without disturbing the fascinator. She stared at the back of her soaked dress. The detergent had left the white lace and cream satin fabric spotted and discolored. What would she wear to the party now? She slowly made her way back to the kitchen, fighting tears. That dress had been handpicked by Maggie for today's event. It was from some super famous Durham designer and had probably cost a fortune. And now, it was ruined. Alex stood in the middle of the kitchen, His pant legs rolled up to just below his knee and his bare feet exposed. He held a soaked towel over the sink, squeezing out the water. Libby burst out laughing, tears rolling down her cheeks. She quickly swiped them away, but the laughter wouldn't stop. The release of tension was exactly what she'd needed. What the paparazzi wouldn't pay for a picture of this? He glared up at her with an expression of mock outrage.
Princes can clean up messes, you know.
She grabbed a fresh towel, bringing her within touching distance of Alex. Well, I know that now. A month ago, I never would have believed it.
Believe it. An appliance repairman is on his way now to look at the dishwasher, and someone will come by first thing in the morning to see about refinishing the wood floors. It might take a couple of days for them to get it done, but I'll arrange for takeout to be delivered while the kitchen is out of commission. A cleaning crew should be here any minute to finish clearing away this mess.
Libby rose on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Alex. The action surprised even herself, but he returned the embrace without hesitation. She inhaled deeply, loving his masculine scent. Thank you, Alex. This is above and beyond what Connie or I expected. I know she will really appreciate it. Alex pressed his lips close to her ear, making her shiver.
And what of Libby?
He whispered. She swallowed hard, hiding her face in his shoulder. Libby appreciates it too.
Good.
He let go and Libby reluctantly stepped away. His eyes sparkled while his tone teased.
You're impossible to please. I was beginning to think it couldn't be done.
She put a hand on her hip and pretended to glare. I'm incredibly easy to please when you make even half an effort.
Funny, and I thought I'd been trying so hard.
The doorbell rang before Libby could reply, breaking the flirtatious banter between them.
That must be the repairman or cleaning crew, Alex said.
Was it her imagination or was his voice huskier than it had been before? Libby blinked, taking a step back. Right, you let them in. I'll try to find something to wear to the party. Alex nodded and Libby slipped into her room to change. Luckily, she had a few other dress choices for upcoming events. Maybe one of them would work for the party. She'd been so wrong about Alex. He was thoughtful and kind and a decent man, and her heart was definitely in trouble. Chapter 13. Everything changed after the flood. For the next 2 weeks, Libby felt a warmth and sincerity from Alex that had been carefully guarded before. She found herself keeping a mental tally of all the things she wanted to tell him when they were together about her day, and laughed at his stories about uptight diplomats and near-catastrophic state dinners. The press continued to adore her, and for the first time since Isla's public breakup, Alex's approval ratings were positive. Sometimes Libby forgot their entire relationship was based on a paycheck, but she had a feeling that tonight she'd earn every penny. The limousine pulled to a stop at the end of the red carpet, and Libby's heart pounded furiously in her chest. She spun the heavy Art Deco ring around and around on her finger. It was a beautiful piece she'd found at a flea market. Genuine silver with dozens of tiny cubic zirconium diamonds arranged in a large oval, but had always been just a little too big. She really should get that resized sometime soon, like right now, instead of going to this party. Alex's hand landed on top of hers, stopping the motion.
You'll do fine tonight,
He said, his tone soothing.
You've done great so far.
Those were all small events, Libby sputtered. Not fancy birthday parties for the Prime Minister.
You'll do fine,
Alex repeated. The door opened and he pulled her onto the red carpet.
Now smile.
This so wasn't how she imagined her escape to Durham going. Libby blinked, trying to clear the constant camera flashes from her retinas.
It's her, a reporter called. What's it like dating the Crown Prince, darling?
Wonderful. Terrifying. Oh, yeah, and a total lie. She figured that probably wasn't what the reporter wanted to hear. Actually, it probably was. That'd make a great headline. She swallowed back the hysterical laughter threatening to bubble forth. Alex drew her hand into the crook of his arm as though sensing her nerves, and she shrank against him.
Just smile and ignore their questions. The royal family never engages the press except for official announcements.
Maggie had drilled that into Libby's head for the past month, but Libby had never faced so many reporters. They'd seen them on dates, of course, but they'd mostly kept their distance. So much for dating a prince being easy. She was totally out of her depth here. Libby let Alex lead her down the red carpet and into the palace. Heavy doors swung closed behind them, blocking out most of the noise and chaos, and she let out a sigh of relief.
You're doing great,
Alex said encouragingly, his accent sliding over her like warm icing over a cinnamon roll.
Sorry about the press, they are unfortunately a rather permanent fixture in my public life.
Then why have they left us mostly alone before tonight? Libby muttered. Alex laughed.
Because we weren't at events where people go to be photographed. Tonight is all about showing up in the society column. At least, it is for most of the guests.
Great, Libby muttered. She handed her wrap over at the coat check before reclaiming Alex's proffered arm. She could feel the heat of his skin even through his tuxedo jacket, and it made her entire body tingle. Careful, girl, she reminded herself. This isn't real. She reminded herself of that a lot lately. Despite dating Alex for nearly a month, Libby hadn't been back to the palace since that first meeting with the king and queen, and it wasn't like she'd exactly been given a tour on that occasion. She entered the palace's grand ballroom and let out a gasp. Magnificent archways with intricate carvings and gold filigree framed the entrance to the ballroom. White marble glimmered underneath the light of 6 magnificent crystal chandeliers. A musician coaxed classical music from a white grand piano tucked into one corner, and a gentle murmur of voices filled the room with a pleasant buzz. Men in tuxedos and women in elegant evening gowns floated around the room, glasses of champagne in their hands. Libby was sure she'd recognize a number of the guests if she ever paid any attention to magazines or television. A tall woman, perhaps in her 40s, immediately walked up to them with a broad smile on her face. She dropped into a graceful curtsy.
Your Highness, it's so wonderful to see you. You as well.
Alexander tugged Libby forward.
Libby, I'd like to introduce you to Sarah Green. She's the hostess of Durham's most popular morning talk show. Sarah, I'd like to introduce you to my girlfriend, Miss Liberty Claiborne.
So, the rumors are true. Sarah held out her hand and Libby quickly took it. The woman's grip was strong and precise. It's so nice to finally meet you, Miss Claiborne. You've been all the papers can talk about. I'd love to do an exclusive with you. Durhams are dying to hear what it's like to date the crown prince. Libby forced a smile. That's very flattering, but I think I'd better pass. Sarah let out a tisk, but didn't seem surprised.
Well, if you ever change your mind.
Alex placed a hand at the curve of Libby's waist and pulled her against his side. Libby placed a hand on his chest to steady herself. Somewhere nearby, she saw the flash of a camera.
We're all very curious for details, Sarah said. I especially love watching you with that baby you nanny, Libby. The 3 of you are so cozy together, like a little family.
I'm very lucky to have a job that I love, Libby said.
And how long do you expect to continue that job? Sarah asked. Perhaps you've got something else in mind for the future?
Libby stared at Sarah, surprised by the blatant attempt for information. She opened her mouth to respond, but Alex pressed his hand against her back, urging her in another direction.
You won't be getting anything more from us tonight, Miss Green, he said. Will you excuse us? I see an old friend I'd like to introduce Libby to.
Of course, Sarah said. But Libby didn't miss the calculating look in her eyes. Why wouldn't you let me talk? Libby asked in a furious whisper. You made me look like a complete idiot who can't speak for myself.
You don't understand this world.
Alex's condescending tone had Libby's defenses rising.
Sarah Green is incredibly shrewd. She'll see through our ruse in an instant if we aren't careful.
Sure, because my plan was to tell her that I'm being paid to date you. I love flushing $10 million I don't have down the drain. Alex blinked.
I didn't mean.
I may not be heir to a country and I may not wipe my nose with €100 bills, but that doesn't mean I'm an idiot, Libby said. She'd really hit her stride now and it felt good to let this infuriating man have it. I have learned a thing or two in the month we've been dating, you know. If I'm asked a question, do me the courtesy of letting me answer. Alex paused, then inclined his head.
I apologize. I didn't realize my actions were offensive. That certainly wasn't my intent.
His sudden 180 threw her. Lately, she never knew whether she'd get the Alex who saved her from arrest, or his Royal Highness Prince Alexander of Durham. Thank you, she said finally. Because really, what else could she say without coming off as a total jerk? A tall and handsome man strode toward them, and Alex's face broke into a grin.
Nicholas,
He said, and the two men clapped each other on the back.
good to see you.
The man said with a barely perceptible accent. French, perhaps?
I had no idea you were attending tonight,
Alex said.
It was very last minute.
Nicholas motioned to Libby.
I had rather hoped to meet this lovely lady tonight. Of course.
Alex grabbed Libby's hand and gently pulled her forward.
Nicholas, this is Libby. Libby, this is His Royal Highness Prince Nicholas of Gallia. Nicholas is my cousin and best friend.
Libby stared at Nicholas, stunned. She hadn't expected to casually speak with royalty tonight. Well, aside from Alex, of course. She'd read articles about Alex's exploits in Gallia with Prince Nicholas right after the breakup. Nicholas held out his hand, grinning. His smile was warm and friendly, instantly encouraging trust.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Libby.
Libby grasped his hand and did an awkward curtsy. Was she supposed to curtsy? Her cheeks flushed red as she stood. It's an honor, Your Highness.
He gets a Your Highness?
Alex's tone was teasing, and the brush of his lips against her ear made her shiver. She playfully hit Alex on the arm. Yes, because he's nice to me.
Hey, I'm nice too.
You're infuriating. Nicholas laughed.
I already like you, Libby. Someone needs to put Alex in his place occasionally. Is Kara with you tonight?
Alex asked, changing the topic. Nicholas shook his head regretfully.
No, she stayed home with Esme. Mother insisted it's improper for Kara to accompany me on trips until we're married. So what are you waiting for?
Alex said.
Hurry up and marry the girl before she comes to her senses. I'd marry her tomorrow if I could, but Mother insists the country deserves to watch us wed.
He leaned forward and dropped his voice to a whisper.
To be honest, I think Kara would be fine with eloping, but since we finally got Gallia on our side, we don't want to rock the boat again. I'm happy for you,
Alex said, pulling his cousin in for a manly pat on the back. This was a side of Alex Libby hadn't really had a chance to witness. A man with a family he loved. She still hadn't met his siblings or cousins.
She'll be so disappointed she didn't get to meet you,
Nicholas said, addressing Libby once more. Libby raised an eyebrow. Me? Why?
Someone who isn't from the aristocracy dating a prince?
Nicholas's eyes twinkled.
I think the two of you will have a lot in common. Plus, she's always looking for opportunities to practice her English. She's getting pretty good at it.
Libby instantly felt a kinship with this woman she'd never met. I would have loved to meet her.
Nicholas nudged Alex in the arm. I can't believe you haven't called and told me all the details. I'm your cousin, for heaven's sake. I shouldn't have to read about all these things in the tabloids along with the rest of the world. How did the two of you meet?
So Alex hadn't told Nicholas about their arrangement. He thought they were a real couple. A pang of longing struck Libby with surprising intensity. She could almost imagine standing around at some formal function, Alex's hand at her waist, as they laughed with Nicholas and Kara. Alex cleared his throat.
Well, Libby was touring the palace.
Nicholas nodded, his expression hinting at intrigue.
A tourist, perfect.
Yes, Libby said. Alex reached for her hand and she gave it to him willingly, clutched at it. She was so not prepared for this level of stress. I got into trouble with the guards. Alex rescued me. Nicholas raised an eyebrow.
What do you mean?
Her cheeks burned. She wished a hole would open up for her to sink into. Why was she so dang obsessed with lucky pennies? I guess I tripped a wire while admiring the thrones.
She left a lucky penny on the dais, Alex said. I could see pretty clearly that a beautiful woman holding a baby wasn't a threat to the crown. But you know how zealous the guards get sometimes. I thought I'd better step in and request they back off.
She remembered that day so clearly. The adrenaline as she worried about her impending arrest. The way Alex's arrival had made her forget all about that impending danger. The instant attraction between them. She gazed up at Alex and saw her feelings reflected in his eyes. Could something that had started out fake turn into something real? Nicholas threw back his head and laughed.
Palace security must be going nuts with you, Miss Claiborne.
Please, call me Libby. She tucked a strand of hair behind one ear, somewhat self-consciously. And I've been a model citizen since then.
I saw you pushed Alex into a pond.
That wasn't entirely my fault. Nicholas shook his head and grinned.
I'm sure Alex deserved it.
Libby smiled up at Alex and his arm tightened around her waist. Trust me, he did.
It's good to keep the guards on their toes, Nicholas said. Keeps their senses alert. Carol would love you. You're one to talk, Alex said. Or should I tell Libby about how you met Kara?
Nicholas held up his hands.
Okay, I'll stop. We just ditched our guards for a night on the town, Alex said. Nicholas and I were, perhaps a bit intoxicated. So we broke into Kara's ballet studio. So, how long have the two of you been dating? Nicholas broke in.
Hey, that sounded like an interesting story, Libby protested, leaning into Alex. What do you mean you broke into her studio?
I'll tell you the story later,
Alex whispered in Libby's ear. She shivered, the promise making her body feel 10 degrees warmer. Nicholas nodded his head at Libby.
I'm sure the story will come out eventually, but I shouldn't monopolize your time any more tonight. It was a pleasure meeting you, Libby.
He glanced pointedly at Alex.
We'll talk later.
Alex nodded, then swept Libby away. Are you going to tell him? She whispered.
Probably. Nicholas is my best friend. We're as close as brothers.
Libby's hands grew damp as she thought about Nicholas knowing the truth. He'd look at her differently, like a gold digger. Instead of telling Kara about Alex's fabulous new girlfriend, he'd tell her about the woman making a quick buck off Alex's heartbreak. The heavy Art Deco ring on Libby's right hand slid around her finger, and she twisted it back to its proper position. Maybe this was a mistake, she whispered. What happens when we break up? Everyone will hate me. I'll be the girl who broke a prince's heart.
Hey now.
Alex lifted her chin and stared into her eyes.
That's not going to happen, I promise. Maggie will spin it in a way that doesn't hurt either of us.
Libby spun the ring around and around her finger, faster and faster as heat coiled up her spine. There's no way to guarantee things will go down like that. We can't keep up the pretense forever.
Libby, you're freaking out.
The ring flew off Libby's finger and clattered to the floor, landing near her feet. Alex bent down reflexively and grabbed the ring. He stared at it for a moment, then held it out to her.
This is pretty. Where'd you get it?
A flea market, Libby said, reaching for the ring. Sorry. A voice cut through the room, dousing Libby with cold water that had her entire body sticky with dread. A woman pointed in their direction, her eyes bright with excitement. His Royal Highness is proposing! Chapter 14.
Wait, what?
Alex froze at the woman's words. His Royal Highness is proposing! He could feel the cool, hard marble of the ballroom floor against his right kneecap, registered the fact that he held a sparkling diamond ring toward Libby. Yeah, he could see how the woman had gotten that impression. And now every person at the Prime Minister's birthday party thought the same thing. A royal engagement! Someone screeched, their voice clearly delighted. Oh, how romantic! Are you getting this? Sarah murmured from somewhere close behind Alex, which meant she must have her cameraman recording the whole thing. A camera flashed. No doubt it wasn't the only cell phone capturing pictures of the supposedly historic event.
Think,
He commanded himself. Libby's eyes were wide and scared, very deer in the headlights, and he had the sudden urge to laugh. What a mess. And to think they'd been arguing about a supposedly complicated future breakup. Things had just gotten 1,000 times more complicated. Well, Alex said, his voice so quiet he was sure no one but Libby could hear. Her eyes searched his, probably looking for a way out of this situation. He stayed on one knee, the ring extended. His hands felt slick with sweat. What if he dropped the ring? That'd be a fantastic headline. Libby's eyes darkened and a smile broke across her face. Of course I'll marry you. Holy cow, what had they just done? Alex's limbs were pudding and his heart would probably beat itself into cardiac arrest at any moment. But he managed to slip the ring onto Libby's left hand without any visible shaking. Hopefully any nerves would be passed off as those of an anxious fiancé. The entire room let out a collective sigh. Alex rose and pulled Libby to him. She shrank into a side, body trembling. Cheers broke out across the room. Alex was acutely aware of all the places where Libby's body touched his. Her arms around his waist, her head against his chest, their legs brushing against each other. The scent of her coconut and ocean breeze shampoo was seriously messing with his wits. For one insane moment, he wished this was a real engagement, that he and Libby would really get to spend the rest of their lives together. And that's when he knew he was falling for her. He'd never experienced even a shadow of these emotions with Isla. Comparing the two were like comparing the sun to the stars. No, not even the stars. A light bulb.
kiss her,
Someone yelled, probably Nicholas. Alex dropped his gaze to Libby's full lips. She pulled the bottom one in with her teeth as she inhaled. Oh, how he wanted to kiss her. He licked his own lips, his mouth feeling suddenly dry. But royals don't give in to public displays of affection. His mother would faint on the spot if she saw. Alex had no doubt that every member of his family was close by, watching this entire spectacle. Do it, Libby breathed. He could no more deny her request than cut off his own arm. Alex lowered his head toward Libby's, intending to brush a brief, chaste kiss across her mouth. The kind of kiss a future king was expected to give in public. But then their lips touched, and he lost all sense of reason. Her mouth was as soft as Alex had always imagined it to be. Libby's arms tightened around his waist, and she melted into him, He cradled her face with his hands, feeling the soft skin of her jaw and neck beneath his palms, and angled her head for a better kiss. Their lips parted ever so slightly. He was lost to the moment, didn't care that he was the crown prince, that they were at an official function, that this whole thing was all for show. All that mattered was Libby and the way she felt in his arms. A cat call broke through his concentration, probably Henry, the scoundrel. And Alex broke away. Had he seriously just passionately kissed Libby in front of a crowd of people? Oh boy, his parents would be livid. Libby stumbled against Alex, her eyes clouded with desire. He tightened his hold, keeping her securely upright against his side. "When is the wedding?" Sarah called. Her cameraman stood beside her, the green light near the lens proving the whole thing was being caught on film. Libby stiffened beside him and Alex forced himself to smile.
Give us a moment to catch our breath. I've just barely convinced her to say yes.
A chuckle rumbled through the crowd. "Now what?" Libby murmured.
No idea,
Alex said. That kiss. He could still feel her lips on his, the soft skin of her face beneath his hands. He'd never felt a kiss so deeply, not even with Isla, who he'd been certain he loved.
All hail His Royal Highness Prince Alexander!
Someone called, their glass raised. Cheers echoed the sentiment. Waiters hurriedly brought out trays of champagne as an excited buzz filled the party. Members of Parliament and celebrities alike all pushed forward, offering their congratulations. Engaged, Alex's chest tightened in panic. How would they get out of this mess? What would happen when the engagement was inevitably called off? Flashbacks of the lashback he'd endured after breaking up with Isla had him fighting for composure. The last month had been such a nice reprieve. He'd almost forgotten what it was like not to deal with a constant media circus. Nicolette pushed her way through the crowd, her head held high and a crown balanced regally atop her blonde curls. He recognized the fake smile on her face immediately, the one that said happy to Durham's, but danger to her children. Geoffrey stood beside her, his expression not quite masking his feelings. Mother always had been better at hiding her emotions in public. Geoffrey had chosen his queen well. "Congratulations," Nicolette said, holding out her arms. Alex knew he had no choice, so he accepted her hug. 10 minutes, she whispered in his ear. He didn't have to ask where. The family room was where all these types of discussions went down. It was fitting, really, since that's where he and Libby had agreed to this crazy plan. "Bring the American tart with you." Alex bristled at the insult, feeling his neck grow hot with anger. Libby hadn't planned this any more than he had, and now they were both stuck in a mess. Or had she planned this? He glanced her way, watching as she smiled and thanked someone offering congratulations. He'd seen her family's bank statements and knew they were knocking at bankruptcy's door. Securing her spot as future queen would ensure they never suffered financial difficulties again.
She's not like that,
Alex told himself. He gave his mother a curt nod, then clapped his father on the back. They made a good show of joviality, but the undercurrent of tension wasn't lost on Alex. Soon the crowd returned to their own conversations, eager to gossip about this turn of events. Rumors would already be flying about the reason for such a quick engagement. They'd have to make sure whatever pretend wedding date they set was well in the future to dissuade any whispers of an unplanned pregnancy. There was a boisterous atmosphere to the event that had been missing previously. No doubt a royal wedding would push all thoughts of Isla from Durham's mind. Alex wondered what they'd say when the wedding was inevitably called off. Libby sidled up next to Alex and placed a hand softly on his arm, sending tingles to his fingertips. "We're in trouble, aren't we?" she said, keeping her voice low and her smile on her lips.
most definitely,
Alex said, patting her hand.
But I'm the crown prince. What can they do?
Libby let out a strained laugh. Maybe you're safe, but they might still decide to throw the commoner in the palace dungeons.
We stopped using those decades ago. They're quite cozy now. Big screen TV, billiards table, overstuffed couches. You'd be quite comfortable, I'm sure.
Libby laughed again, but this time the sound was lighter. Good. No sense in letting her know just how nervous he was. With the guests distracted, Alex watched his parents slip out of the room, followed by his brothers, sister, and cousins a few moments later. Alex nodded to Finn, who positioned his hulking body to shield Alex and Libby from prying eyes. He tugged her from the room and they disappeared down the hallway. Where are we going? Libby asked as he pulled her behind a tapestry that hid a hallway only the family used.
To be scolded by the king and queen.
She stumbled, and he threw out an arm to steady her. She quickly regained her footing and quickened her pace. Are you serious?
Don't worry. I won't let them drag you to the dungeons. That wouldn't help my reputation at all.
Libby raised an eyebrow, amusement making her lips turn up. How very comforting. For a crazy moment, Alex imagined pressing Libby up against the wall and kissing her senseless. He clenched his jaw and paused in front of the elevator instead, pushing the up button.
I wasn't thinking when I picked up that ring.
And I wasn't thinking when I dropped it.
Well, now a crowded room of guests saw it, and we need to come up with a game plan for the press. If we aren't careful, we'll undo all the progress we've made this past month.
The elevator dinged open and Alex ushered Libby inside. His arm brushed hers as he reached for the number 3. Now was not the time to relive that amazing kiss that had his body's temperature spiking. This is so stupid. Libby slammed a fist against the elevator wall, surprising Alex with her intensity. I've been meaning to get that dang ring resized for ages. I guess I was nervous and my hands were kind of sweaty and, well... She trailed off, looking up at him from underneath lowered lashes. It just fell off. He picked up her hand, running his thumb over the ring. Her skin felt warm against his, and he sucked in a shaky breath.
It's a beautiful piece.
Probably not what Durham imagined the crown prince would give his intended.
It's close enough that they all made the same assumption.
The elevator slid to a stop and Alex motioned for Libby to exit. She clasped her hands together, pressing her lips to the ring that now rested on her left hand, as they strode toward the door to the family quarters at the end of the hallway. I'm going to have to tell my parents about this now, she muttered. I was really, really hoping to avoid that. Alex paused outside the door and glanced at her in surprise.
You haven't told them we're dating?
The expression on her face was almost insulting. Of course I haven't. It's not like they'll find out living at Ocean Meadow. That hurt, for reasons Alex most definitely didn't want to examine.
Well, ready to meet the rest of my family?
Not really.
That's the spirit.
He took her hand in his and squeezed it gently, fighting the urge to bring it to his lips.
Just remember, their bark is worse than their bite. Mostly.
He pushed the heavy wood door open, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu as they entered the living room. The 2 white linen couches that faced each other were filled, his parents on one side and siblings and cousins on the other. Great. They'd left the seats next to his parents open. Nicolette rose, her blonde hair glinting in the light. Nice of you to join us, son, she said, her Gallian accent thicker than he ever remembered hearing it. Not a great sign for how this conversation would go. Geoffrey rose as well, his shoulders straight and bearing regal. Always the king.
What in the blazes happened in there tonight?
Calm down, Daddy. Charlotte flitted over to their father, a book tucked underneath one arm. She rose on her tiptoes and kissed Geoffrey on the cheek. No one could calm him down like she did. I'm sure it was an accident,
I always thought I'd be the one to get accidentally engaged, Henry joked. Thanks for taking the pressure off, Alex. Well done, mate. I'm sure Alex has an explanation for things, Stefan cut in. Yeah, Henry said. He was distracted by a gorgeous girl again.
Libby stiffened, and Alex moved closer, hoping his presence would offer at least a semblance of comfort. When had they stopped being enemies and become friends?
This mess isn't Libby's fault any more than it's mine. It's somebody's fault, Nicolette shot back. Believe it or not, there is such a thing as an accident, Alex countered.
Nicolette threw up her hands and rose to pace in front of the fireplace mantel.
This whole thing has been an accident from the very beginning. Why we thought an American gold digger could be the solution to all of our problems.
I'm not a gold digger, Libby said hotly, stepping forward. She placed her hands on her hips, face practically glowing with fury. My ring slipped off. Alex picked it up. This isn't some big conspiracy to become queen.
Good, Nicolette said, her voice rising. Because I will die before I see you on the throne. Cleverer women than you have tried to buy their way into this family. Isla didn't succeed, and neither will you.
I'm not buying my way into anything, Libby protested. I didn't. Alex stepped between his mother and Libby and held up both hands as the outer door opened.
I think we need to all take a deep breath and calm down.
Maggie slipped inside and closed the door behind her. Excellent idea, she said, pushing her red glasses up the bridge of her nose. And once we've all done that, we can get down to business. Congratulations on the accidental engagement, Your Highness. Now, what are we going to do about it? Chapter 15. Libby fought the urge to shrink behind Alex. Hiding in the face of the Queen's fury seemed like a wise move, but she refused to cower like a scared rabbit. Hadn't they come to her with this whole crazy idea? She'd done everything they asked of her. Completely upended her life to help the royal family out of a bind. And yeah, she was getting paid to do it, but that hadn't made the last month any easier. Nicolette's glare was intense enough to make Libby sweat. The tone of her voice clearly indicated that Libby was a problem they needed to solve. Even Maggie seemed to be turning on her.
There's nothing to be done,
Alex said, as though sensing the direction of Libby's thoughts.
Something must be done,
Nicolette shot back, her eyes bright with fury. She thrust a finger toward Libby.
You can't marry her.
Ouch. The warm grays of the living room suddenly seemed cold and unfeeling, the soft couch cushions hard. Trust me, no one is getting married. Libby held up her hands and noticed they were shaking. When did that happen? She couldn't marry Alex, no matter how amazing their kiss had been earlier tonight. Between Cedric's betrayal and her parents' impending divorce, the idea was about as appealing as sleeping on concrete. It was bad enough that she'd have to tell her parents about the fake engagement. They'd never forgive her if they found out from someone else. And this news was too big to hide, even from Ocean Meadow. Nicolette snorted, bringing Libby back to the present. Seriously, what was this woman's problem? Libby folded her arms and shifted closer to Alex. His arm came around her shoulder, warm and comforting. Maybe marrying him wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Her parents would definitely not have to worry about money anymore. The warmth of Alex's lips still lingered on hers, the imprint of the memory making her entire body tingle. No, she was not getting married. That would be insane. We're going to have to move very carefully now, Maggie said, adjusting her glasses. She glanced down at the table in her hands as though maybe it held the answer. An engagement is, well, I'm not going to lie to everyone. This is pretty serious. The royal family doesn't have the luxury of getting engaged on a whim.
It wasn't a whim, Alex ground out. It was an accident. Sure it was.
One of his brothers, Libby was pretty sure it was Henry, rose from his place on the couch across from them and clapped Alex on the back.
We've all lost our minds a bit around a pretty girl, Alex. No shame in it.
He winked at Libby and she couldn't help but smile back. The wink hadn't been flirtatious, but instead meant to put her at ease. At least one member of the royal family didn't hate her. Maybe two. Alex couldn't kiss her like that if he had no feelings toward her, right? Then again, hate was a feeling, just not a good one. And that kiss had felt so good.
Maybe we can keep this news to just tonight's party, Stefan piped up.
He sat stiff and tall, his hands resting loosely on his knees.
Tell Sarah Green that Alex and Libby were caught up in the moment. We could ask her not to air the story until they make the news public.
Right. Charlotte rolled her eyes, relaxing on the couch next to Stefan. She shook a book in her hands and her dark hair hung around her shoulders in a smooth curtain. Because the press is always so willing to bury a story if it might inconvenience us. Brilliant idea, Stefan. Seriously, top notch.
If you have a better idea, I'm sure we'd all love to hear it, he shot back. We cannot tout a free press if we buy their silence whenever it's convenient, Jeffrey said.
Stefan and Charlotte fell silent. Libby glanced around the room and immediately got the sense that Jeffrey usually had the final say in all family matters.
I think we can be reasonably certain that they're going to air the story within the next 24 hours. So let's come up with a plan to minimize the damage.
Very wise, Your Majesty. Maggie clutched the tablet so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Libby knew exactly how she felt. My recommendation is to make an official announcement first thing in the morning, hopefully before the story airs. Nicolette continued to pace in front of the fireplace, her steps angry and posture stiff. Maggie glanced nervously at the Queen but continued. I think we should set up an exclusive interview where Libby and His Highness can sit down with Sarah Green. We'll tell everyone it's been a whirlwind courtship and they're desperately in love. People understand falling in love quickly. It'll make Prince Alexander more relatable and likable, while also planting seeds of doubt about whether their relationship will work. When we eventually call the whole thing off, no one will be surprised. Libby couldn't get rid of the swooping sensation in her stomach. She felt Alex's eyes on her but couldn't look at him. Did he think she was a gold-digging American too? Hysterical laughter bubbled up and she pressed her lips firmly together. Can we just tell everyone this is all a big misunderstanding?
You should have considered that possibility before making the whole thing so believable, Nicolette said.
Libby took a calming breath. She pitied whoever Alex did end up marrying, because Nicolette would be a formidable mother-in-law. We can tell everyone we were caught up in the moment, but realized everything is moving much too fast. Henry had an amused expression on his face, and Charlotte lifted a hand to her mouth, as though to hide a smile. Stefan's expression remained stiff and impassive, and Libby couldn't quite get a read on his cousins, Oliver and Emma. But she had a feeling she'd just made an incredibly stupid suggestion. Alex picked up Libby's hand and squeezed it. She glanced over at him for the first time and saw eyes dark with something she couldn't quite identify. Concern, maybe? For himself or for her?
That'll just make the royal family look weak and indecisive to the press.
Well, that answered that question. She swallowed hard. Of course he was worried about the royal family's reputation. That's what she'd been hired to fix.
Telling everyone the engagement was a mistake is the absolute worst thing we could do right now,
Nicolette said, her tone clearly saying that Libby was an idiot for even suggesting the idea.
We'll have to see it through. To what? The altar? Alex said.
His hand suddenly felt cold in Libby's and she gently pulled away.
Of course not! Nicolette snapped. Eventually we'll concoct some sort of scandal on Libby's end to get us out of this. Libby's mouth dropped open. Excuse me? Nicolette folded her arms and leaned against the fireplace mantel, her red dress glinting against the white herringbone tile. This little accident is your fault, dear. Seems only fair that you clean up the mess.
Oh, you mean like Alex cleaned up his mess with Isla? Libby shot back hotly. Or have you forgotten that you hired me to fix that one?
Hey now, Alex said.
Libby couldn't look at him, humiliation making her cheeks warm. That was a low blow, and she knew it.
And a fine job you've done, Nicolette said, raising an eyebrow. I suppose that ring flew off your finger and clattered to the floor, and Alexander just happened to pick it up in the room of crowded guests and cameras. And it just happened to look like a proposal.
Yes. Libby felt the Queen's displeasure like a physical weight, but fought to keep her shoulders straight and head held high. She'd done nothing wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not sure a scandal is the right way out of this, Maggie said tentatively. We can run all possible scenarios before picking the one that'll result in the least amount of damage to all involved parties. Perhaps if we go with a different world spin.
Well, that won't be hard to sell to the public, Nicolette cut in.
Geoffrey placed a calming hand on his wife's shoulder.
What's done is done. Maggie's right. We can figure out our exit strategy later. What we need right now is a plan to deal with the press over the next few weeks. This will be front-page news across the world. We have to handle the situation delicately.
Libby had only agreed to this charade for 4 months, and one of those had already passed. But she had a feeling that timeline was now out the window. She leaned back against the couch, resigning herself to the fact that her quick 4-month job had just been indefinitely extended. Maybe if she cooperated with the royal family, they'd forget about the $10 million Libby could be sued for if this secret got out. Charlotte ran a hand lazily across the cover of the book she held, looking every bit the regal princess who wasn't overly bothered by anything. You know, Mother, there is another way out of this mess. Nicolette straightened.
And what exactly is that?
Charlotte smiled, looking very much like a cat who had just swallowed a canary. They could get married. Libby swayed, her shoulder knocking into Alex. It was a good thing she was sitting, because seriously, that wasn't even funny to joke about. It was official. The entire royal family of Durham was crazy.
Don't be absurd, Alex said, his tone sharp.
Okay, so maybe he did still hate her a teeny bit. He sounded horrified by the very idea of marrying her. Of course we won't get married, Libby said. I have a life in the States. No offense, but I'm not about to leave it for the insanity I've been thrown into. The Queen's eyes spit fire.
This is all your fault, Miss Claiborne. The proper thing to do would be to help us fix things.
Libby held up her hands, anger coursing through her. Now, wait a minute. All I did was hand Alex a crying baby. How was I supposed to know we'd end up a national headline? I'm only here tonight because you practically begged me to date His Royal Highness.
And now you're engaged to a prince, Nicolette said. How coincidental.
Rage made Libby's entire body feel on fire. Tonight she had been belittled, insulted, humiliated, and basically treated like crap. That's what trying to help someone got her. She couldn't even look at Alex. Tears burned at her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Instead, she yanked the ring off her left hand and shoved it back on her right. That's it. I'm out of here. No amount of money is worth this kind of stress. Believe me when I say that I have no desire to be the next Queen of Durham. Nicolette clenched her fists, her face turning red.
You are contractually obligated to see this through to the end.
I don't remember marriage being part of the deal.
If you tell anyone what's really happened, you'll be fined $10 million, Nicolette shrieked.
Libby forced a laugh through her fear. Good luck getting your money. I've got less than $100 in the bank right now. The room exploded. Everyone jumped to their feet and started talking at once. Libby strode from the room, struggling to keep her head held high and her knees from collapsing. Her composure lasted until the door closed behind her. She pressed a hand against the wall to steady herself as tears clawed for release. A guard stood a few paces down the hallway, but politely ignored her minor meltdown, just like he had the last time she'd stood outside this room. She'd just told off a room full of royals. That probably hadn't been her smartest idea ever. And now, what? She owed the crown $10 million? Panic burned in her throat and her shoulders began to tremble. Engaged to a prince. If she'd known this was what her stay in Durham would be like, she would have stayed in Oregon. Her parents' fighting wasn't nearly as stressful as this. The door clicked open and closed, and a hand rested lightly on her shoulder.
Please don't go, Libby.
Alex's voice washed over her like a caress. She clenched her fists and turned, unleashing her fury on him. And why not? You just sat there and let me be flayed alive by a bunch of piranhas. He blinked, eyebrows arching in surprise.
This whole thing is a pretty big shock. I'll admit my mother wasn't on her best behavior back there.
She called me a gold digger.
And that was wrong of her, Alex said quickly. She'll apologize when she calms down, I'm sure of it. She's quite traditional. This isn't how she imagined an engagement happening for her eldest son.
Libby folded her arms, refusing to be drawn in by those eyes that grabbed hold of her soul and wouldn't let go. This isn't how I imagined my time in Durham going either. I'm here to help Connie, and so far all I've managed to do is end up in the newspapers.
I understand, but please, Libby, I need your help to make this work.
He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down.
I can't go back to being ridiculed daily in the press. I can't have another relationship fail so publicly.
She laughed, running a hand through her hair. This isn't a relationship, Alex. We can barely stand to be in the same room as each other. We're always arguing. He took a step closer, his eyes darkening.
Not all fighting is bad.
No, she wasn't about to get drawn in again. She kept her expression cold and calculating. At least, she hoped that's how she appeared. Why do you need this so badly? If I don't date you, sure, the Durhams might not fall at your feet, but nothing will really change. You'll still be king one day.
True, but I can do a lot more good if I'm liked than if everyone is constantly working against me.
He reached out and gently took her hand into his. Her breathing hitched, and she tried not to stare at him.
Please, Liberty, stay and be my fake fiancé.
She gulped. Her entire head felt as though it was filled with cotton. I won't be treated like one of the servants, she said. Alex nodded quickly.
Of course, I'll speak to the entire family. I promise you that from this point on, you will be treated with the utmost respect.
And Connie and Kinsey are still my first priorities. An engagement doesn't change that.
I understand. We'll continue to work around your schedule.
Libby put a hand to her forehead, trying to think. Was she seriously considering playing the fiancé of a prince? Alex took her hand and rubbed his thumb lightly over the back of her knuckles.
This doesn't change anything,
He said, his tone still soothing.
You'll just have a different label in the press, but our agreement is still the same. Once things calm down, we'll figure a way out of this situation.
This is a lot more than I originally agreed to, she said lamely.
I know, but I need your help, Libby. Please.
She sucked in an uneven breath. If she didn't continue down this path, she would be in breach of her contract. Not only would she not get the money to help her parents, but she'd end up in worse financial straits than she could ever imagine. Slowly, Libby took off her ring and placed it back on her left finger. Fine, I'll stay. Chapter 16. Engaged. Alex took a sip of his brandy, scarcely able to believe the turn his life had suddenly taken. How on earth was he going to find his way out of this disaster? He shouldn't have let his family, okay, his mother, talk to Libby like that. He stared at the amber liquid, replaying the accusations Nicolette had hurled at Libby like daggers. Had she really orchestrated the whole engagement? But no, that was insane. Libby wasn't like that. At least, he was pretty sure she wasn't. And besides, there was no way she could have predicted he'd drop down on one knee to pick up the ring. It had been a crazy accident with unfortunate consequences. He'd make it up to Libby, and he'd prove to his family she wasn't anything like Isla Martin. The door to his private quarters creaked open. Alex looked up, expecting to see his mother. Instead, Nicholas stood in the doorway, his wavy blonde hair silhouetted against the hall lights. "Oh," Alex said, then took another sip of brandy. "It's you." Nicholas padded across the plush carpet of Alex's sitting room and sank onto the couch. Alex had chosen the furniture for this room, and the overstuffed dark suede sofa focused on comfort, not style. Nicolette hated the room and was constantly asking Alex to redecorate, but it suited him, his own private oasis from the burdens of life. "Well, well, well," Nicholas said. "If I'd known you were announcing an engagement, I would have ignored my mother's demands and insisted Kara came with me. She's going to be so disappointed to have missed it. Maybe we can plan a double wedding. Wouldn't the press love that?" Alex snorted and took another sip of his drink. "Don't play dumb, Nicholas. It never was a good look for you." "Hey, I'm just going off the information I've been given. You introduced Libby as your girlfriend. Now you're engaged." He put a finger to his lips as though thinking deeply. "There's just one thing I can't quite figure out. Why haven't I heard you so much as mention this girl before tonight?" "It's complicated." Which was pretty much the understatement of the century. How did Alex explain the conflicting emotions that swirled every time Libby was near? She was paid to be his girlfriend, drove him absolutely crazy, and yet, "Good thing I've got nowhere else to be until the jet leaves for Gallia at dawn." Nicholas relaxed against the couch cushions. 3 months ago, you were drinking yourself into oblivion over a certain heinous actress, and now you're engaged to an American nanny. I know. The press wouldn't miss that detail either. Alex wondered if he'd again be a villain in tomorrow's papers. It'd feel that much worse after the last month, where he'd been reminded how pleasant life could be when Durham loved him. Alex ran a hand through his hair and muttered a curse. "I'm so mad at Maggie, this whole thing is her fault." Nicholas raised an eyebrow. "The press secretary?" "Yeah." "Okay, now I am really lost. What does she have to do with anything?" Alex thought about the last month, the lucky penny that had nearly gotten Libby arrested, Kinsey's world-famous vomit explosion, the plan to date Libby and improve Alex's image. "Maggie's the one who suggested I date Libby, and now I have to figure out a way to call off the engagement without ruining my reputation. Again." "Now we're getting somewhere." Nicholas leaned forward, resting his arms on his legs. "Start at the beginning." It was a relief to tell the whole story to someone who wasn't glaring at him with judgment. Alex gave a brief summary of events without glossing over the important details. Nicholas could see through any attempts at twisting the truth. "So, you can see the position I'm in," Alex concluded. "There's no way out of this that doesn't end in disaster." Nicholas gave a low whistle and rubbed his jaw. "I thought breaking into Kara's studio was bad, but I've got to hand it to you. This is quite the predicament." "You're telling me?"
It's not like I can actually marry Libby. She'd never agree to it for starters.
Nicholas raised an eyebrow.
That's your hesitation toward that plan? That she might not agree to a wedding? I'd think the fact you don't love her would be a much bigger consideration. Love aside, a marriage with her wouldn't be the least bit advantageous for the crown. And if you're not going to marry for love, you should at least marry for political gain so something positive comes out of the union. I know, I know. Alex looked away. She'd never fit in at the palace, even if a marriage did make sense. She's so.
Words failed him. How did he describe someone like Libby? Wild, passionate, funny, sweet. She was a desert weed in the middle of a garden of roses, but the thought of plucking her out was painful.
Whoa, you like her, don't you? Of course not, Alex said quickly. I mean, yeah, she's nice enough when she isn't trying to put me in my place. But I barely even know her. We only met a month ago.
Nicholas's eyes glittered. He rose and went to the wet bar, pouring himself a drink.
It only took a week for me to want Kara in my life forever. You've had 5 times that with Libby.
Alex drained his glass, giving himself time to think. He knew he was falling for her. But love? There was no way.
We can't all be insane like you. Rational men don't propose to their girlfriends after only 3 months of dating. Call it what you want, cousin, but Kara is the woman of my dreams. She makes everything about my life 1,000 times better.
He clapped a hand on Alex's shoulder, a glass of brandy in the other.
I know Isla did a number on you, but Libby has a good vibe about her. She's literally being paid to date me. Maybe she really needs the money.
Alex thought about their conversation in the Queen's Gardens after he'd saved her from arrest, where she mentioned that she hoped money would prevent her parents' divorce. The bank statements he'd seen from Finn. The credit report that said the family was in trouble. They did need money, and badly.
You should ask her why she's dating you, Nicholas said. It's not like that. I drive Libby crazy. She shoved me in a pond in Castlebridge Park a few weeks ago.
Nicholas chuckled.
Kara showed me the photo. That's when I knew I liked Libby. This is just a paycheck to her. Maybe, maybe not. Nicholas shrugged. You won't know unless you ask.
Nicholas's suggestion stayed with Alex long after his cousin left. Alex lay awake in bed for hours, wondering if there was even a remote possibility that Libby might feel about him like he felt about her. There was no denying the chemistry between them. That kiss had been solid evidence there was something tangible worth exploring. But Alex was on the rebound while Libby earned a paycheck. The lines had grown blurry over the past month, and an engagement wasn't going to help matters. Eventually, Alex fell asleep, and he awoke with a determination to at least make this experience as easy for Libby as possible. He owed her that much, and that meant talking to his parents. He was both relieved and nervous to discover that the first thing on his schedule was breakfast with his parents. No doubt they wanted to talk about yesterday. He did too. At least, he was pretty sure he did. Maybe what he really wanted was to go back in time and never date Isla Martin, so that he wouldn't have to deal with all of this now. Then again, if he'd never dated Isla, he never would have needed to date Libby, and he wasn't sure that was something he wanted to change. The dining room was empty except for Nicolette and Geoffrey. They sat at the white table, a spread of pastries and breakfast meats before them.
Good morning,
Alex said, his shoulders tensed as he dropped a kiss on his mother's cheek and sank into a chair.
Good morning, dear, his mother replied.
A servant appeared and set a gleaming plate before Alex. He murmured his thanks and began filling it. Lunch hadn't been on today's agenda, which meant he'd be lucky to wolf down a sandwich in the car ride between engagements.
How did you sleep? Geoffrey asked.
That was a loaded question. Alex decided to take it as rhetorical.
Very well, and you?
Restless, Nicolette said. Okay, so they were jumping right into things. Alex quickly took a bite of his ham. He had a feeling he might lose his appetite very soon.
I tossed and turned all night, Nicolette continued.
She speared a grape with her fork and placed it in her mouth, chewing slowly.
I don't know what to do about this situation, Alexander. Honestly, how we ended up here. The situation has a name, Alex said.
It took a lot of effort to keep his words even and calm. Nicolette gave a delicate snort.
Yes, I'm aware. What kind of name is Liberty anyway? It's bad enough that she's an American, but that name is positively embarrassing. I like her name.
The words slipped off Alex's tongue before he consciously realized he believed them.
It fits her. She's wild and unrefined, Nicolette said. She's free and knows who she really is, Alex countered. I find it refreshing. Oh, please, don't tell me you're falling for that little tart. I'd thank you not to speak of my fiancé in such an insulting manner, Alex said.
Geoffrey grunted.
She's not your fiancée. The press thinks she is.
Alex's pulse raced. He'd spent a lifetime being trained not to question or confront his parents. But this was too important to let pass.
And if they see the royal family behaving badly toward her, it'll raise red flags. We can't afford questions.
The press isn't here at the breakfast table, Nicolette said. I don't see why it matters. Alex felt his temper rising. He'd told Libby last night that his mother was upset because her vision of the future had been compromised. At the time, he'd truly believed that, in the light of day, Nicolette would calm down and apologize. Now, he wasn't so sure.
You need to apologize to Libby, Alex said.
He placed a chunk of cantaloupe in his mouth and chewed slowly, watching as Nicolette's mouth dropped open.
You can't be serious, she said. If it weren't for that gold digger… Libby, Alex broke in.
Nicolette rolled her eyes.
If it weren't for Libby, we wouldn't be in this situation. It was an accident, Alex said.
Geoffrey pushed his plate away as though no longer hungry.
How can we be sure?
Alex thought of the way Libby ran her hands through her hair, driving him wild with the coconut and ocean breeze scent. The way her entire face lit up when she played with Kinsey. Her infectious laughter that warmed his soul.
Because I know her. You know the side of her she's wanted to show you, Nicolette argued. It was the same with Isla. In the beginning, she was perfectly charming. Look how that turned out.
The worries that had plagued Alex all night rose to the surface. Hadn't he thought something similar while trying to fall asleep?
She's not like that.
He was like 90% sure.
She's dating you for money.
Nicolette speared another grape, her expression nearly as severe as the modern art piece she'd hung next to the china hutch.
We can't be sure that 10 million will be a big enough incentive to keep her silent.
That made Alex laugh.
Have you seen her bank statements? I don't think Libby has $10 million lying around. She also doesn't have any assets, Geoffrey said. So the threat doesn't hold much weight. What are we going to seize? She doesn't own property, doesn't own a car.
She doesn't even own nice clothes, Nicolette said. It was clear from her tone of voice that she couldn't imagine a greater sin.
I like how she dresses, Alex said.
Her sundresses whispered of a simple life he longed to experience.
Oh, tell me you're smart enough not to fall for her.
Nicolette stabbed at another grape, this time making it slide across her plate.
So what if I am?
Alex bellowed. He pushed away his own plate of food, fighting the urge to throw it at his mother's smug face. He'd been right about losing his appetite.
Libby has done everything we've asked of her. She pushed you into a pond, Nicolette shot back. That was an accident, and it ended up working in our favor. Like the engagement will work in our favor? Nicolette demanded.
Alex rose, nearly knocking his chair over. He wasn't going to sit here and listen to this anymore.
You will be kind to Libby, Mother. Outbursts like last night will not be tolerated. I have an obligation to Libby. She's doing me a favor, and I wouldn't be the son you raised me to be if I repaid that by letting her be attacked by my family. She's ruined everything, Nicolette screeched. Son, be reasonable, Geoffrey cut in. Think of the crown. You must be careful. Libby might try to win your affections, but it'll only be for her own gain. I'm well aware of the risks, Alex bit out. Or did you forget that I've already fallen for one woman who was only interested in my title?
Both of his parents fell silent, and Alex knew that he'd won the conversation, at least for now.
Be kind to her,
Alex repeated.
As my fiancée, even my fake one, she'll be around the palace more often, and you will treat her with respect.
Of course, Nicolette said, lifting her chin. I am the Queen of Durham. I would never dream of treating her any other way. Alex snorted.
Of course you wouldn't. Last night never happened, right?
Nicolette's jaw tightened, but she didn't respond.
I'm glad we've reached an understanding, Alex said. Right now, keeping Libby happy is my top priority. We don't want to give her any reasons to go to the press and blow this whole thing wide open.
Nicolette's shoulders slumped. Of course, you're right. Just protect your heart, Alex. She rose and walked toward him, placing her hands on his cheeks and staring into his soul as only a mother could. Alex blinked and looked away. Be careful, she admonished.
I will, Alex said. Now, I'd better go meet with Libby. The official announcement will go out this morning. She and I have a lot to discuss.
And he strode from the room. Chapter 17. Libby sat on Connie's living room couch and stared at the article, struggling to comprehend the words. She'd known this was coming, but seeing it on Connie's laptop screen in black and white was still something of a shock to her system. Kinsey lay on a blanket on the floor, gazing up at the ceiling fan as though it were the most fascinating thing in the world. Libby smiled at the baby, then turned back to the announcement. Their Majesties Geoffrey and Nicolette, the King and Queen of Durham, are honored to announce the engagement of their son, His Royal Highness Prince Alexander, to Miss Liberty Claiborne. The wedding will take place next summer. Whoa, they were circulating a pretend wedding date? That was news to Libby. The banns had appeared on the front gates of Durham Palace that morning, according to the article Libby read. The article also stipulated about the quick and unexpected engagement. A royal had never before proposed in such a public manner, and the comment section of the article suggested about half of Durham found it incredibly romantic, and half found it tacky and suspected a publicity stunt. More than one comment mentioned how quickly this came on the heels of Alex's breakup with Isla Martin. Awesome. That was just the kind of suspicion they couldn't afford right now. Kinsey let out a happy squeal, her arms stiffening by her sides as she kicked her feet in excitement. Wish I felt the same way, little miss, Libby muttered. It was time to call and tell her parents. Not even Ocean Meadow was sheltered enough to keep this a secret for long. But she was going to have to lie to them. $10 million was too hefty a price tag to risk her mother's penchant for gossip. Libby set aside the laptop, picked up her cell phone, the new one the palace had given her, and dialed her mother before she could talk herself out of it. With the time difference, it was early morning in Oregon. Her mother should be awake and her father at work. Hi, sweetie, her mother said.
I was just about to call you. I haven't heard from you in nearly a week.
Sorry, Libby said. She wiggled her fingers above Kinsey's face and the baby reached for them. I've been busy.
I hope you've been having some fun, too, Autumn said. I know you want to help Connie as much as possible, but you should enjoy Durham while you're there. Get out and see the sights.
Libby shifted, tucking her feet under her. Kinsey and I have been going out quite a bit. We're seeing plenty of sights, I promise.
Oh? Mom asked. Like what?
Oh, just whatever the palace press secretary decided would look good on camera. We went to a park a few weeks ago, fed the ducks. She could practically hear the eye roll across the phone line.
You can feed the ducks in Oregon. You need a local to tell you about all the unique things you can do only in Castlebridge. Really immerse yourself in the culture.
It was the opening Libby had been waiting for. She took a deep breath, then plunged. Actually, a nice man has been showing me around the city.
You've met someone?
A tone of uncertainty had entered her mother's voice. Yeah. Libby cleared her throat, then glanced down at the Art Deco ring that now graced her left ring finger. She twisted the band around and around. Was it hot in here? Suddenly the air felt like 100 degrees.
Oh, Libby, I'm not sure that's a good idea, sweetie. The last thing you need right now is a rebound relationship.
I'm over Cedric, Libby said automatically.
Of course you are, dear. But you took that breakup very hard, and right on the heels of mine and your father's troubles, too.
The breakup with Cedric had been traumatic, but Libby had been more upset over the betrayal than the end of the relationship. She knew in hindsight that she hadn't really loved him, because she hadn't missed him once he'd left. The idea of him, yes, but not him. Things are different with Alex, Libby said. He's very good to me. You'd like him.
Alex, huh? Autumn grunted. Sounds like a prissy name. Does this Alex have a job?
In a manner of speaking. Libby twisted her ring around and around. He's, kind of a prince.
A prince?
Mom shrieked. Libby jerked the phone away, her eardrum ringing.
What do you mean he's a prince?
Libby played with the hem of her skirt, watching Kinsey kick her legs as she stared again at the fan. I mean, he's a prince. I'm not really sure how to be clearer than that.
The Prince of Durham?
The crown prince, actually. Libby closed her eyes, imagining her mother in their small living room with the worn but comfortable furniture and familiar watercolor paintings on the walls. She hoped her mother was sitting down. He proposed to me last night. I said yes. Silence thundered across the line, and it hurt Libby's ears more than her mother's shrieks.
Liberty Claiborne, if this is your idea of a joke, you seriously need to rethink your sense of humor.
It's not a joke, Mom. I'm engaged. She choked on the last word, cutting it off abruptly on the last syllable. Libby glanced up at the ceiling fan. Was that thing on the highest setting? Because she was burning up in here.
To a prince,
Mother repeated. Yes, to a prince. I wanted to make sure you heard it from me. They made an official announcement today, and it's headline news.
Oh, Libby, what have you done?
Libby brushed her hair behind one ear. Had that stain always been on Connie's rug? She lifted up Kinsey's leg, double-checking her diaper wasn't dirty. Nope, all clear. This is a good thing, Mom. For you and Dad, too, you'll see.
How can this be a good thing? You've only been in Durham 6 weeks. How well do you really know this guy?
Libby thought about their time spent together and struggled to put her feelings into words. I don't know everything about him, but I know he's a good man. He's so great with Kinsey, Mom. One day he'll make an awesome father.
It takes more than a good guy to make a marriage work, Mom snapped. It takes someone who's willing to weather the bad times with a positive attitude. It takes someone who will see the big picture and not fixate on money. Can he do that?
Yes, Libby said with confidence. Alex was all about the big picture. It was why he worked so hard to fix his reputation, instead of taking the easy route and simply ignoring the situation.
Well, you can't truly know someone until you've seen them in a tough situation. Anyone can put on a good show for a month.
True, but this month had brought challenges Libby never could have dreamed of. How many couples weathered public outrage, constant media attention, and calculated deception in their first month? I've seen him in tough times. He's struggling a lot right now. Autumn laughed, the derisiveness in her voice plain even from across the ocean.
He's a prince, for crying out loud. How hard can his life be?
Royalty isn't all it's cracked up to be. Kinsey started fussing. Libby bent over and grabbed the pacifier, then stuck it in the baby's mouth.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it's a real challenge to be waited on by servants and to have coffers filled with gold.
Libby rolled her eyes and wiggled the pacifier in Kinsey's mouth as she tried to spit it back out. This isn't the year 1750, Mom.
It might as well be for the royal family.
Okay, now she was getting mad. He's been viciously attacked in the press. His every move is watched and criticized and critiqued. It hasn't been easy for him.
Oh, so he's a prince with a reputation. Even better.
You don't know the whole story.
Then tell me, I'm all ears.
Libby pursed her lips to keep the truth from spilling out. It would feel good to lay it all on the line, but her contract made that a risk she wasn't willing to take. Just trust me on this, Mom. He's a good guy.
So what? Now you're going to live in Durham for the rest of your life?
Nothing has been decided.
If he really is the crown prince, that means one day he's going to be king. He can't very well run Durham from Oregon.
Kinsey sucked on her pacifier contentedly, staring up again at the ceiling fan. But Libby needed an out. I've gotta go, Mom. Kinsey's getting hungry, but I promise everything will be fine. Just trust me. Her mom was quiet for a moment, then she said softly,
I'll try, sweetie. I'm just worried about you. I don't want you to get hurt.
Libby leaned back against the cushions and blinked rapidly. I'm not going to. But after that amazing kiss last night, the words felt like a lie. They said their goodbyes and Libby hung up. Her dad would be teaching for another hour, so at least she had a temporary reprieve from that conversation. She was pretty sure it would at least be easier than the one with her mom. Libby's phone buzzed with a text from Alex.
Can I come over? We have a lot to talk about.
Her heart leapt at the thought of seeing him again. It took what felt like an eternity to send the text. Her thumbs felt too big for the miniature keyboard, and pecking out each letter was an obnoxiously slow process. She much preferred talking on the phone, but eventually she pressed send. Sure, Kinsey and I aren't going anywhere today.
I'll be there in 10 minutes, just leaving the palace.
Libby was going to text back, see you in a few minutes, but gave up one word in. Seriously, how did people have the patience for this? And instead sent a single letter response. "'Kay." Exactly 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Libby opened it, her heart skipping in her chest to see Alex standing there, Finn right behind him. She clutched at the door, fighting the urge to reach out and feel the scruff of Alex's closely trimmed beard beneath her palms. "Hey," she said. Come in."
Thank you. Alex turned to Finn. I'll be fine alone. Libby isn't a crazed terrorist waiting to attack me.
Finn grunted in a way that said he wasn't amused, while Libby stifled a giggle.
At least allow me to make a cursory search of the premises, Your Highness.
Alex sighed, looking at Libby. She raised her shoulder in a shrug. Be my guest.
Okay,
Alex said, motioning Finn inside. Libby shut the door behind them and picked up Kinsey from the floor, needing something to distract her from the fact that Alex was here. So, what's up? Before he could respond, Finn appeared back in the living room.
All clear, Your Highness. I'll be right outside the door if you need me. Thank you,
Alex said. Finn nodded and slipped outside. The door closed silently behind him. It must get old having a security detail follow you everywhere, Libby said.
You might get one too,
Alex said. She hiked Kinsey up higher on her hip, raising an eyebrow. Am I in danger or something?
No, nothing like that, but it'll look suspicious to the press if you don't have one.
Libby should have guessed. By now, she knew that appearances were everything to the royal family. It took a lot of effort not to stomp her way to the kitchen. Right. Heaven forbid we do something that's out of the ordinary. Let's give the people of Durham exactly what they want.
It's part of the job,
Alex said quietly. Libby banged open a cupboard and yanked out a bottle. She didn't have a response to that, so instead she pried off the formula lid with one hand and fished out the scoop.
Here, let me hold her.
Alex carefully took Kinsey from Libby's arms. He'd come a long way from the man who had no idea how to hold a baby. Aren't you afraid she might have a diaper blowout that creates a national incident or something?
No, I'm afraid if you keep trying to make her a bottle with one hand, you'll spill everything.
Her motions slowed, and she carefully put the last scoop in the bottle. I'm not angry.
Could have fooled me.
It's been a stressful 24 hours.
For the both of us,
Alex agreed. Libby shook the bottle, then tested the temperature on her wrist. She turned back around to reclaim Kinsey, but froze at the sight of the baby with her head laid on Alex's shoulder. Libby's heart, maybe her uterus, gave a squeeze. What was it about a man holding a baby that turned her insides to mush? She took a deep breath, promising herself she'd be nice to Alex today. Sorry, I just told my mom about the engagement, and I need to call my dad and tell him about it in an hour. I guess I'm a little on edge. Libby held out her hands, and Alex handed the baby back, then followed her into the living room.
How did she take it?
Alex asked. Not well. Libby sank onto the couch, and Alex sat beside her while Kinsey sucked down her meal. I couldn't tell her the truth, so naturally she thinks we're moving too fast. His lip quirked up in a grin.
Tell her to get in line. I think everyone's saying that.
All the stuff with my dad has made my mom a bit of a cynic. She's worried you're my rebound relationship. Alex leaned forward, his soft green eyes boring into hers.
And am I?
She glanced down at Kinsey and gave a shaky laugh. The baby's eyes were already drifting shut. It can't be a rebound if it isn't real.
I'm not sure this isn't real.
Libby's eyes flew to his. Excuse me? He reached out and gently pushed a lock of her hair behind one ear, his hand grazing her cheek. Libby struggled to remember how to breathe. She stared at him, transfixed, unable to look away. There was a small scar right above his left eye, just below the brow. She'd never noticed that before.
Lately, I've been feeling a lot of very real things, he said. Last night, for example, that kiss.
Yeah, Libby breathed. Kinsey grunted and Libby glanced down, realizing she'd already sucked down the entire bottle. I'd better get her to sleep, Libby said. I'll be right back. Alex had feelings for her. Libby felt like her head might explode with this information as she burped and changed Kinsey, then swaddled her and placed her to sleep in the crib. She stared at Kinsey for a long time, scared to go back to Alex and finish their conversation. Had she heard him wrong, maybe? Libby lifted a hand to her cheek, imagining she could still feel the warmth of his knuckles brushing against her skin. You can do this, she whispered. She closed her eyes and took deep, even breaths. There was only one way to find out what Alex had meant. Libby quietly re-entered the living room. Alex lounged back against the couch, his left ankle resting on his right knee, and one of Kinsey's board books open in one hand. The sight was so adorably hilarious that Libby couldn't hold back the giggle that escaped. Alex looked up, a grin lifting one corner of his mouth.
What?
I didn't take you for a board book reader.
Hey, I've learned a lot from this teddy bear.
He lifted the book, showing her the cover.
I know now that sharing helps you make friends.
A very valuable lesson. Libby sat down beside him and he set the book back on the coffee table.
So,
He said quietly. So, she breathed.
I spoke to my parents this morning and let them know last night's behavior wouldn't be tolerated again.
She couldn't help herself. Libby reached out and gently grasped his hand. Thank you. That means a lot to me. His grip tightened.
I should have told them off last night. I'm sorry I didn't.
It's enough to know you stood up for me now. Alex looked down at their clasped hands and ran his thumb softly over her knuckles.
Maggie has an interview scheduled with Sarah Green for tonight. Will that work for your schedule? We agreed to give her an exclusive, so it'll be the only one we have to do.
Tonight's fine. It was hard to think with Alex so close. Connie should be home by 3 o'clock.
Perfect. I'll pick you up at 5 and we'll head to the interview together. It'll air during prime time tomorrow evening.
Libby scooted fractionally closer to Alex. The desire to be near him, to touch him, was overpowering. What kind of questions will be asked?
Safe, general types of questions. Maggie made it clear that we won't answer anything too personal or private. Sarah will probably ask how we met, when we knew we were in love, what the engagement was like, that sort of thing.
And how should we answer? Alex slid along the couch cushion, bridging the space between them.
Well, I can't speak for you, obviously, but I'll tell Sarah that I was enchanted from the moment I first saw you on the video monitor in the security room. When I walked into the throne room and heard you arguing with the guard, so spunky and assertive, I knew I was in trouble.
Libby melted under the influence of that accent. Her limbs became liquid, and her heart wouldn't stop pounding in her chest. Really?
Really?
He reached out, brushing his knuckles along her jawline.
A woman who would risk arrest for a lucky penny is a woman worth getting to know better.
She closed her eyes, leaning into his hand. You were like my own personal knight in shining armor, rushing in to save the day.
I wouldn't mind playing that role more often, if you'll let me.
His hand slid behind her neck, and she thought she might spontaneously ignite from the contact. What are we doing? Libby whispered.
I don't know.
Alex's voice was ragged as he glanced down at her lips. His thumb ran across them, sending fire straight through her veins. She reached up, cupping his cheeks in her hands. The bristles of his beard sent tingles through her palms. His eyes flicked to hers, as though asking for permission. She gave the smallest of nods. His lips lowered to cover hers, and the entire world stood still. His mouth moved against hers, weaving a spell she hoped never broke. She could feel the muscles of his jaw beneath her palms. The soft whiskers of his beard chafed the sensitive flesh of her skin. And still she pressed closer, wanting more. Their mouths moved together in a dance she'd never experienced before. Libby was flying, soaring, free. It was several pleasant minutes later when Alex finally pulled away and rested his forehead against hers.
You are a wholly unexpected gift, Liberty Claiborne,
He whispered.
and I'm most definitely falling for you.
What are we doing, Alex? She motioned to the space between them. Complicated doesn't come close to describing our lives right now.
I know,
He caressed her cheeks with his thumbs.
but I'd like to try and navigate these next few months together, like a real couple. Are you willing to try?
Fear clutched at her throat, but she gave the barest of nods, unable to resist his charms any longer, not wanting to resist. Yes. Chapter 18. Alex wanted to stay with Libby and spend the whole afternoon kissing her, but unfortunately, he had duties to attend to. He'd see her again soon enough for their interview with Sarah Green. He couldn't believe he'd told Libby how he felt. What was even more unbelievable was that she seemed to reciprocate his feelings. Despite a busy schedule of meetings, the day dragged. By 5 o'clock, he was more than eager to see Libby. He knocked on her door, and a moment later she appeared in one of her trademark sundresses. She closed the door behind her, a shy smile on her delicious lips. Hi. He leaned down, greeting her in a much more desirable way. When he pulled away a moment later, he said, Hey. Her cheeks were pink, and he fought the urge to kiss her again. Maggie said not to worry about hair, makeup, or wardrobe, Libby said as he led her to the car. Alex helped her inside, then climbed in after her. Finn shut the door behind him, and a moment later the car lurched into gear.
Everything will all be provided there, but you look beautiful just as you are right now.
Libby ducked her head, cheeks turning an attractive shade of pink. Well, I don't think your mother would approve if I went on international television without a professional stylist's help. Maggie said the interview will be rebroadcast in at least 70 countries. He heard the trepidation in her voice and took her hand, squeezing it gently.
You'll do just fine. Stick as closely to the truth as you can so we don't get tripped up in our lies, just like we discussed.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Alex reached into his breast pocket and withdrew a ring, identical to the one on Libby's left hand. He slipped off her Art Deco ring and slipped on the new one. What's this? She asked, holding it up so that the sunlight glinted off the stones, sending a rainbow of colors across the car's interior.
Real diamonds.
Libby dropped her hand, one eyebrow raised. Is that necessary?
Sarah Green knows the difference, and she'll be scrutinizing us very closely tonight.
At the studio, they were led to separate rooms to get ready. Alex changed into the suit he was handed and sat in a makeup chair for nearly half an hour, before his patience grew thin and he refused further primping. The set of Sarah Green's talk show was arranged to look like a cozy living room. Artificial plants were decoratively placed around the space, and a cream-colored love seat was angled toward an armchair of the same color. Alex fought the urge to tug at his tie as nerves overtook him. He had feelings for Libby, and she had feelings for him, but they were just beginning to explore the depths of those, and the thoughts of lying about a wedding that wasn't being planned had him tense. Alex knew the moment Libby entered the set because he sensed her presence, like a shift in the air that alerted him to something magical. He looked up, and his breath caught. Maggie had stayed true to Libby's sense of style. She wore a flowing blue dress that hugged her bodice and flared out gently at the hips, just brushing her calves. It was more formal than her usual choices, but still seemed entirely Libby. Her hair fell around her shoulders in the soft curls he loved, and while she was wearing makeup, something he rarely saw her do, it was subtle, letting her natural beauty shine through. Alex went to her, wrapping his arms around her in a tight hug and dropping a kiss on her cheek. He knew it was what Sarah expected, but that wasn't the driving reason behind his actions. He longed to be near Libby, like he longed for water on a hot day. Sarah gave Libby a quick hug. It's so good to see you again. You as well, Libby said. Alex wrapped her hand in his and she smiled up at him. We're thrilled to be here. Just give us a couple of minutes to make sure the lighting is good and the cameras are in order, then we'll get started, Sarah said. They all took their seats as crew members bustled around the set. I'm honored you chose me for your interview, Sarah said. Although I must say I'm also a little surprised to be doing this so soon. You two were rather cryptic when we spoke at the Prime Minister's party.
When you dropped down on one knee, I was completely shocked. Never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Alex wrapped an arm around Libby's shoulder.
You nearly blew my secret, he said, keeping his tone light. I was so worried Libby would figure it out and I wouldn't get to surprise her.
So it was a complete shock? Sarah asked. Libby nodded, leaning into Alex. He wondered whether it was for Sarah's benefit or because Libby simply wanted to be close to him. I had no idea he was going to propose. It was definitely a surprise. She squeezed Alex's hand. A wonderful one. A twinge of unease filled Alex's gut, but he tried to push it aside. He had known Libby would have to lie during this interview. So would he. But that didn't mean their feelings for each other weren't real.
We're ready, Miss Green,
A man wearing a headset and black t-shirt said. Sarah rested her gaze briefly on Libby, then on Alex.
Are you two ready?
Libby's green eyes held a glint of fear, but also a steely determination. When she spoke, her voice was bright. More than ready, Sarah. Every time she opened her mouth, Alex's admiration for Libby grew.
Ready.
He agreed. Okay then. Sarah gave a nod to the man in the headset.
Rolling, he said. In 3, 2.
He pointed a finger at them, and a green light blinked on overhead, indicating the set was hot.
Today we have an extremely special treat for our viewers, Sarah said, smiling widely into the camera. I have with me today His Royal Highness Prince Alexander of Durham and his brand new fiancée, Liberty Claiborne, with an exclusive interview.
The tie around Alex's neck felt like a noose. He swallowed, fighting the urge to loosen the knot. Libby's hand felt cold and clammy in his, the only outward sign of her nerves. As Sarah continued to introduce the segment, Alex's mind frantically ran over all the possible questions Sarah might ask. Maggie had received the list ahead of time and approved all the questions, but Alex hadn't had a chance to go over them.
Everyone's dying to know how you two met, Sarah said, holding out her hands. Would you mind sharing the story?
They'd discussed this with Maggie and determined that, if told in the right light, the true story of how they met would come off as charming. Maybe even help them win over the hearts of Durham. Alex listened as Libby relayed the story, inflecting just the right amount of humor like Maggie had directed.
I guess that Penny really was lucky, Sarah said.
Libby laughed, leaning into Alex. He looked down at her, and she gazed up at him with those wide green eyes. Incredibly lucky, Libby said. I feel beyond blessed.
The whole thing is like a fairy tale, Sarah agreed.
Alex talked and laughed as he and Libby answered questions for nearly an hour. The whole thing felt very superficial, but he was used to that as a prince. What he wasn't used to was seeing Libby put on such a show. Where was the honest, straightforward girl who'd been putting him in his place since the moment they met? Of course, she couldn't be that Libby in the interview, because Sarah couldn't know that this was an elaborate charade that had gone further than anyone planned.
It can't be easy with Alex right now, especially with the media backlash he's experienced since his breakup with actress Isla Martin, Sarah said.
That single name snapped Alex's attention back to the present. He stared at Sarah. Something that approached disgust had his vision clouding. Libby paused, her eyes flicking to Alex's. They hadn't covered this in their discussions. Alex hadn't thought that Sarah would have the nerve to bring up Isla. It hurts my heart to see how much pain Alex has been through in the past few months, Libby finally said.
And it can't be easy reading about his former relationships on the internet.
Sarah's tone was light, but there was a predatory gleam in her eyes that spelled trouble. I don't spend much time online, Libby smiled, but her grip on Alex's hand was steel. Well, I guess that's obvious, or I would have recognized Alex immediately when we met.
Isla is a well-known actress in both Durham and the United States. Those must be tough shoes to fill, especially after such a short amount of time. I think we're all a little shocked at how quickly your relationship has progressed with His Highness. Alex stood, yanking off his lapel mic. The interview's over. That seemed to douse Sarah's attitude. She rose as well. Your Highness, This was not on the list of approved questions. Alex reached for Libby's hand and pulled her to her feet. To bring up old relationships to my fiancé is not only unprofessional, but unkind. I expected better of you, Miss Green. I'm so sorry. Sarah was now scrambling, her sleek blonde hair suddenly seeming a little limp. Please, if you'll just sit back down, I promise. Let's go, Alex said to Libby. She quickly set her own lapel mic on the couch and followed after Alex. Moments later, they were in a car, headed toward the palace. What happened back there? Libby asked, her skirt sliding across the leather seat as she angled toward him. Sarah went rogue. Alex loosened his tie roughly and threw it on the empty middle seat between them. Did you have a chance to read over the questions Maggie sent? Just briefly. I only got them maybe 15 minutes before you arrived. Was there anything about Isla? Libby shook her head, her soft curls bouncing about her shoulders. No, nothing. That's why I was so surprised when Sarah brought her up. Alex stared out the window as the streets of Castlebridge raced past. I knew Maggie would never okay that conversation. Do you have time to go back to the palace? We need to do damage control. Someone needs to make sure none of that makes it to the final cut. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't have anything else on my schedule for this evening. Good. Alex bit back the swear words that desperately wanted to escape. To insinuate you have some ideal to live up to was absolutely insulting. Libby was quiet for a moment, and Alex glanced over at her. Her hands were clasped in her lap and shoulders hunched forward. Isla is very beautiful, Libby said finally. Connie and I watched one of her romantic comedies last night. She's a very talented actress. Yes, she can act. She'd lied to him for months, after all. If he hadn't seen her with the producer, he'd probably be planning a real wedding right now instead of a pretend one. He thanked his lucky stars every day that he'd escaped that fate. Once married, divorce wouldn't have been an option. Not for a Somerset, and definitely not for the Crown Prince. Did you love her? Libby asked quietly. Alex choked, pitching forward in his seat. Excuse me? She didn't repeat the question, just stared at him unblinkingly with those soulful green eyes. I thought I loved her, but I didn't even know who Isla was. Our entire relationship was a lie. You can't love someone you don't know. But you're still hung up on her, Libby said. It wasn't a question. Hey. Alex cradled her face in his hands. Libby's eyes shone brightly with some emotion he couldn't quite name. Fear, maybe? No, that wasn't right. Lack of confidence? We haven't really talked much about her, but I can tell she did a number on you, Libby said. And not just in the press. I'm over Isla. Alex ran his hands up her cheekbones and she sucked in a breath. He leaned down and gently pressed his lips to hers. He forced himself to hold back and keep the kiss pure and sweet. When he finally pulled away, he pressed his forehead against Libby's and whispered, Would I kiss you like that if I still had feelings for another woman? She pulled her lips between her teeth, driving him mad. I guess not. Isla is a bad chapter in my past, Alex said. Nothing more. Now let's go talk to Maggie and figure out how to clean up yet another mess. It seems like lately that's all we do. Chapter 19. Libby had never seen Maggie furious, but she was positively spitting nails when they told her what Sarah Green had done. When the interview finally aired the next day, it had no mention of Isla Martin in it. But the seed of doubt had been planted in Libby's mind,
and she obsessively watched every interview that Isla had given after the breakup. She didn't believe the lies that Isla told. Libby knew Alex better than that. At least, she was pretty sure she did. But she did pay attention to how others reacted to Isla. It was like the woman walked on water or something. Talk about annoying. Libby wasn't convinced that Alex was over Isla, whatever he said. Maybe Alex believed he was, but there'd been no closure to that relationship, and she was starting to worry that she was just a convenient rebound. That weekend, Alex picked Libby up for a reception with the President of the United States and his wife, who were in Durham on an official state visit. She smoothed her pencil skirt as Alex led her toward the reception room, in a part of the palace she'd never visited before. Feeling out of place and uncomfortable. "Are you sure this looks okay?" Libby asked. She didn't miss the way Alex's eyes lingered on her curves, and a smile turned up his mouth. He dropped a soft kiss on her lips.
"You look beautiful, Libby."
Her heart warmed at the compliment, and she ducked her head. "Maggie said it was perfect for tonight, but I always worry."
"If you follow Maggie's advice, you'll never be led astray."
He took her hand and tugged her toward the open door. She could hear music and laughter floating out of the room, accompanied by the tinkling of stemware.
"These are less formal with the president than with other dignitaries. You Americans aren't quite as proper as we Europeans."
He flashed her a grin. She laughed. "We believe in equal footing. No man is better than another."
"I've never met this particular president, seeing as he was just inaugurated this year, but I'm pretty sure we have nothing to worry about. Tonight shouldn't be much different than the Prime Minister's birthday party, as far as atmosphere and decorum."
That wasn't a huge comfort. "Oh, great. So I'm going to find out I'm pregnant?" He quickly glanced around, then reluctantly smiled.
"Don't even joke about that. What if it ended up in the papers?"
Libby blushed. He was absolutely right. When would she learn to keep her snark to herself? She felt as out of place in his world as a square peg in a round hole. "Sorry, so you've never met President Campbell?"
"No, have you?"
She crinkled her nose. "Definitely not. He ran a dirty campaign and I didn't vote for him." Alex paused in the hallway, then slowly resumed walking.
"Well, perhaps it's best not to bring up that point."
"If he asks, I won't lie."
"Then let's pray he doesn't ask."
The ballroom was smaller than the one that had hosted the Prime Minister's birthday party, with a much smaller crowd of people, perhaps 300. Alex tucked Libby's hand into the crook of his arm, and she leaned into him, feeling uncertain and insecure. She hated these official functions. This was her sixth one in the 5 weeks she'd been dating Alex, and they weren't getting any easier. Dennis, Alex's ever-present personal assistant, sidled up to them.
"President and Mrs. Campbell are at 3 o'clock, Your Highness, near the piano." "I see them," Alex said. "Thank you, Dennis."
Libby's heart constricted as Alex towed her across the room toward the president. Yeah, he was a slimy creep who she hadn't wanted to see elected. But he was still the leader of the free world. The president was taller than Libby had expected, definitely over 6 feet, and his petite and much younger wife barely reached his shoulders. She was the very definition of trophy wife, with her slim waist and ample bosom. Dark chocolate hair fell sleekly around her shoulders. The president's gray goatee was trimmed short, and he had a bolo tie with a turquoise pendant around his neck.
"Mr. President," Alex said, extending his hand. "It is such an honor to finally meet you." "Well, howdy there, Prince Alexander."
The president's booming voice held a distinct Texas twang, and his smile looked genuine.
"This is a mighty fine reception you're hosting here. We appreciate it." "Our pleasure," Alex said.
This was so weird. Alex spoke to people who ran countries like they were neighbors running into each other at the grocery store. Libby really looked at Alex, trying to imagine him declaring war on a foreign threat. He would one day run a country, too. The president held out an arm and his wife came forward. Her lips were unnaturally full, as though she was no stranger to plastic surgery.
May I introduce you to my wife, Scarlett?
Alex kissed the top of Scarlett's hand, then put a hand at the small of Libby's back.
And this is my fiancée, Miss Liberty Claiborne. Ah, yes, the American who wants to become an expatriate,
President Campbell said. Libby's cheeks flushed, but she accepted the man's hand. President Campbell, it's so nice to meet you. A lie, but she couldn't very well blurt out the truth that he was a capitalistic money grubber destroying the environment for profit. Congratulations on your engagement, Scarlett said. Her voice was high and timid but polite. You must be so very excited. Libby's eyes flicked to Alex's, and he set a reassuring hand on her shoulder. A waiter passed by with a tray, and they all accepted a glass of champagne. Thank you, Libby said, taking a careful sip. I never imagined I'd be standing in a palace with a prince, meeting you. President Campbell laughed, the sound a little raspy.
Can't imagine why you'd want to leave the wonderful US of A for Durham, nice as it is.
Alex stiffened beside Libby.
I suppose the heart doesn't care what country it's in, he said. I imagine having Libby join the Somerset family will only strengthen our ties to the United States. Of course, of course.
The president waved a hand.
A little ironic your name is Liberty, ain't it? Your parents must be very patriotic.
Very, Libby agreed. As am I. But I don't think marrying Alex and moving to Durham will be disloyal to my American heritage. The president let out a snort, as though he wasn't so certain of that. Alex opened his mouth to say something, but Libby placed a calming hand on his arm. They couldn't make a scene in a crowd of people. How is your Yorkie adjusting to life in the White House? Libby asked, directing her question toward Scarlett. He is the cutest puppy I've ever seen. The First Lady beamed. Cookie has taken to her new life like the diva she is. The staff is wrapped around her finger. She's got free reign on our personal quarters and prances around like she owns the place most days. Libby laughed politely. I can only imagine. She must love having so much room to run around and play. I confess she's caused a bit of work for the Secret Service once or twice, Scarlett said. But they're adjusting. And what about your daughters? Libby asked. I'm sorry, I don't remember their names. Nora and Emily. They're 12 and 15 now. Teenagers. Poor girls. I can't imagine going through puberty in the public spotlight. It's gotta be so hard for them. The crowd ebbed and flowed around them, but no one interrupted their conversation. Libby kind of wished they would. She'd pretty much exhausted her knowledge of the first family. The president let out a harump.
Girls are too delicate,
He said, the Texas twang more pronounced than ever.
They've got the entire world at their disposal. What do they have to complain about?
Scarlett sent her husband a warning look that told Libby they'd argued about this more than once. It's been an adjustment for them, Scarlett said. They're struggling to make friends at their new private school in D.C. You know how teenage girls are. That I do, Libby agreed. It's something you'll have to deal with as well. Scarlett motioned back and forth between them. When the two of you eventually have children, I mean. The presidency is for 4 years, maybe 8, God willing. But being heir to a country is a lifelong commitment. Libby's hands stilled on Alex's arm. I guess I hadn't thought about that. You'll have quite an adjustment to make too, dear, Scarlett said knowingly. You've got it twice as bad as any of us. The American papers are going wild over the news of your engagement. It's almost like we have American royalty. It's not only in Durham where you're front page news. Libby resisted the urge to wipe her clammy palms on her skirt. She pulled her arm from Alex's and took a sip of champagne to give herself time to think. Am I really that famous? Scarlett laughed, apparently not noticing the tension. You're the most well-known face in the States right now. You're living every girl's fairy tale. This engagement is like a dream come true. Alex shot a glance at Libby, his brows knit together and face drawn. Are you okay? He seemed to ask. Libby lifted one shoulder, not sure how to answer. We're monopolizing your time, Alex said, offering an apologetic smile to the president. We'll talk more tomorrow when we discuss trade agreements. Looking forward to it, President Campbell said. Good to meet you, Libby. You too, Libby said, letting Alex lead her away. A fantasy. She'd never been one of those girls who dreamed of one day being a princess. But if she kept pursuing her relationship with Alex, what other end could there be to her story? If she actually fell in love, if they truly got married, she'd be giving up everything for him. Are you okay? Alex asked. He nodded to the Prime Minister as they passed. Libby hoped her smile didn't look like a grimace. I guess I didn't really think about how all this was playing out back at home, Libby said. Everyone knows who I am now. It's an occupational hazard of dating a prince. She leaned close and lowered her voice. What about when all of this is over, Alex? I'll have to go home to America and what? Pretend that none of this ever happened? The press will never let that happen. He gave a helpless shrug. We don't know how this will end. She brushed away his hands and turned to face him. Don't we? His eyes were hooded, as though trying to hide something. Libby. It's fine, she cut in. I know we can't talk about it here. We should be mingling with the guests or something. Are you okay? He asked. No, she wasn't. But she nodded anyway and downed the rest of her champagne. Just fine. Some member of Parliament cornered them, and Libby tuned them out as they droned on about some bill being voted on in the upcoming session. She was drowning in her own thoughts. Falling for Alex was a very, very bad decision. But was it already too late to protect her heart? She thought of the way his lips felt on hers, how he was the first thing she thought about every morning, and the last thing every night. What was she doing? The members of Parliament excused themselves, and Alex and Libby started walking again. She kept a smile plastered on her lips and followed Alex's lead, nodding to anyone he did. A sharp intake of breath pulled her back to the present. I can't believe she's here, Alex muttered. Who? Libby asked, craning her neck and scanning the room. Isla, he bit out. Libby's blood ran cold. Isla, as in Isla Martin, his ex-girlfriend? The vile woman who'd gotten them into this conundrum in the first place? Where is she? Libby hissed. Alex gave a discreet nod toward one corner of the ballroom. Near the piano in the white dress. Libby knew when she'd found Isla, simply because so many men in tuxedos surrounded her. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, and Libby could see instantly why Alex had been attracted to her. Blonde hair fell around Isla's creamy white shoulders in soft curls. The white dress shimmered and glistened with each movement, while the mermaid style hugged her slender frame and left little to the imagination. She laughed, the sound floating toward them like music. Libby instantly hated her. She'd met those types of women before, all shiny veneers hiding ugly insides. Why did she come? Libby asked. Alex raised a shoulder in a helpless shrug. I can't imagine who would have invited her. Certainly no one at the palace. The staff wouldn't risk their jobs over something like this. And my family wouldn't risk my wrath. Just ignore her, Libby said, placing a soothing hand on Alex's arm. She'll be gone in a couple of hours. There are enough people here that we should be able to ignore her.
Should being the operative word, Alex breathed. She's coming over here.
Libby whipped around and realized with horror that he was right. Isla sauntered across the marble floor. Her movement could hardly be called a mere walk, and headed straight toward them.
Smile and act natural, Alexander commanded. There are eyes and ears everywhere.
Libby plastered on a smile. Isla held out her arms and pulled Alex close, brushing a kiss across each of his cheeks. Libby tried not to flinch at the action, but wasn't sure she'd succeeded. Alexander, Isla said in a sultry voice. It's so good to see you again, darling.
What a surprise.
Alex's voice was strained, as though the words were caught in his throat and didn't want to escape. Hot, white anger flashed through Libby, followed quickly by jealousy. She placed a possessive hand on Alex's arm and cleared her throat. Alex blinked, as though coming out of a daze. Had he seriously forgotten she was here? His hand reflexively covered hers, but his skin was cold.
Isla, I'd like to introduce you to Miss Liberty Claiborne.
His fiancée. Libby couldn't help but add as she extended her hand. Isla gave it a limp shake and a simpering smile. Pleasure, I'm sure. She turned her attention back to Alex. An American, Alex, really? I thought I'd taught you better than that. Okay, now Libby wanted to punch this woman in the face. I'm sorry, she cut in. I didn't realize that my nationality was an issue. Isla raised an eyebrow. Really? Well, of course it is, darling. Everyone assumed Alex would marry a Durham. For the crown's sake, of course. Aren't you half American? Libby asked pointedly. Isla gave a delicate shrug. Her attention focused again on Alex. In name only. Durham is my home. I was raised here. I understand our customs and traditions. She lowered her voice and took a step closer, placing a hand on Alex's arm. Darling, I made an awful mistake. Now Alex did show emotion, his fists clenched in anger.
You call what you did a mistake?
He glanced around and leaned closer.
You nearly ruined me, Isla.
And this little tart is your solution? Her eyes narrowed and Libby felt fear clench at her heart. That's right, darling. I know exactly what you're playing at here. I have a friend at the consulate office, and she says that Libby only entered the country 6 weeks ago. Libby's heart might pound its way right out of her chest. It was love at first sight. When it's right, there's no point in waiting. Isla's eyes narrowed. Well, I smell something fishy, and I will get to the bottom of it. We aren't done until I say we're done, Prince Alexander. Alex paled, and Libby took a step closer to him, holding her breath.
I could have you arrested for that kind of threat,
Alex said. Libby smirked. I'd like to see you try. Libby rested her hand on Alex's arm, her entire body flush with heat. She's not worth it, Alex. Let's go. Alex shot Isla one last look, then gave a sharp nod. Libby took a step away. Isla let out a scream and fell dramatically to the ground. Libby turned back, staring at the beautiful movie star that laid prostrate on the floor. She tripped me! Isla pointed a shaking finger at Libby. She stuck her foot out, then shoved me to the ground before I could regain my balance. Libby glanced around, horror shooting through her. What? That's crazy. I didn't. A man in an attractive gray suit rushed forward and helped Isla to her feet. A few of the women comforted the distraught movie star, shooting glares at Libby as cameras clicked away, capturing the entire scene. She's jealous. Isla let out a hiccup. Alex doesn't love her, he loves me.
Isla,
Alex said harshly. It's the truth. Isla held out an arm, motioning to the room. Are you going to continue lying to these people? Alex took Libby's hand in his and tugged her forward.
"Let's go,"
He said in a low whisper.
"But let's go,"
he repeated, and tugged her from the room. Chapter 20. Alex tightened his grip on Libby's hand as they walked briskly toward the family's private quarters. He had an odd sense of déjà vu as they made the trek, vividly aware of the last time he and Libby had sat in that room, shortly after their engagement. Had that really been less than 2 weeks ago? "I didn't trip her," Libby said, her words tumbling over each other as they made their way down the hallway. Guards stood along the walls, their gazes straight forward and betraying no hint of interest. But Alex had no doubt they were listening closely to every word.
"I know you didn't do anything,"
Alex said, keeping his voice low.
"Whenever Isla is involved, you can be certain the guilt lies solely with her."
But he doubted his parents would see things that way. In his mother's mind, this would be another strike against Libby. A twinge of unease had Alex's stomach churning. He so badly wanted them to like Libby. He pushed open the door to the living room and found his parents and brothers already inside. Oliver and Emma were missing, however, as was his sister, Charlotte. Nicolette rose, her fiery gaze making Alex draw Libby closer to him. He heard a small intake of breath and felt her hand trembling in his. He squeezed it, hoping she understood the promise he made with that simple touch. This time, he wouldn't desert her.
"What in the world happened tonight?"
Nicolette snapped. Alex clenched his jaw, ready to do battle.
"That's what I'd like to know. Who put Isla on the guest list? Because it sure wasn't me."
Henry held up his hands.
"Don't look at me." "Of course, it wasn't anyone in the family,"
Stefan said, his tone mild. He stood in one corner of the room, his shoulders rigid and hands tucked in his pockets.
"But someone had to have let her in." "Maggie's looking into it now,"
Jeffrey said. He leveled his gaze at Libby. Alex shifted his stance, standing in front of her. An intense need to protect her clouded everything else from his mind.
"We need to know exactly what happened with Isla tonight,"
Jeffrey said. He folded his arms, his expression clearly saying they'd better start talking, or things would get unpleasant fast.
"Don't leave anything out."
Alex swallowed back a laugh that felt a little bit unhinged. He knew his parents loved him, but they never had the sort of relationship where they talked about their feelings. Ever since the breakup with Isla, it felt like his entire life was constantly on display. He was used to that in public, but at home he'd always been able to keep things more private, as long as his actions didn't reflect badly on the crown. Alex reluctantly turned to Libby. She stared up at him with those doe eyes, and he suddenly hated himself for getting her tangled up in this disaster.
"I guess you'd better take this one,"
he said.
"I didn't really see what happened."
Libby cleared her throat, her cheeks slightly pink, but the rest of her face very pale. "I'm still trying to figure that out. I guess Isla was upset with me or something. Maybe because we're engaged? I don't know. The next thing I knew, she fell to the ground and insisted I pushed her. But I wasn't standing anywhere near her when it happened."
"And security cameras will verify this?"
Nicolette snapped.
"Mother."
Stefan placed a soothing hand on her arm and shot Alex a warning look.
"It doesn't matter what the cameras show,"
Henry said.
"It's not like we can share the footage with the press." "Libby didn't do anything wrong."
Alex glanced back and forth between his parents. Why didn't they believe her?
"You know Isla does this sort of thing, or have you forgotten her version of the breakup?"
"Whether or not Libby actually pushed her is beside the point." From Nicolette, this was practically a signed affidavit that Libby had done no wrong. "What matters is that everyone believes she did, and this will doubtless be the top story across the globe by this time tomorrow. Henry's already pointed out that we can't say anything in defense." "And why not?" Libby threw up her hands. You've let this shrew call all the shots for months. Why can't we show the security footage to the press? Why can't we make a statement and say it's all her fault?" Henry snorted. Alex sent him a quelling glance, and he quickly rubbed a hand over his jaw, his expression properly solemn.
"The royal family doesn't get to tell their side of the story,"
Stefan said quietly.
"It only gives the public more ammunition against us. It's best to keep silent and let the storm pass." "I'm not sure it'll ever pass,"
Alex said, frustration making him see red. He fought the urge to pound a fist through the living room wall.
"Isla will never let me rest. She won't be satisfied until I'm ruined or she's queen. Honestly, I think she'd be happy with either outcome."
Libby blinked, eyes liquid with tears. Tears Alex was responsible for. "I'm sorry," she said, and Alex's heart lurched at her quiet, timid tone. "I don't know what I could have done differently." Alex pulled Libby to him, wrapping an arm tightly around her shoulders. He wanted so badly to take away all this pain and stress, to take her in his private plane and disappear to a remote island where nothing could touch them.
"Don't blame yourself, Libby. There's nothing you could have done. Isla is determined to ruin me. Apparently she doesn't appreciate that I've moved on so quickly."
"But you haven't moved on," Nicolette broke in. Alex whipped his gaze furiously to his mother. "This whole thing is a lie," Nicolette continued. "And we can't discount that Isla will somehow dig up that information and use it against us."
"So the solution is what? To call off the wedding, come clean?"
Alex shook his head, hardly able to believe he was having this conversation.
"Of course not," Nicolette said.
"Stefan's right. We can't make a statement. But we have to do some kind of damage control." A knock sounded timidly at the door then. Beside him, Libby froze, and Alex gave her hand another squeeze.
"Enter,"
Jeffrey said, his voice rough. Maggie slipped into the room and quickly closed the heavy wooden door behind her. "I found out how Miss Martin was allowed entrance to the party, Your Majesty." Nicolette's attention snapped to Maggie.
"And?"
Maggie pushed her red glasses up the bridge of her nose and took an unsteady step forward. "Scarlett Campbell, the First Lady, wanted to meet Miss Martin. Mrs. Campbell's personal secretary contacted Miss Martin's, and she was added to the guest list at the last moment. A junior secretary here at the palace approved the addition." Fury exploded in Alex's chest. This time he did slam his hand against the wall. Beside him, Libby jumped.
"And no one thought that perhaps having my ex-girlfriend, who's been blasting me in the press, at a reception that I'm attending with my new fiancé, might be a conflict of interest? A teeny tiny bit of a problem?"
"I'm so sorry, Your Highness," Maggie said quickly. "I will personally review every guest list from here on out to make sure nothing like this happens again."
"It's too late."
Nicolette flopped dramatically onto the couch.
"The damage has been done. Once again, we get to clean up the mess someone else has created."
She flicked her gaze to Libby, then back to Alex. Alex opened his mouth to protest, but Libby surprised him by stepping forward. "I have done nothing wrong here," she said, voice shaking with fury. "I have done everything you asked of me, and yet once again, I'm the one who ends up getting the raw end of this deal."
"Really?"
Nicolette said coolly. "And here I thought we were compensating you quite nicely for the job we asked to have done."
"Mother,"
Alex said, his tone sharp. But beside him, Libby gave a harsh laugh. "I don't know if any amount of money is worth this. I've had to lie to my family about my relationship with Alex. I'm constantly on edge and under scrutiny." She shook her head. Tears sparkled in her eyelashes, hitting Alex right in the chest. "I'm not sure I can do this anymore."
"Libby."
Alex grabbed her hand.
"Let her go,"
the Queen said, her voice ringing out over the room. Libby blinked and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She wrenched her hand from Alex's and walked briskly from the room. Alex whirled on his mother, fury making dark spots dance across his vision. "What do you think you're doing?" Nicolette raised her chin. "Protecting this family." Alex stared at his mother. A million replies danced through his head. "Libby's trying to protect this family too. If you want to protect me, you'll treat Libby with more respect." But one thought stood out above everything else, and it made his heart hammer. "Libby is family to me, Mother," Alex said. Somehow, over the past few weeks, she'd become the most important person in his world. Alex stormed out of the room without waiting for his mother's response. He ran down the hallway, catching up to Libby just before she disappeared down a corner. He caught her hand with his, pulling her to a stop. "Libby, please." She yanked free and quickly brushed away the tears on her cheeks. "Please what, Alex?" He took her hand in his again, but it felt cold and limp in his grasp. Desperation clawed at his throat. "Please don't leave." She wouldn't meet his gaze, and he thought his heart might break. "I don't know if I can do this anymore."
"I know tonight was bad."
"It isn't just tonight, Alex. It's your whole lifestyle. It's this." She thrust out an arm, as though to take in the palace at large. "This is so different from what I'm used to, from what I'm comfortable with. Your life is insane. People watching your every move, vindictive women trying to ruin your reputation. The whole thing is overwhelming."
"I'm here to help," Alex said. "I know it's a lot, but together we can—"
She held up a hand, cutting him off. His heart galloped in his chest. "I need time to think," she said quietly. It hurt to breathe. He took quick, shallow breaths.
"What are you saying?"
"I'm saying I don't think we should see each other for a few days. I need to get my head on straight, decide where to go from here." She shook her head sadly, and more tears dripped down her cheeks. "I want to help my parents, but I don't know if I can keep doing this, no matter how much I'm being paid." The words were like daggers, piercing Alex's very soul. He knew what she was really saying. He wasn't worth the effort. Whatever positives she saw in the relationship with him were vastly outweighed by the negatives that came with dating a crown prince. Libby had given him a chance, taken measure of his worth, and found him lacking. She brushed her hair behind one ear and bit her lip, not meeting his gaze. "I'll call you in a few days. I just need some time, okay?" His entire body had gone numb. He couldn't even come up with a response. Instead, he sagged against the wall and watched as Liberty Claiborne walked away. Chapter 21. Libby stumbled down the hallway, feeling numb. The first time she'd walked this path, she'd been so in awe of the opulence and wealth on display. The gold leafing, the intricately carved moldings, the expensive vases and artwork. But now, she barely noticed any of it. Had she just broken up with Alex? Outside the palace, a car waited for Libby. The moment the door shut behind her, the tears began to flow. The driver kindly ignored them as she cried the entire way back to Connie's flat. She couldn't believe Isla Martin had really shown up tonight. Over the past 5 weeks, Libby had heard so much about the woman that she'd become a mythological demon in Libby's mind. Now she understood better what Alex had seen in Isla, and the kind of vindictive fury he'd been dealing with since the breakup. But it had also made Libby realize how completely inadequate she was for the role she'd been thrust into. Isla was magnificent, flawless, the kind of woman Durham expected Alex to marry. And Libby was just some nobody from rural Oregon. Libby unlocked the flat door with shaking hands. It took 3 tries to get the key back in her clutch. By then, Connie appeared in the hallway, hair standing on end and face makeup free. Sorry, Libby said, wiping underneath her eyes. She probably looked like a deranged raccoon. I didn't mean to wake you. You didn't. I fell asleep doing some illustrating, but Kinsey woke up about an hour ago and I haven't been able to fall back asleep. Connie flipped on the hallway light and walked closer. Whoa, Libby, what's wrong? Are you crying? It was like a dam burst. Libby covered her face with her hands, shoulders shaking as sobs overcame her. Connie rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Libby. She leaned into the hug, unable to stop her tears. Let's go sit down, Connie said, glancing at Kinsey's closed bedroom door. Libby nodded, no sense waking Kinsey, and let her friend lead her to the living room. She sank onto the couch that had become familiar over the past weeks and took the box of tissues that Connie offered her. If Libby broke up with Alex, would she be able to stay in Durham? No doubt the fallout from their breakup would be astronomical. The paparazzi would hound her endlessly, probably follow Connie to work in an attempt to get answers to questions the palace didn't want asked. Libby wouldn't be able to take Kinsey out anymore. They'd be stuck in a flat day in and day out, using delivery services for all their shopping needs. But she couldn't stay with Alex because it was convenient either. She could no longer stay because she was worried about the financial ramifications of leaving. What happened tonight? Connie asked. Libby wiped under her eyes and took a shuddering breath. Isla Martin showed up and unleashed her reign of terror. Connie's eyes widened. No way. Oh, yes, and apparently I'm her new target. Libby quickly told Connie about her encounter with the famous actress, giving every detail. Oh, Libby, Connie breathed. I know, so I told Alex I needed a few days to think and left. Libby curled her hands into fists, feeling sick. A board book rested on the coffee table, the one Alex had read about a bear learning to be kind, unleashing a flood of memories. I don't know what to do. Connie gave her a sympathetic smile. Gee, I wonder why. It's not like your life is complicated or anything. The Queen hates me. Libby grabbed another tissue and blew her nose. Apparently, I'm part of some revenge plot an actual movie star is trying to pull off. Now I'm going to be attacked and hated by the press for something I didn't do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Connie held up her hands, one eyebrow raised. Let's back up about 10 steps here. I've never known you to care very much about other people's opinions. Why do you care so much now? Libby looked down, heat flooding her cheeks. I'm such an idiot. He drove me so crazy in the beginning. Wow. Connie shook her head, eyes wide with disbelief. You like him, don't you? Maybe even love him. Libby covered her face with her hands. It wasn't supposed to happen, she said, the words muffled. But Alex is kind of amazing. Connie blew out a breath. I'll admit he is nothing like I expected. The way he took care of things after the flood was awesome, and he has earned my grudging respect. But are you sure about this, Libby? He's the crown prince. I know. I don't know if I can handle all this. Libby motioned helplessly, as though to encompass everything that had happened the last few weeks. My life has turned into a three-ringed circus since I met him. And how does Alex feel? Libby pulled a penny from her pocket and rubbed a thumb over the surface. The copper was still warm from her body heat. We kissed. That's gotta mean something. Yeah, I know. All of Durham saw the pictures. But he was playing a part, Libby. Everyone thought he'd just proposed. That's not the kiss I'm talking about, Libby mumbled. Connie scooted forward on the couch, shaking her head as though not believing this. Are you trying to say you're in an actual not-for-the-public relationship with His Royal Highness Prince Alexander of Durham? Well, it sounds stupid when you put it like that. Oh my gosh, Libby, are you serious? The tears started up again. Libby blinked but nodded. I don't know when it happened or how it happened. Somehow I'm the stupid, naive American girl who's falling for a prince. But I don't know if I can do it, Connie. I don't know if I can actually date a prince. Everything I do is watched and monitored and scrutinized, and it's exhausting. Connie looked at Libby for a moment, then leaned forward and gave her a tight hug. You don't have to figure it out right now. Take a few days to think about things. What about the money? I don't know. Libby didn't only need the paycheck to help her parents, but she definitely couldn't afford the $10 million fine if she broke her end of the deal. Be careful, Libby. Don't make a choice you'll end up regretting. Libby nodded and rose. Thanks, Connie. I think I'll go to bed and sleep on it. I'm exhausted. Sleep tight, Connie said. But it was a long time before Libby slept at all. Chapter 22. Alex really wished he was back in Gallia. Right now, he desperately wanted Nicholas around. There was no one better when it came to a night of drinking and bemoaning the unfairness of life. Getting sloppy drunk was so tempting right now. But that hadn't solved any of his problems the last time Isla ruined his life. He doubted it would work any better this time around. Alex stripped off his tie and slumped into bed. He couldn't get Libby's luminescent eyes out of his mind. He'd put those tears there. She was in pain because of him, and now she wanted time to think. What did that even mean? He didn't want to give her time to think. Thinking meant she'd realize a relationship with him was more trouble than it was worth. By the next morning, the story about Libby supposedly pushing Isla down at the reception was the top trending news item on pretty much every site. The press was so predictable. It would have been almost funny if Alex's life wasn't in shambles. Most of the sources had taken a jealous lover's angle on the story. It was definitely compelling, but Alex knew it wasn't the whole truth. Isla was jealous, all right, but not of losing Alex. She was upset that she'd apparently lost the crown to someone else. The fact that Libby was a middle-class American from an unknown town, could you even call somewhere that housed only 87 people a town, was probably just salt on the wound. Alex told Dennis to cancel all of his appointments and laid in bed staring at the ceiling. His head pounded worse than any hangover, even though he'd only had one glass of wine at the reception. He couldn't face another firestorm from the media. Wasn't sure the family could survive it. Maybe he should abdicate and let Stefan take over the crown. He was always so calm and level-headed. Stefan would never screw up this badly. A soft knock sounded at the door to his private quarters. Alex stared at it, not sure he wanted to crawl out of bed to see who was there. Probably his mother, eager to give him yet another lecture on his shortcomings. The knock came again, more forcefully this time. Alex rolled out of bed and stomped across the floor, throwing open the door. He blinked in surprise. Stefan stood there in a gray suit, his hands resting loosely in his pockets. "What?" Alex growled. It was like just thinking about his brother had summoned him. Stefan didn't flinch. "I thought perhaps you could use a sympathetic ear this morning. The last few months haven't been easy on you." Alex's shoulders slumped. He shouldn't have snapped at Stefan, who only ever wanted to help. Henry, on the other hand. "Come in." Alex stepped aside. "Sorry for biting your head off like that. I'm so used to people attacking me that I've forgotten what it's like to have someone be kind." Stefan shut the door behind him. "Libby seems kind. The two of you have looked pretty cozy recently." Alex walked over to the wet bar and poured himself a club soda. Today wasn't a good time to dull his pain with alcohol. "Did Mother send you to tell me I'm being an idiot?" A smile corked up the corner of Stefan's mouth. "I don't think Mother needs anyone to speak for her. She's pretty good about making her opinions clear on everything and anything." "And you agree with her?" Alex poured another glass and offered the soda to Stefan. "About Libby, I mean, her intentions, my dating her, the whole situation." Stefan ran his thumb along the rim of the glass, then took a sip.
Mother is like a bear who sees her cub in danger. She might not always articulate her feelings in the best way, but she's trying to protect you from getting hurt again.
Alex snorted.
That doesn't answer my question. Do you think dating Libby is a bad idea? Do you think she's only in it for the crown? I think it's easy to make poor decisions where a beautiful woman is concerned.
Alex opened his mouth to protest, but Stefan held up a finger.
I'm not saying Libby is a poor decision. Only you can know that. But I understand that it's easy to lose your head when dealing with an attractive female. That's something that Mother will never understand.
Alex took a slow sip of his soda, letting the bubbles glide over his tongue.
You say that like you have personal experience with the matter. Did something happen when you were in America?
Stefan shrugged.
Nothing worth mentioning. Don't try to turn this around on me. We're all worried about you, Alex.
We. That plural could only mean the sibling group. Stefan, Henry, Charlotte, and of course, Oliver and Emma, though they were technically cousins.
Ah, so you were elected to speak to me about my behavior. I'm casting the family in a bad light. I'm losing my temper too much with Mom and Dad. Everyone's tired of the Alex show. I didn't say that.
Stefan took another sip of his soda. How did he always manage to stay so blasted composed?
I'm not here to attack you. I just want to know how I can help.
Alex's shoulders slumped, and he rubbed his hand across his jaw.
I'm sorry, Stefan. I don't know what's wrong with me. Most men would crack under the pressure you've experienced in the last few months. It's a miracle you haven't. I don't know about that.
Alex stared at the clear liquid in his glass, watching the bubbles run up the sides and pop when they reached the surface.
This whole thing with Libby has sort of ballooned out of control. I know that logically she isn't a wise choice, and yet, somehow we're engaged. For the press, you mean?
Alex stared at his soda and lifted a reluctant shoulder.
Yeah, but Libby and I have spent a lot of time together, and she's amazing. I wish the family could see that. Charlotte likes her, Stefan offered. So does Henry, and so do I. She holds her own against Mother, which has been enough to earn all of our respect, I think. We'll have to see if she can teach the rest of us to do that.
Alex gave a reluctant smile.
She's a spitfire. It's one of the things I find most attractive about her.
He frowned as reality hit once more.
But I shouldn't think about her like that. She's an American, which is an automatic strike against any relationship we might have. Pursuing a relationship with her would be completely irrational.
Stefan had a faraway look in his eye, his glass held loosely in one hand.
I don't think logic has much to do with falling in love.
Love. Alex swallowed hard and looked away.
I'm not in love with her.
Stefan raised an eyebrow.
I shouldn't allow myself to fall in love with her, Alex clarified. Not when she's already questioning whether or not she wants to be a part of my family. Not when we're paying her to date me. And not even that is a strong enough enticement to keep her in the relationship. She told me last night that she needs a few days to think about things. I think she might want to call the whole thing off. Well, I am sorry about that.
Stefan took a slow drink, seeming to ponder something.
She has a good vibe about her, Alex, whatever ends up happening. I don't think Libby's out to use you, but I'd be lying if I said that being part of the royal family isn't a lot to handle. We've had an entire lifetime to get used to this, and it's still not always easy. Yeah.
Silence blossomed between them, but it was easy and comfortable, the camaraderie of two brothers. Stefan drained his glass and set it on the wet bar.
Whatever Libby decides, you'll be okay in the end. Eventually, the media will find someone else to pick on and this whole thing will blow over.
Alex snorted.
I wish I could believe that. It will, and in the meantime, I'm here to talk if you need anything. But for now, I'd better get going. I'm helping Jenna in the lab today.
Jenna. That was the name of the lab technician they'd brought over from the United States. Alex followed Stefan to the door, feeling like a total jerk. He'd been so absorbed in his own life that he hadn't paid much attention to what was happening in his family's lives.
Thanks, Stefan, for everything.
They stood there awkwardly for the moment, then gave each other a quick hug.
I'll try to get Mother to leave you alone for today, at least,
Stefan said.
I appreciate it.
He nodded and Alex closed the door behind his brother. It felt nice to know that someone cared. His phone buzzed on his bedside table, and Alex rushed to pick it up, his heart in his throat. Maybe Libby was done thinking and wanted to talk. But it was just a text from Charlotte, letting him know she was thinking about him and hoped he was doing okay. Alex dropped the phone back on his bed. He wanted to text Libby and demand she see him, but he knew he had to respect her wishes and give her space. He'd be the biggest jerk alive if he pushed her after everything else he'd done. Tears burned at his eyes and he quickly blinked. In just a few hours, he had a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new wing of the children's hospital, and princes didn't get to take sick days. Chapter 23. Alex took a deep breath, then stepped out of the car and onto the red carpet, furled out in front of the hospital. The cool October air nipped at his nose as he raised a hand at the small crowd gathered. Cameras immediately began flashing, but at least it wasn't an overwhelming amount, probably less than a dozen. The new cancer wing of a children's hospital was news, but not a big enough story for stations to send out more than a single reporter and cameraman. That was fine with Alex. He'd wanted to send Stefan to the ribbon cutting in his place, but Maggie had insisted it would come across as a sign of weakness to Durham's. That was the last thing they wanted right now. The sharks smelled blood, and they were circling. The last 36 hours had been excruciating. Alex had picked up his phone and dialed Libby's number dozens of times, only to hang up before sending the call through. She'd asked for space, and he was determined to respect her request. He owed her that much at least. The crowd wasn't too chatty. Reporters stayed silent as Alex strode up the red carpet and extended his hand toward the doctor waiting for him. He was the chief of something or other at the hospital. His graying hair promised years of experience, while his button-down shirt and pristinely white lab coat suggested that these days he spent more time on paperwork than patients.
Prince Alexander, the man said, extending a hand. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Happy to be here.
Alex held on to the doctor's hand for a few seconds, as they both smiled and posed for the cameras. The gleaming glass doors and red ribbons strung across the entrance would make for a striking photo. Maggie would be pleased. Dr. What's-his-face stepped up to the podium set off to one side of the doors and tapped the microphone. The reporters quieted while red lights blinked on near camera lenses. There weren't many people in the crowd, perhaps 30 or 40 patients and family members, bundled against the autumn chill in coats and jackets. A few children sat in wheelchairs, their obviously hairless heads covered in knit caps. Alex swallowed. His life was in shambles, but he still had a lot to be grateful for.
Thank you so much for coming today,
Dr. What's-his-name said. Alex watched the faces of the crowd. They blinked up at him, smiling like they were pleased he was here. Was it possible that not everyone in Durham despised him?
We are so honored to have the royal family's support of our hospital. We couldn't have opened this wing without their generous donation. Because of their continued support.
Alex tuned out the speech. Wind whipped through the trees, rustling the leaves that had started to drop sometime in the last week. Cameras flashed occasionally, while cameramen with boom mics recorded the whole thing. Hopefully, the segments would last longer than 15 seconds and generate some positive press. It was probably an interesting enough human interest story to snag at least a few minutes of airtime. Alex would take all the help he could get. Isla had certainly done her best to undo everything Alex and Libby had accomplished over the past month and a half.
And will further cancer research,
Dr. Important droned on. Alex lazily scanned the crowd, his practiced royal smile firmly in place. The usual reporters had been sent to cover the event, no one especially antagonistic toward him, but also no one that had treated him especially well during the whole breakup fiasco. His eyes landed on a woman wearing a low-cut blouse and fitted blazer, her golden blonde hair glinting in the sunlight. Something was oddly familiar about her, but the wide brim of her cream-colored fascinator hid her face. She turned as though sensing his gaze and smiled up at him. Alex felt like a bucket of ice water had just been dumped over his head. Only years of training kept his expression in place as he stared at Isla. One corner of her mouth lifted in a smirk. What was she doing here? Alex's mind whirled as Dr. Long-Winded continued to expound on the features of the new cancer wing. Isla shifted, brushing her shoulder against that of the reporter standing next to her. Alex closed his eyes, sure the move was intentional. This couldn't be happening. The reporter did a double take while Isla murmured an apology. Alex clenched his hands into fists, trying to stop the trembling. They'd recognized her. No doubt that had been Isla's plan all along. The reporter leaned over to her cameraman and whispered something, catching the attention of another reporter. Within seconds, a low rumble rolled over the crowd. Isla didn't acknowledge the attention, but her smile widened. What was her game? Alex swallowed back the bile rising in his throat. She wouldn't be here if she didn't have a plan. Polite clapping filtered through the small gathered crowd, and Alex realized they were all looking at him expectantly. He cleared his throat and stepped up to the podium.
On behalf of the royal family, I'd like to thank the entire hospital staff for their tireless work and effort on behalf of the sick children of Durham.
Isla licked her lips and pulled on the bottom one suggestively with her teeth. Alex blinked, the unexpectedly flirtatious gesture making him lose his train of thought. Not because he was attracted to Isla, because he couldn't figure out what she was doing. She'd cheated on him. Obviously, their relationship hadn't meant anything to her. And now Alex had seen her true colors. She meant nothing but heartache and stress. Alex cleared his throat, refocusing on the crowd. A boy in a wheelchair sat at the front, wearing a cheerful yellow knit cap.
It is our hope that this new wing will continue to serve the children of Durham and help make a difficult time in their lives a little bit easier. Cancer research.
Isla brushed a lock of hair behind one ear, throwing her shoulders back so that it pushed her ample bosom forward. The tightly fitted skirt and blazer bordered on indecent. Alex had seen swimming shorts longer than her skirt.
And we are excited to see what our continued partnership with the Castlebridge Children's Hospital will bring.
Alex finished. He spoke mechanically, his brain on autopilot as he recited the memorized words. There would be no positive press from this event now. Instead of focusing on the millions of dollars the royal family had donated to the hospital, every station would focus on Isla's presence at the event and what that meant for Alex's relationship with Libby. The relationship that might very well be over. More clapping filtered through the crowd. Alex stepped back and accepted the oversized pair of scissors offered to him. He paused with the doctor, each of them holding one side of the scissors poised over the ribbon. And then they sliced it in two as the cameras flashed. Alex had to get out of here before Isla cornered him and caused yet another scene. He moved to leave, but the doctor stepped in front of him.
It was such an honor to meet you, Your Highness, he said. My granddaughter is a huge fan. Would it be too impertinent to ask for a picture for her?
The timing was awful, but Alex didn't have the heart to turn down such a simple request.
Of course not. Tell her thank you for the support.
The doctor pulled a cell phone from his lab coat. Alex stepped closer, and they both smiled for the camera. He tried to focus on the phone, but Alex's eyes kept darting to the crowd milling around in his peripheral vision. A flash of curly, caramel-colored locks caught his attention, and Alex inhaled sharply.
"Thank you so much,"
Dr. Maybe Not So Pretentious said, offering Alex a hand.
"The pleasure is mine,"
Alex said. The hair flashed again. Alex glanced over his shoulder and caught a glimpse of a flowing olive-green sundress. Libby.
"Excuse me,"
Alex murmured to the doctor, all thoughts of Isla fleeing. His heart pumped furiously as he pushed his way through the crowd, murmuring apologies to those he passed. He rose on tiptoes, frantically searching for Libby. She wouldn't come to a ribbon cutting only to break up with him, which meant that she maybe had decided to give their relationship a chance. He saw her again, standing near the back of the crowd. Kinsey wasn't with her. Libby wore a cropped denim jacket over her sundress and lifted her hand in a small wave. Two hands landed on Alex's chest. He stumbled, instinctively resting his hands on the woman's shoulders to try to prevent them both from toppling over. She stared up at him from beneath the brim of her fascinator, eyes glittering dangerously. "Alex," she cooed, her voice sugary sweet. "That was perfect, darling."
"Isla."
The single word came out in a strangled grunt. "I'm so proud of you. Your tireless charity work has always been one of the things I love most about you." Libby. Panic rose in Alex's chest and he frantically turned around. Had she recognized Isla? He had to get away and talk to Libby. Isla grabbed him by the shoulders. Before Alex's brain registered a protest, her bright red lips were brushing against his cheek. Alex grabbed her hands and took a step back, holding them away from him. He cast a glance around and saw more than a few reporters and cameramen paying close attention.
"Isla,"
he hissed.
"What are you doing?"
"Supporting you, babe." A camera flashed.
"You can't be here,"
he said, his voice low. She took a step closer and tossed her hair in a flirtatious manner. "If I can't have you, no one can," she said, her voice quiet enough it barely reached his ears. He knew no one else would have heard. Then she raised her voice again. "I'm so proud of you, honey." Then her lips were pressed tightly against his. The soft curves of her body felt all wrong. Hands ran unwelcome through his hair, as an intimate kiss he hadn't asked for and didn't want was forced on him. Alex wrenched himself free, heart thrumming painfully in his chest.
"He kissed her," a reporter hissed. "Did you get that on camera? Wasn't that Libby standing at the back of the crowd?"
"Is the engagement off?" Bile rose in Alex's throat as the murmur of questions rose.
"What was that?"
he hissed at Isla. She smiled, not looking at him, but at something over her shoulder. "That was me, winning." Alex turned around, the rock in his stomach telling him exactly who he would see. There, in an olive-green sundress, stood Libby, her eyes wide with hurt. Chapter 24. Alex had kissed Isla. Libby pressed a trembling hand to her stomach, fighting the urge to hurl all over the reporters who captured the entire thing on camera. She wanted to fly at Isla and rip every hair from her head, wanted to pound on Alex's chest and scream that he'd betrayed her. Her knees shook as their eyes met across the crowd. For the past 2 nights, she had managed less than a handful of hours of sleep. Every moment had been swallowed up by Alex as she agonized over what to do. Her heart ached at the thought of not seeing his handsome face every day, of not exchanging flirtatious texts and updates as the long hours between dates passed. But the constant criticism from the press had her on edge. She'd never planned on dating a prince. It was a lot more complicated than she'd initially imagined. And now, he was kissing Isla Martin in front of a crowd of reporters while they shouted questions about Libby's relationship status with Durham's most notorious bachelor. There was only one thing to do: run. Libby turned on her heel and walked quickly away, pulling her denim jacket close as she tried to process what she'd just seen. Nicolette was right about one thing at least. Isla was sneaky and conniving. There was no way that kiss hadn't been orchestrated as some sort of revenge plot. Libby had seen enough to know that Isla didn't want Alex, just the crown. But Alex had still kissed Isla, hadn't immediately pushed her away. Libby closed her eyes as nausea rolled over her. It hadn't been a quick peck either.
Libby!
Alex called. She could hear him even through the shouted questions of reporters. Tears pushed at the back of her eyes, but she wasn't about to let them fall. She kept walking. Footsteps followed behind her, but she didn't turn around to see whether it was Alex or a reporter.
Libby!
Alex shouted again, his voice louder this time, closer too. He spoke the name like a plea, a command. Anger pulsed in her veins until she could feel her heart beating in nearly every inch of her skin. She whirled around, facing Alex. Finn stood in the background, holding back the reporters. "What?" she hissed. Alex took a step back. His green eyes were tortured, and he ran a hand over his neatly trimmed beard. Libby felt sick. Those lips that had so gently caressed hers had been pressed to Isla's moments before.
"It isn't what you think,"
he said quietly. She gave a hollow laugh, the irony of his statement not lost on her. "Of course not. Nothing in your life ever is." His eyes dimmed as he took a step closer, lowering his voice even more.
"That isn't fair."
It wasn't. Guilt stabbed at Libby, but anger quickly pushed it away. She rubbed her temples, trying to make the pounding stop. Alex stood close enough that Libby imagined she could feel his body heat. She had the sudden urge to rise up on her tiptoes and feel the scruff of his beard against her jaw, as she lost herself in one of his toe-curling kisses. But the image was immediately replaced by one of him and Isla. She'd come here today to tell him she was willing to give their relationship an honest try, but seeing him with Isla had changed everything.
"I don't know what she's up to, but I promise I'm as upset as you are,"
Alex said.
"Please, Libby, I feel nothing for Isla. This is yet another one of her ploys. You know that, right?"
"Yeah, I do. I'm just not sure it changes anything." A bone-deep weariness had her longing for a hammock on the beach at Ocean Meadow. She'd bundled up in a blanket and watched the tide roll in. Maybe even read a book. There'd be no thoughts to make her toss and turn at night. No reporters waiting to snap a photo. No prince to break her heart. Suddenly, she missed Oregon with a fierce intensity that took her breath away. In that moment, her life with Alex flashed before her eyes. There would always be women trying to win him over for their own purposes. There would always be reporters waiting to catch Libby's mistakes and broadcast them to the world. There would always be people scheming to use her for their own purposes. If Libby continued dating Alex, she would fall more deeply in love with him than she'd ever been in love with another person. She knew that as surely as she knew that the sky was blue or the ocean was wet. And loving Alex would break her. "I'm sorry," Libby whispered. Tears spilled over and trailed down her cheeks. The autumn air cooled them against her skin as the wind brushed through her hair. Libby looked down at her hand, at the gorgeous Art Deco ring that was a perfect replica of the flea market piece she had stowed in a corner of her dresser at Connie's, and slipped it off her finger. She dropped it in Alex's hand, his fingers reflexively closed, and he stared at her with stunned eyes. "I can't do this," Libby whispered. "I'm so sorry, Alex. I can't."
"Libby,"
he rasped, his voice wet with tears.
"don't."
"I'm sorry," she repeated. "It's too much. Goodbye, Alex." The look in his eyes nearly broke her, but she turned and walked briskly away.
"Libby!"
Alex called. Her shoulders shook, and she covered her mouth with one hand as she quickened her pace. The shouts of the reporters grew muffled as her blood roared in her ears. Tears made her vision blurry. Had she really just said goodbye to Alex? Stabbing her own heart with a fire poker would have been less painful than this. Her chest tightened as she gasped for breath. She wrapped her arms around herself, struggling to hold her emotions in check. Reporters were probably still watching, the cameras recording the entire breakup. Another public relationship disaster for Prince Alexander of Durham. She'd failed him in every way.
"Liberty!"
Alex said again. She couldn't resist. Libby paused at the street corner and glanced back at Alex. He stood where she'd left him, his shoulders slumped and hands resting limply at his sides. A few paces behind him, Finn and a few other security guards held back the ravenous reporters. She had to get away, not just from Alex, but from Durham. Libby turned the corner and kept walking. She barely remembered the journey back to Connie's. Libby unlocked the door with shaking hands and pushed her way inside. The flat was dark other than a lamp in the living room. The floor was free of toys and still held the vacuum lines from Libby's cleaning frenzy earlier that day. Connie sat on the couch, holding a sleeping Kinsey. "Hey, how'd it go?" "I broke up with him," Libby choked out. She brushed past the living room and headed down the hall. "Whoa!" Connie was right behind her. "Libby, slow down." "I can't." If she stopped moving, she'd shatter into a million pieces that would never be able to be made whole. Libby grabbed her suitcase from the closet and set it open on the bed, then began emptying drawers into it. Home. If she could just make it back to Oregon, maybe everything would go back to how it used to be. She let out a hysterical laugh and grabbed her hairbrush off the bedside table. Half a dozen pennies sat beside it, the last of her American money, and she closed her eyes as dizziness made her sway. Those wouldn't be coming home with her. The reminder was too painful. Connie rested her hand on Libby's arm and Kinsey sighed in her sleep. "What's wrong?" "Kinsey." Tears rose to the surface again and Libby looked away from her small charge. "He kissed Isla," Libby said. She yanked dresses off hangers and tossed them into the suitcase in a heap. "Are you serious?" "I wish I wasn't. I'm sorry." Libby's words were jerky and unsteady. "But I have to get away. The reporters, and he was kissing Isla. I can't stay in Durham, Connie. I need to go home to Oregon." Connie stared at her for a moment. Then her own eyes grew liquid with tears and she nodded. "Yeah, of course. I'll help you pack." Fresh tears fell down Libby's cheeks, and she wrapped her arms around Connie and pulled her close. "I'm so sorry. I was supposed to help make life easier for you, but all I've done is date a prince and get my heart broken." "I'm so sorry, Libby." "Me too." Connie left the room, then returned moments later without Kinsey. She took the messy pile of dresses out of Libby's suitcase and started folding them without a word. "What are you going to do when I'm gone?" Libby choked out. "Oh, Libby." Connie gave her a quick side hug. "Don't worry about us. I'll figure something out." It would be like she was never here. Another stab to the heart. "I'm so sorry." Libby felt like a broken record, but she didn't know what else to say. "Stop apologizing. Right now, you need to take care of yourself." "You told me he'd break my heart," Libby said softly. "I know," Connie said. "Now go home and try to repair it." 26 hours later, Libby was back in Ocean Meadow. Chapter 25. She was really gone. Alex slumped against the cool leather of the sedan, grateful for the tinted windows that hid him from prying eyes. Finn sat silently beside him. Alex tugged at his tie, fighting for breath. What had just happened? The car pulled to a stop at the family's private entrance. A light drizzle had started to fall during the drive. Alex stumbled inside, not caring. Maggie jumped forward as the door banged closed behind Alex. Your Highness, she said. The video of the breakup is already the top trending story in Castlebridge. It'll hit #1 in all of Durham within the hour, and the rest of Europe and the United States by morning. What happened? For the first time in his life, Alex didn't care what anyone else had to say about the situation. He ignored Maggie and headed toward his suite. Your Highness, Maggie called, but Alex kept walking. Dennis caught up with him, a tablet in hand.
Your Highness, shouldn't you be on your way to your meeting with the Markendam ambassador? Cancel all my appointments until further notice, Alex said,
Then slammed his door shut and turned the lock. He wrenched off his tie and threw it on the floor, then kicked off his shoes and stumbled to the bed. Alex collapsed onto the duvet, his eyes burning with tears that refused to break free. It was good that Libby had left. She was better off without him. This life would only destroy her free spirit, and staying would have turned her into a hollow shell of the woman he loved. He had no idea losing her would hurt this much. He closed his eyes shut and inhaled painfully. Until today, he hadn't been sure that he did love Libby. Now he knew for sure how deep his feelings ran. A small part of him wondered if he'd said that all-important four-letter word, if she would have stayed. It was better this way. He wouldn't be able to break her like she'd broken him. Alex stayed in his room and refused to come out for the rest of the week. First, Stefan stopped by and offered to talk. Alex turned him away. Henry tried next, showing up with a bottle of 40-year-old bourbon and a promise of a good time. Alex wasn't even tempted. Charlotte tried next. She was much more demanding than his brothers had been. At first, she coaxed and cajoled, before finally losing her temper and yelling at him to stop being such a baby. But Alex ignored her too. Oliver and Emma were gentler in their approaches. Oliver tried to get Alex to watch the polo match against Aragonia in the media theater, and Emma brought Alex freshly baked cookies. But nothing his family did could soothe Alex's aching heart. At least Isla finally seemed satisfied. She was once again a top trending news story, and her box office numbers for the latest hit had exploded as a result. Meanwhile, Emma had let it slip that Libby had returned to Oregon, another knife in Alex's heart. Any lingering hope had been dashed with that news. She'd really left, decided Alex wasn't worth the trouble and headed back to the United States, leaving a bigger PR disaster in her wake than the one she'd been hired to solve. But none of that mattered to him now. 8 days after Libby left, a knock sounded at Alex's bedroom door. He grunted and rolled over, covering his head with a pillow. The knock came again, more persistent than before.
Go away,
He growled. It was probably Charlotte, back to yell at him some more.
I will not go away,
said a clipped voice with a distinct Gallian accent.
Open this door at once, Alexander.
Alex groaned. He hadn't showered yet today and still wore pajama pants and a loose t-shirt. But not even the crown prince said no to the queen. He threw open the door. Nicolette pushed her way inside, a frown on her pursed red lips, and a flared skirt swishing around her calves.
Are you finished sulking?
Alex let the door swing closed behind her.
Hello to you too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were expecting niceties. She wrinkled her nose and glanced around the room.
Good heavens, Alex. You could at least let the maids in to tidy up. It smells like a pigsty in here. I've been a little preoccupied, Mother. Me too, trying to minimize the damage. That whole plan ended spectacularly.
Nicolette folded her arms and glared.
The press claims you were cheating on Libby with Isla, and that's why Libby called off the wedding. It's rather hard to argue with the evidence. since she handed back the ring mere moments after you were photographed kissing a tramp."
Alex massaged his temples, wariness overpowering him.
"Another misunderstanding. Any more, and the crown will be in shambles."
Her words snapped like a rubber band. Alex felt himself break.
"I'm sorry," he roared. "I'm sorry that I'm such a disappointment, Mother. But the only thing I'm guilty of is being naive. It's not like I planned for Isla to cheat on me, or that I planned to break up with her, or that I planned to be kissed by her at the children's hospital and be dumped publicly. Again. But I truly am sorry that my stupidity has affected the family so. If you and Father think it's for the best, I'll abdicate. Stefan would be a brilliant king."
It wasn't like Henry was next in line. Stefan would do fine. Nicolette blinked, her mouth open in a small O.
"Well," she said, her chest heaving, "that was quite the outburst. I hope you feel better now."
His shoulders slumped, and he sank onto the couch. Add yelling to his mother to his list of failures.
"Not really."
Nicolette sat back down beside him. Something lightly tapped his back. Once, twice, 3 times. Alex looked up in surprise. Was she patting his back? The movement was a little too abrupt, as though she wasn't quite sure how to comfort someone.
"I am sorry you've experienced so much stress lately, Alexander. Your father and I never wanted any of this to happen. Of course, we're worried about how the drama is impacting the crown, but we're also concerned about you." "I'm fine," Alex said.
A total lie, but his mother wasn't really the nurturing type.
"Well, at least we don't have to come up with a way to get the American tart out of the picture. Obviously, I would have chosen a less explosive end to the relationship. But from the very beginning, I never felt comfortable with the whole charade. Now the worst has happened, and we all can move on. Personally, I have half a mind to go after Libby for the money we've paid her. But your father says it's pointless. No doubt she's already spent every dime, and it's not worth the press catching wind of what actually happened."
Anger rose in Alex, fast and furious.
"Don't you dare go after her for that money."
Nicolette's eyes widened at his tone.
"Obviously, I wouldn't really." "You have no idea what Libby is going through," Alex continued. "Did you know her family is drowning in medical bills, and that's why she took the job? Her parents are on the brink of divorce from the financial stress." "Alex, she's a good woman," he pressed on.
How he longed to hold Libby just one more time, to protect her from the cruel world and spend the rest of his life making her laugh.
"And we will not ruin her life any more than we already have. She earned that money, fair and square. It's the least we can do for her."
Nicolette stared at Alex for a moment. He glanced away, unable to withstand her intense gaze.
"Oh, Alex," she said, her voice soft. "You love her, don't you?"
He swallowed hard, then hung his head and nodded.
"Yes, I do. And that's why I've got to let her go."
Chapter 26. Libby wrapped her coat more tightly around her and stared out across the choppy ocean waters. She'd been home from Durham nearly a month, and Thanksgiving was right around the corner. But lately she had a hard time feeling thankful for much of anything. Living back home with her parents felt unnatural now. They'd both been kind and done their best to get Libby's mind off the media circus, happening both in Durham and in the United States. Their relationship seemed to be slowly improving, as though Libby's heartbreak, or maybe the paid-off medical debts, had brought the pair together once more. At least something positive had come out of her misery. Libby hadn't told them that the financial reprieve might only be temporary. She wouldn't put it past Nicolette to sue her for the $10 million. Libby felt awful about abandoning Connie, but she'd reassured her that spending more time with Kinsey was a dream come true. Connie hadn't hired a new nanny. but instead adjusted her hours to fit around Kenzie's nap schedule. The two of them seemed to be doing all right without Libby. Life had continued to roll forward, despite her shattered heart. She was so grateful for Ocean Meadows' sheltered existence. Her one trip into town since coming home had ended in tears. It only took reporters 3 minutes to swarm her at the grocery store, and she'd ended up leaving without a single item on her list. She hadn't been back since, not willing to risk a repeat occurrence. The reminders of Alex were too painful. A gust of wind made the waves churn and cut right through her heavy winter coat. Libby folded her arms tightly as her nose and cheeks burned with the chilly air. Reluctantly, she headed back to her parents' small house. The days were so long now. She knew she needed a plan for her life. Needed to get a job. Maybe even move away from Ocean Meadow and get a place of her own. But right now, even thinking about the future felt too overwhelming. She tromped back across the mossy meadow toward the cluster of houses on the far end of the property. The large garden that overflowed with vegetables in the summer months lay dormant now, the last harvest long ago brought in. She stumbled across the frozen dirt. A bird swooped down, plucking a worm from the ground and rising back into the air. Silly bird. Didn't it know winter was already here and it should have migrated south long ago? Libby swallowed hard. The small bird with bright blue feathers looked nothing like a duck, but it still reminded her of her first official date with Alex in Castlebridge Park. She'd been so furious with him that day. A sob caught in her throat. She missed Alex with an intensity she hadn't known was possible. Her feelings for Cedric had been a pathetic shadow of what she felt for Alex. No, less than a shadow. She broke into a jog, her coat flying open behind her as she sprinted across the gardens, trying to outrun the memories. During the day, it was easy enough to keep busy. There was always work to do at Ocean Meadow, and she almost forgot about Alex. But at night, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep and missing him with a ferocity that made it hard to breathe. Maybe leaving had been a mistake. But then again, it wasn't like Alex had chased after her. Connie assured her that by all accounts, Isla and Alex were definitely not back together. The press had been following a gloating Isla all month, and hadn't caught a single sighting of her with Alex. In fact, no one had gotten a picture of the Crown Prince since the breakup. He'd completely disappeared from the public eye. Was he mourning the loss of their relationship as much as Libby was? Or just unwilling to face the press once more? She'd been paid to clean up a mess, not to fall in love. Maybe their brief relationship had been just a rebound for Alex, and now he was ready to move on. Libby opened the front door and hung her coat on a peg, shivering in the cold entryway. The home was equipped with a central heating system, but her parents only used it on the coldest of days, and usually warmed the small house with the wood-burning stove. It mostly kept things cozy, but didn't quite reach this part of the house. "I'm home, Mama," Libby called. "Did you need help making the bread? I can do it if you want to paint." She stumbled to a halt just inside the living room. The cheerful yellow drapes were drawn back by ties, and sunlight streamed weakly through the front window, casting shadows across the wood floor that Libby had helped install. Her mother sat on the worn floral couch, her eyes wide with stress. On the coffee table sat 2 empty teacups. And sitting in the armchair across from Autumn was Queen Nicolette of Durham. Her blonde hair was carefully pulled back in a twist. She sat with a stiff spine, her ankles crossed and tucked primly to one side. "Hello, Libby," Nicolette said, not bothering to stand. Libby stared in shock. She glanced outside, noticing for the first time the black SUV parked on the side of the house. She crossed her arms, fury rising with a swiftness that surprised her. "What are you doing here?" "Libby," Autumn reprimanded. She flicked her gaze to Nicolette.
I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. She hasn't been herself lately.
Nicolette raised a hand, staring at Libby with unblinking eyes.
It's fine, Autumn. I deserved that.
Well, at least you can admit that much, Libby snapped. I always imagined that if I ever met a queen, she would have impeccable manners. But you treated me horribly while I was in Durham. And after asking for my help, I upended my life because you asked me to.
Nicolette sniffed. Let's not kid ourselves, Libby. You didn't help us out of the goodness of your heart. It was a job, plain and simple.
Libby clenched her fists and swallowed back a scream. Then as my employer, you should have been kinder. Mother's hands fluttered uncertainly in her lap.
Libby!
Nicolette rose gracefully, her heels giving her the height advantage. But Libby wasn't about to back down. Now that Nicolette was here, the word vomit she'd held back so often for Alex's sake threatened to explode.
Autumn, I wonder if I could be so bold to ask to speak to your daughter alone? Nicolette said, her tone polite. We have a lot to discuss.
Autumn's mouth opened and closed like a fish's, and she glanced back and forth between Nicolette and Libby. It's fine, Mama, Libby said.
Okay.
Autumn rose, her movements much less graceful than the Queen's. She grabbed her coat off the peg near the door and slipped it on.
I'll be up at the community house if you need me, Libby.
The glare Autumn shot in Nicolette's direction was so mama bear that Libby couldn't resist giving her a quick hug. Thanks. Autumn nodded and slipped out the door. Libby waited until the latch clicked shut before turning back to the Queen, ready to do battle. Okay, we're alone now. Say whatever it is you came here to say. Then do me a favor and leave so I can move on with my life. If such a thing was even possible. She imagined Alex moving on with his own life, seeing magazine covers of him with other women, watching from afar through the eyes of the media as he met, dated, and eventually married another woman. She'd left the cell phone Maggie gave her back in Durham, but had bought a new one and kept an unlimited data plan on it. Service was spotty in Ocean Meadow, but she trekked to the far corner of the meadow, just outside the copse of trees, several times a day to search the internet for mentions of Alex. Probably not the healthiest way to get over him.
I hope you don't mean that, Nicolette said quietly.
She clasped her hands and glanced down at the rag rug Libby had made herself.
The part about moving on, I mean. Because back in Durham, I have a son who's very miserable without you. I've come to ask if you wouldn't consider returning to Durham. That is, if you feel the same way.
Libby's mouth fell open and her heart began pounding. She dropped her arms to her side and inhaled sharply. I'm sorry?
I've never seen Alex this despondent, Nicolette said.
For the first time since meeting the Queen, Libby saw a hint of vulnerability in the woman's eyes.
There's no joy left in him. He hasn't left the palace in a month. We can't get him to go anywhere but his office and his rooms. He doesn't eat meals with the family, doesn't participate in activities with his siblings. I think that when you left Durham, you took a part of him with you, and he hasn't been the same.
Guilt swept over Libby at the thought of a depressed Alex, but it was quickly replaced by fury.
He kissed Isla.
Nicolette held up a hand, forestalling her protest.
I know, but you know the truth about Isla Martin. That woman is as selfish as they come, and any feelings that Alexander may have had for her disappeared a long time ago. My son hasn't told me the specifics of what happened that day last month, but I do know Isla pounced on him. Alexander was caught off guard. Since then, Isla has done everything so she can capitalize on what she claims is a second heartbreak at the hands of the Crown Prince. The only thing Isla loves is the spotlight. I don't think she could handle seeing you steal it.
Libby put a hand on her throat. She knew Nicolette spoke the truth, had known it when she spoke last to Alex, but that hadn't stopped the insecurities from eating her alive. If he's as miserable as you claim, Why hasn't he come for me? Security could have tracked me down in an hour if he asked them to. It's not like I tried to cover my tracks. For the first week, she'd startled at every sound of tires, wondering if Alex had finally come to beg for her return. She knew it was silly, but part of her had wanted him to chase after her. But he hadn't, and it had confirmed her decision to run.
He thinks you're better off without him.
Nicolette looked around the small living room. Libby's defenses rose as she tried to imagine how the room looked to a queen. No family pictures hung on the walls, just a single oil painting of the ocean that her mother had done, hung in a frame her father had made. Even the palace hallways were more spacious than this cramped space, which barely fit a couch, chair, and table. Then he is an idiot, Libby said. It's not him I ran from, it's everything else. Nicolette let out a weary sigh.
You can't separate the crown from the man. It's made him who he is, and is a burden and blessing he'll always carry.
Libby looked down, guilt slamming into her. I know, but things got so intense and I panicked. Nicolette looked around the room again, seeming to take in every inch of the space with one sweeping glance.
When Alex first told me he thought you were better off without him, I didn't really understand. But now I do, even if I disagree with his assessment. You do have quite an idyllic life here. Very simple and peaceful.
Libby rubbed her hands up and down her arms, fighting the chills there. I used to think so too, she whispered. But she wasn't better off without Alex. Ocean Meadow meant nothing to her without him. Nicolette leveled her gaze on Libby.
You aren't better off without Alexander, Libby. I understand better now how overwhelming our lifestyle and responsibilities must be to someone who grew up here. I never fully recognized that before. But Alex would be the most faithful, loving, and kind husband a woman could ask for. He would do everything in his power to ease the transition and help you adjust to your new life.
Libby brushed back her hair, the shock of the situation overpowering her. She would have guessed her chances of winning the lottery without ever buying a ticket were better off than those of Queen Nicolette, showing up in her living room and begging her to return to Durham. I can't believe you're asking me to come back.
Only if you feel the same way about Alex that he does about you. I have no wish to see him hurt more than he's already been. But your mother seems to think you've been quite as miserable without him as he's been without you.
Tears prickled at Libby's eyes and she shook her head. You hate me. I'm a poor backwoods girl from the United States. I'm probably the exact opposite in every possible way of what you always wanted for your son. Nicolette inclined her head to the side.
I'd be lying if I said your presence at the palace didn't upset me in the beginning. But Alex loves you, and I love Alex. Perhaps in time, you and I will grow to at least tolerate each other.
Libby laughed and Nicolette's lips quirked up in something that almost resembled a smile.
I can at least promise that if you return, I won't stand in the way and will do my best to treat you with respect, Nicolette finished. I can't promise that our relationship will change overnight, but I'm willing to work on it for my son's sake.
Libby sank onto the couch, her legs trembling uncomfortably. Could she really return to Durham? She imagined herself once again donning formal wear and spending an evening on Alex's arm, offering nervous smiles at the diplomats she was introduced to. It suddenly didn't seem as distasteful as it had a month ago, not as hard. But then she remembered how Isla had set up Libby to look like a jealous girlfriend, how she'd lost her temper with Alex, pushed him in a pond, and gone viral. In time, Alex might resent her for her inability to conform to his lifestyle. Alex's world is so different from mine, Libby said. I don't know if I can ever fit in.
It's not you that needs to fit in. Alex will adjust his world to accommodate yours. That's the kind of man my son is.
The words brought a flood of memories, reminding Libby of all the times when Alex had done exactly that. The way he'd whisper protocol into her ear before introducing her to a dignitary. How he'd never commented on her clothing choices, so obviously different from those of his mother and sisters. The way he'd made their excuses to leave early from events on nights when she was particularly overwhelmed. Nicolette set a paper on the coffee table. This is a voucher for a first-class plane ticket to Castlebridge. Turn it in at any airport ticket counter, and they'll make sure you're on the next flight to Durham. If you love Alex as much as I think you do, I sincerely hope you'll use it. Whatever sacrifices you must make to be with Alex will be repaid by him 100-fold. I assure you. Nicolette headed toward the door, leaving the voucher on the coffee table. The white rectangle stood out in stark relief against the dark wood, like someone had shone a spotlight on it. Why are you doing this? Libby asked. Nicolette paused, her hand on the doorknob. Because I love my son. It was good to see you again, Libby. I hope we'll see more of each other in the future. I mean that. Libby stared at the door as it swung shut behind the queen. Her face felt numb, her mind muddy. She slowly picked up the voucher and stared at it. For the past month, she'd been feeling sorry for herself in Ocean Meadow, thinking Alex's feelings must not have run very deep. But he thought she was better off without him. He loved her enough to let her go. Libby raced to her bedroom and grabbed a suitcase, throwing items inside. Deja vu reminded her vividly of the last time she'd packed, but this time, her heart was filled with hope instead of heartbreak. She was nearly done packing when the front door opened. I figured I'd better come and check on you and make sure you're okay, Autumn said, her voice carrying into the bedroom. Is she gone? I didn't see the car outside. She's gone, Libby said. And so am I. Can you drive me to the airport, Mama? I'm going back to Durham. Chapter 27. Alex looked around the set of Sarah Green's talk show, a flood of emotions making his eyes burn. There were 2 chairs arranged around the coffee table this time. No need for a love seat since he'd be doing this interview solo. But everything else was the same, from the artificial plants dotting the set to the fake windows on the far wall. Are you sure you want to do this? Maggie asked. She clutched a tablet to her chest and pushed her red glasses up the bridge of her nose with a trembling hand. Alex knew that he might very well destroy his reputation forever with this one interview. Durham would be furious at how they'd been duped. If they decided to fault him for his lies, there'd be no returning from that level of distrust. Alex's entire reign would be characterized by opposition at every turn. But it was time to stop lying to his people, to start fresh and come clean. He only hoped that Libby would see the interview and know he was trying. I'm ready, Alex said. When he told his parents about the interview that morning over breakfast, he'd expected resistance. After all, he planned on coming clean about everything. His breakup with Isla, his fake engagement with Libby, and the way things had ended. But they'd surprised him with their response. Nicolette had sipped her tea and she said she knew he'd handle the interview in a mature way. Jeffrey had grunted and wished Alex luck. Both told him they supported his decision and knew he was doing what he thought best, not only for himself, but for the country. Alex was certainly trying. Sarah Green entered the set, bringing Alex back to the present. He rose and offered her his hand. Your Highness, I must apologize for my behavior during our previous interview, Sarah said quickly. I was out of line. Thank you so much for giving me a second chance. Don't mess it up. Alex wasn't ready to completely forgive Sarah. He had a suspicion that she'd planted a seed of doubt in Libby's mind about the sincerity of his affections. But Sarah's talk show was the most watched in Durham, and he wanted to get this message out to as many people as quickly as possible. Understood. Sarah straightened her blazer, then nodded to the cameraman. Rolling, the cameraman said. Alex looked away from the blinking green light and focused on Sarah. It was time to lay all his cards on the table and start fresh. He'd told Sarah he wanted a no-holds-barred interview, and she didn't disappoint. Her questions were intrusive, prying, and oftentimes painful. But Alex answered every one as truthfully and thoroughly as possible. He'd promised Sarah exclusivity and would only get one chance to tell his side of the story. He wasn't about to mess it up. Ultimately, it was Alex's word against Isla's. There would be months ahead of speculation and accusation. But hopefully most Durhams would believe he spoke the truth. It would at least take away Isla's power to hurt Alex and his family. Whatever she said about him, in the press after today, he'd know that he'd told the truth. Whether or not the country chose to believe it was up to them. And Libby would know he'd told the truth as well. Maybe without the shackles of his past, he'd finally be worthy of her. He had to try. "And have you spoken to Libby since she gave you back the ring?" Sarah asked, her tone gentle and eyes appropriately solemn. Alex swallowed hard, then shook his head.
No, I've missed her every day since she left. But I knew I couldn't ask her forgiveness until I'd done everything in my power to make things right.
"And now that you have?" Sarah asked.
I think that's something I should discuss with Libby before I make anything public. But I'm going to try my hardest to win her back.
"Starting with a plane ride to Oregon first thing tomorrow." "Well, this is like a real-life fairy tale," Sarah said. "It sounds like what started off as a publicity stunt has turned into true love. Do you love Libby?" Tears burned and Alex blinked quickly. He clenched his fist on his knee, fighting the urge to pat his breast pocket, where the Art Deco engagement ring she'd given back to him rested safely.
I do love her, and I hope I get the chance to tell her that very soon.
After the interview wrapped up, Alex made his way back to the palace, satisfied with how things had ended. Maggie would review and approve the final edited cut. But barring any issues, the interview would air tomorrow morning. Alex had no regrets. He felt free, liberated, at peace. Whatever happened with Libby, he was glad he'd given the interview. He only hoped Isla would finally leave him alone. The palace was quiet, the family's quarters empty. Everyone was out on various engagements, leaving Alex alone. By this time next week, the palace would be swarming with staff members, decorating for Christmas. But today, everything was silent. Alex patted his breast pocket, assuring himself the ring was still there. It was time to start packing for his visit to Oregon. He wasn't sure how long he'd be gone. That would depend on Libby's reaction. First thing in the morning, around the same time as the interview aired, Alex would board the family's private plane for the United States. There, he'd reach out to Libby and beg her forgiveness. He'd ask her to marry him, this time for real. No gimmicks, no publicity stunts, just the two of them, committed to a life spent together. Alex opened the door to his private suite of rooms and froze. The lights were turned low, and candles flickered atop jars and jars filled with pennies. His eyes flew around the room as his heart raced, looking for the woman he knew was here. A soft shuffling sound from the corner, and Libby stepped forward. She wore one of her signature sundresses in a light blue, despite the freezing November temperatures, and her soft curls flowed around her shoulders. "Hey," she said quietly. He fought the urge to pinch himself, just to make sure this wasn't a dream. Libby. He wanted to run across the room and wrap her in his arms, but instead, he took a cautious step forward.
Hey, I didn't expect to see you here.
She tucked a strand of hair behind one ear, an uncertain smile on her lips. "Your mother convinced me to come, if you can believe it." That stopped him short.
Excuse me?
She laughed. "I know, trust me, I was shocked too. But she showed up at my house yesterday. She said you were miserable without me and that I should come back. He shook his head, hardly able to believe that she'd gone to Oregon. He couldn't picture his prim and proper mother somewhere as earthy as Ocean Meadow. So, was she wrong? Libby asked softly. Alex took another step forward, emboldened.
Definitely not. I have been absolutely miserable without you, Libby. I was coming tomorrow to find you.
Her eyes widened and tears filled them. Really?
Really? Ask the pilot if you don't believe me. He's already filed the flight plans.
Oh, Alex, I'm so sorry about. He didn't let her finish. In 3 strides, he was across the room. She leapt into his arms and their lips crashed down on each other. Alex tightened his hold on her waist as she tugged him impossibly closer, devouring her mouth with his. And Alex was finally home. He let his hands tangle in her hair as hers caressed his jaw. Candlelight flickered off the jars of pennies, casting happy shadows about the room. For the first time in a month, he felt whole. Eventually, Libby broke away, breathing heavily. Alex smiled and rubbed a thumb across her cheek, resting his forehead against hers.
I've missed you so much,
He whispered. I never should have left, but I was so scared, Alex.
You have nothing to worry about.
He tightened his grip, hoping he could convey how much he meant those words. I know that now. A little bit of me was scared that you still had feelings for Isla.
I don't.
She put a hand to his lips, her gentle touch instantly silencing him. I knew that even then, I think. It wasn't her so much as what she represented. I was so scared that I wouldn't fit into your world, and I let my fears get the better of me and make everything worse.
It wasn't your fault.
Alex tangled his fingers in her hair again, relishing the feeling of it.
I love you so much, Libby. I'm so sorry for not making that clear to you. Maybe if you weren't questioning my feelings, you never would have left.
I love you too, she said, her eyes sparkling with tears. It was never you I questioned, Alex. It was myself. But I know that now spending my life with you isn't a sacrifice. It's a gift. I love you so much. It was the first time they'd spoken the words to each other, and Alex thought his heart might explode from happiness. He let out a growl and pulled her to him once more. She rose on her tiptoes and their lips met again in the perfect dance. He could feel his soul being stitched back together with every gentle touch.
You know, you don't have to buy my affections,
Alex teased, brushing his lips across her throat. She let out a groan, pulling him closer. Huh? He laughed, loving the way she melted at his touch.
What are all the pennies for?
Oh. She pushed him back and blinked, as though surprised to see them. He laughed, wrapping his arms around her.
You forgot about them, didn't you?
She slugged him in the shoulder and laughed. I think that's your fault, Prince Distracting.
So, are you going to tell me?
Her eyes softened, turning liquid in the candlelight. There's 1 penny for every second I missed you while we were apart. You're my lucky penny, Alex. I don't need anything else. Emotions flooded through Alex, and he cleared his throat, embarrassed at the tears threatening his composure. The engagement ring burned in his chest, and he knew without a doubt that now was the moment. He couldn't wait another second to make Libby his. Slowly, he withdrew the ring and dropped to one knee. Libby's eyes flew to his outstretched hand, letting out a surprised squeak. Alex chuckled, taking her hand in his free one.
I meant to do this in a much more romantic way. I even prepared a speech to convince you to take me back. We'd take a walk along the beach to where I'd have, "Will you marry me?" spelled out in pennies. That's when I'd drop to one knee and beg you to take a chance on me. But I'm not wasting another second of our lives on uncertainty.
Alex, she said softly, her eyes bright with happiness.
I love you, Liberty Joy Claiborne. I don't care if Durham approves of our relationship. In fact, there's a very good chance they won't. because I just told Sarah Green everything, and the interview airs tomorrow. Marrying me won't be an easy choice for you. Being a member of the royal family can definitely be demanding, and there will always be people nosing into our lives. But I promise to spend every second of my life making being my wife worth your time. Will you marry me?
Libby dropped to her knees in front of him and took his face in her hands, igniting fires of desire. "You don't have to make it worth my time," she whispered, "because getting to spend a lifetime loving you is worth any price. I love you too, Alex. Yes, I'll marry you." Alex stared at her, hardly able to believe this was really happening. She nodded happily, and he slipped the ring onto her finger. The dozens of small diamonds glittered in the flickering candlelight, and the ring sat proudly on her finger, like it belonged. He captured her face in his hands and lowered his lips to hers. She laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him back. And Alex knew that no matter what the future held, he'd be just fine, because he'd face it with Libby at his side. Epilogue, 6 months later. Libby pressed her hands against her stomach, but it did nothing to quell the butterflies taking flight there. She stared at herself in the gilded gold mirror, pleased that the woman looking back at her still looked familiar. She'd chosen an American designer for her dress, which Nicolette hadn't loved. But the Queen also hadn't raised a protest, and Libby counted that as progress. The dress was hand-sewn lace and fitted through the bodice, then flowed out in a gentle A-line skirt, reminiscent of the sundresses she so loved. Nicolette had offered a choice of tiaras from the crown jewels. Libby had chosen a delicate piece, with thousands of diamonds that complemented her ring nicely. The veil was cathedral length and edged in fine lace that perfectly complemented her dress. She loved the way it flowed around her shoulders and fell to the ground. Libby took a deep, shuddering breath. Today she'd not only become Alex's wife, but she'd become a princess. She wasn't especially excited about that latter title, but the former more than made up for it. The heavy carved door opened and her mother slipped in.
"Oh, Libby," she breathed. "You look beautiful."
Libby blinked back the tears and waved her hands frantically in front of her face. "Don't make me cry."
"I can't believe this day is finally here."
Autumn's heels clicked across the marble floor, and she took Libby's hand in hers, squeezing gently.
"Are you ready?"
Libby smiled, and when she answered, it was with complete honesty. "Yes, I'm ready." Everyone had been shocked at the relatively quick engagement, but Libby and Alex hadn't wanted to wait.
"Let's go get your groom, then," Autumn said.
Libby followed her mother to the front door of the estate. Her father was already at the church, waiting to walk his only child down the aisle. For the past 6 months, Libby had lived with Connie in Durham, helping with Kinsey as much as possible, and spending time with Alex every second that she could. But as tradition dictated, Libby had spent her last night as a single woman with her parents, at one of the royal family's country homes. Money hadn't solved all of her parents' problems, but it had eased the strain on their marriage enough for them to go to counseling and work through the issues they'd spent years suppressing. Their marriage wasn't completely healed, but the progress they'd made was encouraging. Libby had a feeling that in the end, her parents would be okay. But today wasn't about that. It was about finally starting her life together with Alex. She paused at the door and took a deep breath. "Last moment of peace before we enter the fray," she joked, looking at her mom. "Are you ready?" Her mom laughed.
"Of course I am, sweetie. The real question is, are you?"
Libby nodded. "Yes, open the doors." Reporters hadn't been allowed on the estate's grounds, but she could see a swarm of news vans with names in every language imaginable just outside the gates, and hear the faint buzz of drones overhead. Right this very moment, people around the world were glued to their television sets, watching her every move.
Don't think about the cameras or the reporters or how many people are watching you.
Alex had said yesterday before she left for the country estate.
Just think about the happiest man alive waiting at the church. So eager to marry you, he can barely follow his mother's instructions to look regal.
Libby lifted her chin and walked confidently toward the car. She wouldn't keep Alex waiting. It didn't matter what the reporters said about her dress choice, or her previous life in Oregon, or her relationship with Alex. All she cared about was being his wife.
Ready?
The driver asked once they were settled inside the vintage car. Absolutely, Libby said. The drive to the church was surreal. Every street was lined with more rows of people than Libby could see, and she smiled and waved at all of them. The last 6 months hadn't been easy. Durham's had felt betrayed and hurt by Alex's lies. But together, Libby and Alex had worked to regain their trust. Maggie had been with them every step of the way, and the entire royal family had supported their efforts. As upset as Durham had been with Alex, they'd been 1,000 times angrier with Isla. She'd come unglued when Alex's interview aired, and her meltdown had been caught on camera. While trying to defend herself, Isla had inadvertently let the truth slip out. Her career was effectively dead in the water. Libby couldn't say she was sad that the actress had finally reaped her just rewards.
This is crazy, Autumn whispered as they waved at the hordes of people. How is this real life?
Libby laughed and hugged her mom. I don't know, but if this is a dream, I hope I never wake up. The car pulled to a stop in front of the church where Alex had been christened as a baby. It was a beautiful Gothic cathedral steeped in history, with gorgeous stained glass windows and towering spires. A footman opened the car door. Libby took a deep breath. Once she stepped outside the car, her entire life would change.
Are you okay?
Autumn asked, squeezing Libby's hand. She nodded, unable to stop smiling. Absolutely. Then she placed one of her heeled feet outside the car. The cheers from the crowd were thunderous. Libby's 3 bridesmaids, Connie, Charlotte, and Emma, swarmed around her, quickly straightening her train and spreading out the veil. Libby stood as still as a statue, unable to stop smiling as they fussed with the fabric. Alex was inside that church, waiting for her. She couldn't wait to get inside. Charlotte adjusted the veil, making sure it covered Libby's face properly. A radiant smile graced her lips. Finally, she said. I thought this day would never come. Men can be such idiots, and sometimes Alex is one of the biggest. Libby laughed and gave Charlotte a quick hug. She had grown close to the entire royal family in the 6 months since their second engagement. Things were still a little frosty between her and Nicolette at times, but even the Queen seemed to be coming around. I'm glad it's finally here too, Libby said. Alex is so anxious, Emma said, grinning. I've never seen a man that nervous. I think he's half afraid you'll stand him up. Absolutely not. Libby lifted her chin. There are no cold feet for this bride. I'm ready to be Alex's wife, and I'm ready for everything that brings. Connie gave Libby a hug, and Charlotte and Emma nodded approvingly. Let's get this show on the road, then, Connie said. She handed Libby a beautiful bouquet of white lilies and roses. Time to make you a princess. Libby laughed, bringing the bouquet close and inhaling deeply. She wanted to remember every moment of today. Then she took her first careful step up the church stairs, her first step into her new life. Her father waited for her at the doors to the church, looking dashing in a new suit, his bald spot shining in the sunshine.
You look beautiful, he said, offering Libby his arm. I'm so proud of you, honey.
Libby blinked quickly. Was it possible to explode from happiness? Thanks, Dad, The doors to the church opened and music floated outside. The soft chanting of the choir accompanied by the strings of a harp and violin.
"This is it,"
her dad whispered. "Let's do it," Libby said. She took her first step into the church, entering the outer room. The wedding planner had told Libby the room would be packed, but the hordes of people still surprised her. Women in elaborate fascinators and men in tailored suits smiled at her as she quickly walked down the aisle. She recognized a few celebrities she'd met at various events, but no one she knew personally. Her guests were given seats of honor in the actual chapel, where they'd be able to see and hear every word. Libby's heart thrummed more rapidly with each step. The choir grew louder as they approached the chapel. When Libby finally passed through the doors, she caught her first glimpse of Alex and gasped. He stood at the front of the room in a red and black military uniform, hands clasped in front of him. His eyes landed on hers. She felt like a gallon of warm water had just been poured over her head. Libby quickened her pace, eager to meet him, to start their lives together. Her father chuckled softly and patted her hand softly.
"Easy, baby girl. Everyone's watching."
Libby took a deep breath and slowed her pace, knowing he was right. But she couldn't get to Alex fast enough. His eyes seemed to draw her to him with an intensity she'd been foolish to ever think she could resist. Alex loped down the dais as she approached, surprising Libby. This definitely hadn't been part of the rehearsal. In 3 short steps, he met her. Apparently, he'd been unable to wait, too. She grinned, heart quickening at the sight of her handsome prince.
"You're beautiful,"
He mouthed.
"I love you."
"I love you, too," she mouthed back. Libby couldn't stop smiling. She turned to her father. He lifted the veil and kissed her cheek, then placed her hand in the crook of Alex's elbow. The 2 men stared at each other, silently communicating. Alex gave a solemn nod, and his gloved hand covered Libby's. Heat raced up her arm. She couldn't resist leaning into him as he gently guided her up the stairs, and to the priest that waited behind the altar at the top of the dais. Alex helped Libby sink down to the padded step of the altar, making sure her dress was arranged before sinking down beside her. His hand held hers as the priest began singing in Latin, just like they'd rehearsed last week. Libby didn't understand any of the words. Nicolette had insisted that mastering French was the top priority. But it didn't matter that Libby couldn't understand the priest. She was too busy staring at Alex. The wedding planner had instructed them to keep their eyes forward during this part of the ceremony. But Libby couldn't help it. Alex squeezed her hand gently, and she fought the urge to reach out and run her hand along his neatly trimmed beard. Alex tapped the top of her hand with one finger, a subtle cue they'd arranged so she'd know when it was time to rise. The priest dipped his hand in a goblet of water and pressed 2 fingers to each of their foreheads, then stopped singing.
"Today is a historical day, not only for Durham, but for the world,"
He began. As he continued speaking, all Libby could think was, "Hurry up." Her ears buzzed with excitement and she blinked, her vision going blurry from staring too intensely. After what felt like an eternity, the priest got to the part of the ceremony that Libby had been waiting for, the only part that mattered to her.
"Do you, Liberty Joy Claiborne, take His Royal Highness Prince Alexander as your husband?"
"I do," Libby said, squeezing Alex's hands in both of hers.
"And do you, His Royal Highness Prince Alexander, take Liberty Joy Claiborne to be your wife?" "I do,"
Alex said. His voice was sure and strong, with no hint of hesitation.
"Then by the power vested in me by the Holy Church of Durham, I now pronounce you man and wife,"
The priest declared. Libby's heart leapt. That was it. With a few simple words, she'd become Alex's wife. If it was possible to die of happiness, she was pretty sure she might expire on the spot. Alex's eyes twinkled, that special look she knew meant he was dying to kiss her. But Nicolette had made it very clear that it was highly improper to kiss within the church. They were to wait for the traditional balcony shot after their parade through the city. Alex squeezed her hand, letting Libby know he wanted that kiss as badly as she did. But instead, they turned and faced the crowd of people. It would be her first official sacrifice as future Queen of Durham. Libby's heart thudded in her chest as she took in the crowd. From here, she could see into the outer room, and the numbers were overwhelming. But she took a deep breath, just like Alex had taught her, and let him lead her back down the aisle as the choir sang. They burst out of the church doors, and the crowd roared in approval. Libby grinned at Alex as the thunderous applause surrounded her. He helped her down the steps and into the horse-drawn carriage, ever the prince. What Libby wouldn't give to make all of these people disappear so she could be alone with her new husband. As Alex sat down beside her, the heat in his gaze seemed to say he wanted the same thing. But first, they must take the traditional 1-mile parade and greet the people of Durham for the first time as husband and wife. After working so hard to build trust with the country, Libby wasn't about to let her hormones mess this up. The carriage lurched forward, and Alex pressed his lips close to her ear, making her shiver. Libby fought the urge to lean into him, and instead kept her smile and wave in place for the cameras. She knew this would happen a lot in their lives, holding back her true emotions when she wanted to shout them to the world. But that was okay. She would live for the moments that belonged just to them.
How does it feel to be the newest Princess of Durham?
Alex murmured. Not nearly as good as it feels to be Mrs. Alexander Somerset. Alex laughed, the rich sound filling her with anticipation for what the night would bring.
I don't think you're supposed to call the future Queen of Durham something as mundane as Mrs.
You're making it very hard not to kiss you yet, my husband, Libby teased. Alex let out a low growl and clutched her hand in his.
And you're making it very hard not to ignore all the receptions we must attend in favor of a day spent alone with my wife.
Libby grinned. Good. I'd be disappointed if I wasn't. The mile-long ride seemed to last an eternity, but the happy, excited faces of Durhams made Libby's heart swell with pride. She knew there was still a long road ahead of them, but she was confident that in the end, they'd win back Durham's affections completely. The carriage rounded the final corner to the palace and pulled to a stop in front of a red velvet carpet. Alex hopped down while the horses snorted and pranced. The driver clicked his tongue and the horses settled down.
Ready?
Alex asked, extending his hand. Libby nodded and carefully stepped from the carriage. Electricity sparked every nerve ending in her body, and she stared up at Alex, unable to look away.
I love you so much, Liberty Claiborne,
Alex said, his head lowering toward hers. It's Liberty Somerset now, she reminded him. A warm chuckle had her stomach swarming with anticipation. Alex's eyes locked on her lips, and his head lowered even further. Libby put a finger to his lips, halting his progress. What about the traditional balcony kiss? Your mother will be so upset.
I don't care one whit for tradition today. I can't go another moment without kissing my wife.
His lips bridged the last few centimeters between them. Libby rested her hand on his beard, loving the feel of his rough whiskers on her sensitive skin. She longed for a deep, intimate kiss, but knew now wasn't the time. Alex kept things chaste, with a kiss that barely qualified as more than a peck. But his eyes held a heat she'd never experienced before, a promise of things to come. Dimly, Libby became aware of the hooting and hollering of the crowd. I think they approve, she whispered against his lips. Alex smiled, then ducked his head and brushed another brief peck across her mouth.
I don't really care one way or the other. The only opinion that matters to me is yours.
Still, we should try to stay on their good side. It tends to make things easier. Alex threw back his head and laughed.
I suppose you're right. Now come on, my princess. It's time to start living the rest of our lives.
This has been Dating the Prince, Linzee's Royal Secrets Book 2. Written by Lindzee Armstrong. Narrated by Addison Barnes. Copyright 2019 by Lindzee Armstrong. Production copyright by Lindzee Armstrong.